Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that was boosted with the law of life, it was apparent the old monk was a celestial emperor who was fairly powerful. At the very least, Duanling Tian could tell the old monk's celestial origin energy was more powerful than his. Moreover, he could sense fused profundities in the old monk's energy. Hence, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. "Thank you for saving us, sir." Fangji and the others hurriedly thanked the monk and bowed. Relief and happiness were written all over their faces. At this moment, Li Ro finally pulled away from Duan Rufeng's embrace. She frowned slightly when she looked at the old monk who had suddenly appeared. "Old monk?" Duanling Tian said with a hint of frostiness. "Don't interfere in what you don't understand. Young man, it's not good to be vicious," the old man said as he shook his head. Duanling Tian no longer bothered to waste words with the old monk who appeared out of nowhere. Instead, he said to Elder Hua, "Elder Hua, don't kill him." Elder Hua nodded and attacked immediately. He launched a triple-fused profundity from the law of fire. A sea of flames appeared immediately and swept toward the old monk. The old monk was defenseless against the sea of flames, even with his double-fused profundities from the law of life. Bang! With just one move, Elder Hua sent the old monk flying. The old monk spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened considerably. With this, Fangji and the others felt as though they had returned to hell again. Their expressions had just changed when Duanling Tian lifted his hand and instantly killed all of them with his space energy. The horrified expressions were still imprinted on their faces even after their deaths. In that split second before their deaths, they thought it was better if the old monk did not appear and give them false hope. They had thought they were saved. Who knew the old monk was so easily defeated by the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man? After killing the 5 men, Duanling Tian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Ro with a smile as he said, "Father, mother, let's go to the Smudge Crow sect." Li Ro's eyes brightened upon hearing these words. "All right." Following that, Li Ro left Duan Rufeng's arms and moved to Duanling Tian's side. She held his hands and studied him before she said, "Tianer, you've changed a lot. You must have suffered a lot of hardships over the years." Tears streamed down Li Ro's face as she spoke. Although she had no idea what Duanling Tian had gone through, for him to become a celestial emperor at such a young age, she was certain he did not have an easy time. Swoosh! At this moment, Elder Hua reverted to his true form, a 3-legged golden crow, to bring the Duan family to the Smudge Crow sect. During their journey there, Li Ro sat next to Duanling Tian and said, "Tianer, tell me about your experience over the past few hundred years." "All right." After being separated from his mother for so long, Duanling Tian was overwhelmed with emotions when they were reunited. There were so many things he wanted to tell her. He told his mother about everything that had happened from the moment they were brought to the divine offering land. Duan Rufeng listened intently as well. After all, he had not heard about what happened to Duanling Tian yet. Previously, when Duanling Tian offered to tell him about what happened, he had told Duanling Tian to wait until they found Li Ro. Whenever Duanling Tian recounted dangerous situations he encountered, Li Ro felt herself breaking out in cold sweat as she instinctively tightened her grip around Duanling Tian's hand. Meanwhile, after Duanling Tian and his family left without even sparing a glance at the old monk, the compassionate expression on the old monk's face had disappeared and was replaced by viciousness and ruthlessness. He cursed loudly. "Who are they? They dare to hurt me, Shiva Ping? Damn it!" He continued to mutter to himself. "They said they're going to the Smudge Crow sect? Where's that? I'm going to look for Elder Brother and ask him to avenge me. So what if that person has mastered triple-fused profundities? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven." Following that, the old monk made his way to the transportation site in the Scholarwood City to make his way to the inked heavenly emperor's palace. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the old monk's thoughts. He would not have expected that the seemingly compassionate old monk had such a ruthless side to him. With Elder Hua's help and Li Ro giving them directions, it did not take long for them to arrive at the Smudge Crow sect. As she stood outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate, Li Ro's eyes burned with flames of fury. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly called out Huaner. He just remembered he had yet to introduce Huaner to his mother. He felt rather nervous about his mother getting angry at him for finding another companion while Kura was still being held captive in the Divine Offering Land. He thought he could ease the situation if he let Huana help his mother in dealing with the Smudge Crow sect and help the Elegant sect. Brother Ling Tian. Huana, who was in closed-door cultivation, quickly came back to her senses as soon as she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. What happened? Huana, I found my parents. You should come and meet them. You should help my mother out with some matters as well to build a good relationship with her, Duan Ling Tian said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Your parents? Huana was clearly nervous as well when she heard she was about to meet Duan Ling Tian's parents. Nevertheless, she obediently left his little world. Swoosh! Duan Rufeng and Li Ro were naturally startled by the sudden appearance of another person. When they finally had a good look at Huana, they were stunned by her peerless beauty. You are Huana, aren't you? Tianer's father had mentioned you to me. It seems like you're a good girl, Li Ro said with a smile. She seemed satisfied with Huana. Li Ro's reaction was much better than Duan Ling Tian had expected. Meanwhile, Huana blushed when she heard Li Ro's words. She greeted Duan Ling Tian's parents shyly, uncle, auntie. In fact, Huana only found the courage to greet Duan Rufeng and Li Ro because of Duan Ling Tian's encouragement through voice transmission. She felt slightly awkward, but due to Li Ro's warm personality, it did not take long before Huana got along with Li Ro. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. At the same time, he saw his father discreetly giving him a thumbs up. He was not sure if his father was praising him for finding such a peerless beauty or praising his ability to deal with the situation. Now that he had calmed down, he said, Mother, although Huana is younger than Si Ling, she's already a celestial emperor. In fact, her cultivation base is higher than mine. She can help you to deal with the Smudge Crow sect. Then, he continued to say, We'll wait outside to ensure no one from the Smudge Crow sect gets away, Li Ro said in feigned anger. You haven't married Huana yet, but you're already ordering her around. How are you going to treat her once she marries you? Li Ro was naturally aware of her son's intention. She knew he wanted Huana to build a good relationship with her. Hence, she held Huana's hand and asked with a smile, Huana, will you help me? Of course, Auntie. It's my duty to help you, Huana replied. She no longer felt awkward around Li Ro. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, Huana, please do as my mother says. There's no need to show mercy. 9 out of 10 members of the Smudge Crow sect are disgusting human beings. After listening to the treatment of the Elegant sect by the Smudge Crow sect, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Smudge Crow sect was not a righteous sect. In his opinion, it was not a pity to annihilate the sect. However, he knew he could not directly annihilate the Smudge Crow sect. After all, there were still a number of members from the Elegant sect who were held captive in the Smudge Crow sect. The annihilation of the Smudge Crow sect would have to wait until the members of the Elegant sect were rescued. He was sure this was what his mother wanted as well. After Huana left with Li Ro, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Elder Hua stood guard outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness following that. After becoming a celestial emperor, this was the first time he had covered so much ground with his divine consciousness. Huana and Li Ro caused a commotion as soon as they entered the Smudge Crow sect's estate. After 2 days and 2 nights, the 2 women were still not done dealing with the people in the Smudge Crow sect. Despite Li Ro's hatred, the way she dealt with things was still rather lenient. Duan Ling Tian did not find it strange that Li Ro and Huana were taking such a long time. This was within his expectations. During this time, he was not idle. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect's estate were instantly killed by his space energy. On the 3rd day, Elder Hua suddenly looked up into the distance. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng noticed Elder Hua's sudden movement and followed the direction of his gaze. As soon as they looked up, they saw 2 figures flying toward them from the distant sky. Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the person flying in the lead, but he recognized the person flying at the back. It was none other than the old monk who tried to save the lives of Fang Ji and the others but was taught a lesson by Elder Hua instead. Interesting. Did he find someone to help him? Elder Hua smiled faintly as he looked at the 2 figures in the distance. I wouldn't have shown mercy if I knew he would come looking for trouble. I didn't expect this as well. Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. I was being gracious by sparing his life since he looked compassionate. To think, he dares to bring help and return to look for trouble. At this moment, the old monk had already arrived in front of the Smudge Crow sect. He had brought a fat middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall with him. As soon as he saw Duanling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Elder Hua, he cried out, "Brother! It's them!" Shiva Ping, the old monk, glared at Duanling Tian and Elder Hua. The compassionate expression on his face from a few days ago had vanished without a trace and was replaced by a vicious expression. He looked like a completely different person. Meanwhile, a huge wine gourd could be seen hanging on the waist of the fat middle-aged monk. The wine gourd was the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, he looked at Duanling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Elder Hua. When his gaze landed on Elder Hua, he narrowed his eyes and asked frostily, "Are you the one who injured my third brother?" "That's right." Elder Hua took a step forward toward the fat monk fearlessly. "Your third brother intervened in matters unrelated to him and tried to save those who deserved death. I had spared his life because I felt he harbored no ill intentions. Do you intend on seeking revenge on his behalf?" "He's my brother. Is it so surprising for me to stand up for him?" The fat monk said. "Sir, state your name." A titled celestial emperor who had comprehended triple-fused profundities can't be a nobody. There were reclusive and sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, but their numbers were not a lot. Most titled celestial emperors who had reached a certain level of strength would mostly join heaven-grade forces or the heavenly palace of their respective Devata realms. The fat monk had learned from his third brother that the red-clad old man before them had learned how to fuse 3 profundities. With such strength, he was certain the red-clad old man had to be somebody important. "Perhaps you should introduce yourself first," Elder Hua said indifferently to the fat monk. Before the fat monk could speak, Shiva Ping scoffed. Then, he lifted his chin arrogantly and said, "You better listen carefully. My eldest brother is Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly emperor. His title is the Wine Gourd Celestial Emperor." After Shiva Ping finished speaking, he stared at Elder Hua's face intently, looking for traces of fear. "So you're the Wine Gourd Celestial Emperor, Shiva Nu?" Elder Hua nodded as he looked at the fat monk. "Shiva Nu Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, and I can be considered acquaintances. We had a chat once." Shiva Nu frowned upon hearing these words. "You're acquainted with our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Tattoo was the name of the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Emperor. He lived a reclusive life and did not make any new friends since he became the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. It was not because he was opposed to it. It was mostly due to the circumstances. After all, once one had reached a certain height, it would become more difficult for them to find friends on equal ground with them. As the saying went, "It's lonely at the top." For this reason, most of Tattoo's friends were people he knew before he became a heavenly emperor. He was someone who valued friendships, therefore he almost never said no to friends who sought help from him. Knowing this, Shiva Nu's attitude eased up slightly when he found out Elder Hua was acquainted with Tattoo. On the other hand, Shiva Ping's expression turned unsightly upon hearing Elder Hua's words. "Are you sure you're acquainted with our Lord Heavenly Emperor? I think you're lying to get out of this situation after finding out about my brother's identity." Although he was not certain if Elder Hua was lying, he was unwilling to give up. He continued to say, "I'm rather curious, actually. Who are you? How do you know our mighty Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Elder Hua glanced at Shiva Ping icily. A disdainful smirk appeared on his face as he turned back to Shiva Nu and said, "I'm Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I met Tattoo when he came over to the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor's return from the Azura Hell. If you're truly the strongest titled celestial emperor under Tattoo, I'm sure you must have heard about this matter. Back when Feng Qingyang just returned from the Azura Hell, many heavenly emperors had come to the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate him. Among them was Tattoo, the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Most importantly, The other heavenly emperors were disdainful of Tattoo and ostracized him at that time. He did not even get to speak to Feng Qingyang at length after greeting Feng Qingyang. The only person he had spoken at length with was Elder Hua. At that time he had even invited Elder Hua to visit the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "Are you the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor?" Shiva Nu's eyes widened imperceptibly. It was just as Elder Hua had said. When Tattoo returned from the solitary destructive heaven, he had mentioned Elder Hua. That was when he had first heard of the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Shiva Nu was quick to regain his senses. After taking a deep breath, he said with an attitude that was much more polite than before, "As it turns out, you're Elder Hua. I apologize if I have offended you." Although Shiva Nu and Elder Hua were peers, with both of them being subordinates of a heavenly emperor, Tattoo could hardly compare to Feng Qingyang. Due to the differences in strength between the two heavenly emperors, Tattoo even had to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Shiva Nu was respectful toward Elder Hua. Before Elder Hua could reply, Shiva Nu said sternly, "Third brother, apologize to Elder Hua now." Shiva Ping had recounted everything to Shiva Nu, so Shiva Nu knew Shiva Ping's conflict with Elder Hua was just a minor one. Even if it was a major one, he would still make Shiva Ping apologize. When he saw the dissatisfaction and unwillingness on Shiva Ping's face, he warned Shiva Ping through voice transmission, "Let me tell you, even if I don't consider the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor once told me the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor should be ranked second among the titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. This means his strength is below Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The Golden Crow Celestial Emperor isn't someone we can afford to offend." After listening to Shiva Nu's words, despite feeling unwilling, Shiva Ping still apologized to Elder Hua. "I apologize, Elder Hua. I was wrong, and I hope you can forgive me." "There's no need for you to apologize to me," Elder Hua said as he turned to look at Duanling Tian, who stood beside him, and said, "This is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's the one you should be apologizing to." Shiva Nu's expression changed instantly. He had assumed Shiva Ping had only offended Elder Hua. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have offended the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven as well. He inhaled deeply and looked at Shiva Ping meaningfully with a dark expression on his face. "Third brother." At this time, a hint of fear could be seen in Shiva Ping's eyes. There was no need for Shiva Nu to warn him anymore as he bowed and said, "Young master, I was nosy. I hope you'll forgive me." Duanling Tian had no intention of making a big deal out of this matter, so he nodded and said indifferently, "Let this be the end of this matter. Thank you, young master." Shiva Nu was quick to express his gratitude. Following that, he asked with a smile, "Young master, since you're here in the Purple Revelation Heaven, why don't you visit our heavenly palace? I'm sure our Lord Heavenly Emperor will be happy to meet you." Elder Hua was certain Duanling Tian would refuse the invitation when Duanling Tian nodded. "All right. However, I'm afraid it'll have to wait until my mother is done dealing with the Smudge Crow sect." It's fine. We can wait," Shiva Nu said enthusiastically. After that, he asked curiously, "Young master, the Smudge Crow sect is just a 6th grade sect. I wonder how it's related to your mother?" Meanwhile, Shiva Ping alternated between looking at Duanling Tian in awe and avoiding Duanling Tian's gaze. He thought to himself, "The true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? I know he only had a few nominal disciples in the past. His status should be of equal value with Meng Luo in Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's eyes." Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's divine artifact was destroyed when he was forced to enter the Azura Hell. Despite that, I heard after he left the Azura Hell, he gave Meng Luo a divine artifact. This means that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang probably collected many divine artifacts while he was in the Azura Hell. Greed flashed in Shiva Ping's eyes and he quickly lowered his head to hide it. If this young man is Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple, it stands to reason that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang must have given him a divine artifact as well. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't own a divine artifact. Duanling Tian briefly summarized his mother's experience in response to Shiva Nu's question. Shiva Nu said furiously, this Smudge Crow sect is utterly devoid of conscience. If all the major sects in the Purple Revelation Heaven are like them, the Purple Revelation Heaven would be doomed. This kind of sect shouldn't exist. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian and said righteously, Young master, just say the word and I'll annihilate the Smudge Crow sect on your behalf. There is no need to use a hammer to kill an ant. My mother can handle it, Duanling Tian said with a faint smile. After waiting for another day and night, Duanling Tian finally saw Li Ro and Huaner. At this moment, Huaner was supporting Li Ro, who wore a dark expression on her face. Although the Smudge Crow sect had been destroyed, she was not happy at all. A group of women, ranging from young to old, followed behind Li Ro. Most of their eyes were red, speaking of the grievances they had suffered. Tianer, Li Ro said when she arrived in front of Duanling Tian. I'd like to send them back to the Elegant Sect before leaving with you. Can you think of a way to protect them after our departure? All the powerhouses from the Elegant Sect have perished. It would be tough for the sect even if I'm around. Elder Li Ro. Before Duanling Tian could reply, a group of Elegant Sect disciples fell to their knees and said in unison, Please return and stay in the Elegant Sect to lead us. Although they knew Li Ro's strength was not strong enough to protect the Elegant Sect, they had witnessed Huano's strength. In their opinion, if Li Ro stayed, Huano would stay as well. With the protection of someone like Huaner, the Elegant Sect would definitely be better than before. Li Ro said gently but firmly, Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll make sure the sect is well protected. I won't let any of you be bullied or wronged again. However, a frown appeared on her face as she continued to say, I've already told you I can no longer stay in the Elegant Sect. As for Huaner, it's even more impossible for her to do so. The group of Elegant Sect disciples could detect a hint of impatience in Li Ro's tone, so they wisely remained silent. Even if there were other elders from the sect present who were stronger than Li Ro, there was nothing they could do to force Li Ro to stay. After all, the peerless beauty next to Li Ro was so powerful that it was beyond their imaginations. They had seen how the celestial lord from the Smudge Crow sect could not even withstand a blow from Huaner before he died. At this time, Duanling Tian smiled faintly before he said reassuringly, Mother, I know what to do. Following that, Duanling Tian and the others accompanied Li Ro to escort the members of the Elegant Sect back to the sect's estate. After everything was dealt with, before they left, Li Ro looked at the Elegant Sect's estate with a hint of reluctance. Tianer, Since Duanling Tian had not told Li Ro about his plan to protect the Elegant Sect after their departure, she could not help but worry. Moreover, to leave after escorting them back to the sect felt like she was abandoning them. Mother, we'll visit the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven with Senior Sher Van Nu before I deal with the matters of the Elegant Sect, Duanling Tian said with a smile. Following that, he sent his mother a voice transmission and continued to say, Mother, I plan to ask for a favor from the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. I'll ask him to look after the Elegant Sect. I know the sect means a lot to you, so I won't just abandon the sect. Although Duanling Tian was grateful to the Elegant Sect for taking care of his mother during his absence, he knew they could not stay for long. Even if his mother and Huana could stay, it would only attract trouble. The best solution was to ask for a favor from the Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, to look after the sect after their departure. This was the only reason he had accepted Shiva Nu's invitation to visit the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven and to meet Tattoo. Although Feng Qingyang was much stronger than Tattoo, the Purple Revelation Heaven was not the solitary destructive heaven. It was only natural that Tattoo had a bigger influence here. For this reason, he decided to meet Tattoo. When the group arrived near the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven, Shiva Ping said, Eldest brother, I'll take my leave first. Shiva Ping did not even spare Duanling Tian and the others a glance before he made his way to the nearest transportation site. No one noticed the greed flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven was located high up in the sky among the clouds above a desert. From afar, it was shaped like a huge crouching beast. Lord knew. As soon as they arrived at the gates of the Heavenly Palace, Everyone they encountered greeted Shiva Nu respectfully. This treatment was not surprising since Shiva Nu was the strongest titled celestial emperor after the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. His position was similar to Meng Luo's position in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the absence of the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, Shiva Nu would be in charge. Our Lord Heaven Emperor lives in the mountain valley over there. Shiva Nu pointed at a huge floating island that was like a world of its own as he led Duanling Tian and the others to the eastern side of the island. Currently, Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Huaner had already returned to Duanling Tian's little world. Only Elder Hua remained outside to accompany Duanling Tian. As soon as they stepped foot into the valley, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Elder Hua, it's been a while since we last met. Duanling Tian saw a courtyard up ahead. A tall and muscular old man who was 1.9 meters tall could be seen standing outside at this time. His hair was cropped close to his head, and what could be seen of them was grayish-white. He was dressed in a luxurious golden robe that would be considered tacky back on Earth. So this must be Tatu, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, otherwise known as the Great Origin Celestial Emperor. During their journey here, Duanling Tian had learned a little about Tatu from Elder Hua. Lord Tatu. Elder Hua greeted Tatu with the respect he was due before he introduced Duanling Tian to Tatu. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Tatu, Duanling Tian said with a bow. Tatu said with a smile, there's no need for you to be so formal. After all, you can be considered as my junior nephew since you're Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang's true disciple. You can just refer to me as junior uncle if you don't mind. Although Duanling Tian knew Tatu was trying to curry favor with him because of Feng Qing Yang, he obliged and called out junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, since this is the first time we meet, I should prepare a meeting gift for you. However, as Heavenly Emperor Feng Qing Yang's true disciple, I'm sure you lack nothing. Therefore, I shouldn't embarrass myself by giving you material items. Instead, I'll give you my word. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say the word, and I'll do what I can. Tatu's generosity shocked even Shiva Nu. Regardless of Tatu's strength in comparison to other heavenly emperors, he was still a heavenly emperor who ruled the Devata realm after all. Upon hearing Tatu's words, Duanling Tian's lit up immediately. Since Tatu himself mentioned this, he said without beating around the bush, Junior Uncle Tatu, to be honest, there's something that I need your help with. Tatu was stunned. He did not expect Duanling Tian would have something to ask from him so quickly. He could not help but smile bitterly as he thought to himself, although I'm nowhere as powerful as your master, my words still hold weight. Are you really going to use it so easily? Duanling Tian knew what was going through Tatu's mind, so he shook his head and said, Junior Uncle Tatu, please don't misunderstand me. It's not that I take your promise lightly, but only you can help me with this matter. Tatu looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of curiosity. It seems like I've misunderstood you. What is it that you need my help with? Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn as he said, Junior Uncle Tatu, my mother. Tatu listened as Duanling Tian explained what had happened. In the end, Duanling Tian said, although the elegant sect is just a mere 7th grade sect, my mother was there for some time, and she cares about the sect's future. At present, the sect isn't strong enough to protect itself. Therefore, I hope Junior Uncle Tatu will warn the other sects and clans to stay away from the elegant sect to ensure the sect's safety. There's no need to raise the strength of the sect or anything like that. As long as the sect is safe, that's more than enough. Although Duanling Tian could easily intimidate the forces around the elegant sect to stop them from harassing the elegant sect, the effect of the intimidation would not last for long since he would not be in the purple revelation heaven. It would be much more effective for Tatu, the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, to take action. Is that all? Tatu, who had been expecting Duanling Tian to ask for a huge favor, was dumbfounded when he heard Duanling Tian's request. In the end, he said, Junior nephew Duan, there's no need for you to waste my promise on such a small request. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Then he said solemnly, Junior Uncle Tatu, this might be a small matter to you, but it's important to me. The sect matters to my mother, therefore it matters to me as well. All right, Tattoo said with a sigh, your mother is truly lucky to have a son like you. In any case, I'll help you with this matter, but there's no need to waste the promise I've given you on it. It was beneficial for Tattoo to have a connection with Duanling Tian, after all. If Duanling Tian used up the promise so quickly, he would lose all connections to Duanling Tian. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with the purple-clad young man in front of him. After all, the purple-clad young man was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Thank you, Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duanling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Tattoo did not waste time. He looked at Shiva Nu, who was standing next to him, and said, Anu, pass down my words. From now on, the elegant sect is under the protection of the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. Those who act against the sect will be considered as acting against the heavenly palace. His eyes glinted coldly when he spoke. Understood, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu responded before he left. After Shiva Nu left, Tattoo invited Duanling Tian to stay for a few more days in hopes of bettering his relationship with Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian politely refused the invitation and said he had urgent matters to attend to. Now that Duanling Tian had found his parents, his daughter Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wudao, he was even more eager to find the others. Little Feier, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mu Yi's soul pearls are all intact. I must find them soon. He felt even more worried about the others ever since he rescued his mother. After all, if he did not arrive in time, his mother would have died. He was afraid the others would be in similar situations like his mother, and he would arrive too late to save them. Tattoo did not force the matter. He said with a smile, I'll summon someone to bring you to the transportation site in the palace. In that case, I shall summon someone to bring you to the transportation formation which leads to the solitary destructive heaven. Tattoo said smilingly. Soon after, a gray-clad old man with an extraordinary bearing appeared. It was clear he was someone important. When he smiled, he looked even more terrifying than if he were to frown. Young Master Duan, Elder Hua, this way please. Duanling Tian bade farewell to Tattoo before he and Elder Hua followed the gray-clad old man. Before they arrived at the transportation site, a figure rushed toward them. It was none other than Shiva Nu. Young Master Duan, Elder Hua, you're leaving so fast? Senior Shiva Nu, I thought you've left for the elegant sect? Duanling Tian was confused when he saw Shiva Nu. He assumed Shiva Nu had left to pass down Tattoo's words. I was about to leave when it occurred to me that I didn't know if you're leaving or staying. If you decided to leave, I thought I'd send you off before I leave for the elegant sect. Shiva Nu said with an amicable smile. I appreciate the thought, Senior Shiva Nu, Duanling Tian said with a small smile. However, there's no need for that. Don't worry. It won't take up much of my time. The transportation site is just up ahead, Shiva Nu said. Then, he turned to say to the gray-clad old man, Li Yu, I'll accompany young Master Duan and Elder Hua to the transportation site. You may take your leave now. Understood, Lord Nu. Although the gray-clad old man, Li Yu, was also a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven, he was only slightly above average among his peers. How could he dare to disobey Shiva Nu, who was the strongest titled celestial emperor under Tattoo? After Liu left, Shiva Nu took over and led Duanling Tian and Elder Hua to the transportation site enthusiastically. It did not take long before they arrived in front of a huge stone platform that contained the transportation formation. Two old men stood guard over the transportation formation. They were merely ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to do such menial tasks. The duo greeted Shiva Nu as soon as they saw him. Lord Nu. Shiva Nu nodded indifferently at the two old men. After that, he turned to look at Duanling Tian and Elder Hua. Young Master Duan, Elder Hua, I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can visit us at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when you have time, Duanling Tian said with a smile. However, I won't be in the solitary destructive heaven for some time due to certain matters. However, I'll definitely return once I've dealt with everything. You're welcome to visit any time. Elder Hua had also nodded at Shiva Nu. All right. Shiva Nu nodded and watched Duanling Tian and Elder Hua fly toward the stone platform. Before Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua landed, Shiva Nu suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua stopped in their tracks immediately. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to speak, Shiva Nu said with a slight frown, "I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor." Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua looked at Shiva Nu in confusion. Shiva Nu flew up to the stone platform and said, "Elder Hua, the Lord Heavenly Emperor says he has a gift for Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I said that I'll fetch the item and pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to do so. Do you mind collecting the item?" Elder Hua frowned slightly. The matter was too sudden after all. What could Tattoo have for Feng Qingyang? "Elder Hua, just go," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "It's not too far away. You'll be done in a few minutes. Junior Uncle Tattoo seems nice, don't make him wait." "Understood." Elder Hua nodded before he transformed into a ball of flames and flew up into the sky, disappearing in just an instant. As soon as Elder Hua left, Shiva Nu's eyes flashed coldly. Following that, bang, bang. Two loud explosions rang in the air. They came from the two old men who were guarding the transportation formation. Their bodies had exploded and were strangely emitting vitality energy. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the two old men were already dead a long time ago. They were probably killed by the vitality energy. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind instantly. The law of life. Boom! As an attack fell on Duan Ling Tian, a huge tree promptly shrouded him. However, the tree seemed to be under a huge pressure at this moment. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood before he said weakly, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing? You won't be able to get away with killing me. Let alone my master, even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo won't let you off." His voice grew weaker and weaker as he said, "I'm really curious. Why did you send Elder Hua away just to kill me? When did I offend you?" Shiva Nu laughed heartily upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. "Duan Ling Tian, your response is really fast. I didn't expect you to dodge my sneak attack. You're right. Shiva Nu has no reason to kill you. There's no enmity between both of you after all. Before you die, open up your eyes to see who I am." With that, Shiva Nu's huge belly began to shrink. After a short moment, Shiva Nu had vanished. In his place stood Shiva Ping. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Shiva Ping had left long before they entered the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Moreover, he was surprised he did not sense Shiva Ping's disguise at all. "I didn't expect it to be you. Where did you learn the technique? And why do you want to kill me? What do you think?" "Of course, it's for the divine artifact in your possession," Shiva Ping said with a sneer. Following that, celestial origin energy boosted with the law of life swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. Then, he watched as he said, "Brat, if it weren't because we're running out of time, I would have made you suffer before killing you. Now die." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Similar to the law of wood, apart from possessing the ability to injure and kill, it possessed the ability to heal as well. When Shiva Ping attacked, the unique silhouette of a snake-like plant appeared. It was green and covered in deadly-looking thorns. After boosting his celestial origin energy with the law of life, he swiftly sent it toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though tens of thousands of saber rays were sweeping toward Duan Ling Tian and the pine willow divine tree from the godly image phenomenon. All of a sudden, boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air and the ground shook just as Shiva Ping's attack was about to land on the pine willow divine tree. A terrifying and deadly flame surged, destroying his attack. Why is he here? Didn't he leave? Shiva Ping's expression changed drastically when he saw the red-clad figure shrouded in flames. The person who appeared in the nick of time in front of the pine willow divine tree to stop Shiva Ping was none other than Elder Hua. Shiva Ping was confused. He had lured Elder Hua away, so what was Elder Hua doing here? At this time, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air. His voice sounded clear and strong, unlike how weak it was before. It was as though everything was an act earlier. "Elder Hua, it seems like I was mistaken. I thought Shiva Nu was up to no good, but it turned out to be Shiva Ping instead." Following that, Shiva Ping watched as the pine willow divine tree disappeared. In its place stood a purple-clad young man who was looking at him mockingly at this moment. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shiva Ping as he coldly asked, "You must be wondering why Elder Hua is here." Shiva Ping's expression grew worse as he listened to Duanling Tian's words. When you said Heavenly Emperor Tattoo had told you that he wanted to see Elder Hua, I thought it was strange. After all, he could have just contacted the person who was leading us here. Moreover, in Heavenly Emperor Tattoo's eyes, Shiva knew should have already left the Purple Revelation Heaven. That's why I told Elder Hua to go along with your plan and pretend to leave so I can see what you're trying to do. As it turns out, you masqueraded as your brother to kill me. I really didn't expect it to be you. I was so sure it was your brother who harbored ill intentions. After all, your disguise was flawless and impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it should be your innate skill, right? Duanling Tian said as he looked at Shiva Ping mockingly. At this time, Duanling Tian knew Shiva Ping was not human but a type of plant, based on Shiva Ping's earlier attack. It should be a plant with strong camouflage skills. Otherwise, Shiva Ping's disguise would not be without flaws. Shiva Ping's expression darkened now that his plan had been exposed. He hurriedly reverted to the snake-like plant earlier and fled, looking like a green dragon. Trying to escape? Elder Hua sneered. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after Shiva Ping. It caught up quickly and took Shiva Ping down. Bang! Shiva Ping fell to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not free himself from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's restraint. When he finally realized he could not free himself, he grew terrified. He knew if he did not beg for mercy now, he would definitely die. Young master, I'm sorry. I was just joking earlier. Duanling Tian said derisively. Didn't you say you want my divine artifact earlier? Don't you want it anymore? Shiva Ping trembled. Young master, I was just joking. Duanling Tian asked frostily. Why do you think I possess a divine artifact? Shiva Ping replied honestly. In my opinion, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang must have obtained more than one divine artifact when he was in the Azura Hell, since he gave the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor a divine artifact after his return. Everyone has heard about this. I heard from my brother that even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo thinks that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang must have obtained a few divine artifacts during his time in the Azura Hell. If that was true, I was sure he would have given you one as well. I see. So you plan to kill me and snatch it away? Duanling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. Young master, please forgive me. Please show mercy. Shiva Ping did not hesitate to grovel when he sensed the killing intent Elder Hua emitted while controlling the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duanling Tian smiled icily as he said, Shiva Ping, you might not be aware of this, although I'm Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple. I've yet to meet him. How could he have given me a divine artifact when we haven't even met? Duanling Tian's words were like an unexpected lightning bolt that struck Shiva Ping silly. He felt like a joke. From the beginning until the end, his actions were futile. He thought he would be able to gain a divine artifact by killing Duanling Tian, who knew Duanling Tian had not even met Feng Qingyang. Then he began to say in desperation, Young master, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my eldest brother will definitely hunt you down. Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. Is that so? Then he turned to Elder Hua and said, Elder Hua, since he's so sure about his eldest brother's stance, let's bring him to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. I want to see how this matter plays out. Tattoo was surprised when he saw Duanling Tian and Elder Hua returning to his cultivation ground. Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duanling Tian briefly recounted what had happened to Tattoo. Tattoo's expression grew darker and darker as he listened to Duanling Tian. At the same time, Shiva Ping did not stop pleading for his life. Please show mercy, my lord. I was temporarily blinded by greed. Please spare me. My brother has been so loyal to you all his life, so please spare me. Tattoo ignored Shiva Ping. He remained silent as though he was lost in his thoughts. After a while, he finally said indifferently, I've just spoken to your brother and told him about what happened. He said it's time for you to take responsibility for your actions. He said he has done enough for you all this time, cleaning up your messes. Since you offended the solitary destructive heaven, there's nothing he can do to protect you now. Shiva Ping fell into despair when he heard Tattoo's words. Suddenly, a strange black mist shrouded him. When the black mist dissipated, all that was left of Shiva Ping was a puddle of blood with a spatial ring sitting in the center. Tattoo, who did not move at all when he attacked, asked, "Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied with the way I dealt with this matter?" "Thank you, junior uncle Tattoo." Duan Ling Tian nodded and expressed his gratitude. Before Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua left, Tattoo said, "Junior nephew Duan, Shiva Nu wants to clarify that he doesn't take this matter to heart. In fact, he and Shiva Ping aren't related by blood. Shiva Nu treated Shiva Ping as his brother because they grew up together. For many years, Shiva Ping had offended many people without any care due to Shiva Nu's status as the strongest titled celestial emperor under my command. This time, it was Shiva Nu who requested that I kill Shiva Ping." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a faint smile on his face, "There's no need to explain, junior uncle Tattoo. I'm not the kind who would unreasonably shift the blame to another person." With that, Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua left. This time, Duan Ling Tian had spent quite a long time in the Purple Revelation Heaven. After all, he had to deal with the matters regarding the Elegant Sect. He knew his mother cared about the Elegant Sect, and if he did not ensure the safety of the sect, his mother would definitely worry and feel unwilling to leave. With Tattoo's promise to protect the Elegant Sect, Duan Ling Tian knew he had helped lift the weight off Li Ro's shoulders. After leaving the Purple Revelation Heaven through a transportation formation, Duan Ling Tian said, "Elder Hua, let's continue to look for the others." The duo continued to search through various Devata realms. Little Fair, Nian Tian, Xuanai, junior sister Mu Yi. "Where are you?" Since Duan Ling Tian found a few of his loved ones, he managed to find out the status of the others whom he had yet to find through their soul pearls. Apart from those he found in Kur, who was still in the divine offering land, the only ones who were still alive were Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Han Xuanai, and Mu Yi. With Li Ro's close brush with death, Duan Ling Tian grew even more desperate to find the others. He was afraid something would happen to them if he failed to find them quickly enough. One day, after traveling to a few Devata realms and arriving in the Luo River Heaven, Feng Tianwu suddenly said, "Brother Duan, I received a response from senior sister Mu Yi." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. "Where's junior sister Mu Yi now?" Although Mu Yi was not younger than Duan Ling Tian, she was considered as Duan Ling Tian's junior sister, since she was ranked below the Fog Rain progeny in the Seven Absolute sect. On the other hand, Mu Yi was ranked higher than Feng Tianwu, who was the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, so Feng Tianwu had to address her as senior sister. Mu Yi was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator and the successor of the Second Absolute, the Prophet progeny, in the Saint Province Realms' Seven Absolute sect. She was also one of Duan Ling Tian's friends who were brought to the Divine Offering Land by Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. She was later sent back to the mundane realm by Kur's third uncle, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family. However, Mu Yi was sent to another mundane realm instead of the Saint Province realm due to an accident. Similar to the others, after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in a realm of gods, her innate talent rose. It was not long before she ascended to a Devata realm called the Luo River Heaven. Things went well for Mu Yi even after she had ascended to a Devata realm. She was the proud female prodigy of the Luo River sect. The Luo River sect was the force that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven belonged to. In fact, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was also the sect leader of the Luo River sect. This had been the tradition of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperors were always the sect masters of the Luo River sect. It was rather to the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The only difference was there was a slight distinction between the Qilin clan and the force at the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, whereas the Lu River sect and the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven were considered one and the same. Currently, Mu Yi was a four-phenomenon celestial lord. She was also the disciple of the Saint Girl of the Luo River sect. The Saint Girl of the Luo River sect was the biological daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. When Duan Ling Tian finally met Mu Yi, he could hardly recognize her. "Junior sister Yi. Senior brother Duan." Mu Yi was dressed in all white. Her aloofness made Duan Ling Tian feel as though she was a different person from the Mu Yi he used to know. When she greeted Duan Ling Tian, her tone was indifferent. Although she was not a particularly cheerful person in the past, she was still friendly to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian mused inwardly. It seems like time has changed her into a different person. Junior sister Yi, I'm here too. Duanling Tian told Mu Yi about his plan to bring her away from the Luo River heaven and that he could provide her with a better cultivation environment. Although she had changed, he believed she did not lose her innate goodness. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he did plan to let her enter his little world. Since he did not fully trust her, he felt would be inviting trouble if he let her know about the existence of the 5 divine elements and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods in his little world. He could not but put his guard up after he sensed her change. Senior brother Duan. Who is this? Mu Yi asked after Duanling Tian finished speaking. She shifted her eyes to Elder Hua, who was standing behind Duanling Tian. This is Elder Hua, Duanling Tian said and introduced Elder Hua to Mu Yi. Elder Hua frowned slightly when he looked at Mu Yi. Then he said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, Young master, I sense 2 soul auras in your junior sister's body. Duanling Tian asked in confusion, 2 soul auras? What does that mean? It seems like she's possessed, but the possession isn't complete, Elder Hua explained. She's possessed. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. It was not the first time he had heard about possession. In fact, he had experienced it when he was in the mundane realm. His soul had traveled from Yanhuang realm to the Saint Province realm before entering the body of the rebirth martial emperor. At that time, his soul and the rebirth martial emperor's soul had struggled for dominion over the body. Fortunately, he was not bound by the heavenly rules of the Saint Province realm and was able to take control of the rebirth martial emperor's body. Although the rebirth martial emperor's memories slowly faded away as time passed, it helped him to build a great foundation that paved the way to where he was today. Duanling Tian asked skeptically, Isn't it difficult to possess a celestial? It'd be difficult even for a celestial emperor to possess another celestial since the celestial could destroy his or her own body. Even if the possession is successful, it said one's cultivation base would not advance after that. For all these reasons, no one would possess another person unless it's absolutely necessary. You're right. What I said is just my speculation. I'm not entirely sure, Elder Hua said. At this time, Duanling Tian recalled Feng Tianwu was the one who contacted Mu Yi and arranged for them to meet at the entrance of the Luo River sect. He asked, Tianwu, why don't you come out? Feng Tianwu seemed unwilling to leave Duanling Tian's little world. She said hesitantly, Brother Duan, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but senior sister Yi seems strange. She feels like a different person from when we spoke to each other. Feng Tianwu could sense something was amiss with Mu Yi. She was hesitant to meet Mu Yi because the current Mu Yi was like a completely different person. Duanling Tian studied Mu Yi for a moment. He could see there was not even a trace of delight at all in her eyes at being reunited after so long. His heart sank immediately. Was Mu Yi really possessed? At this time, Elder Hua said, Young master, I suggest we take her and leave. I can sense a weak soul aura in her body. It should be her real soul. The stronger soul doesn't seem to have any intention of destroying her soul. Instead, it seemed like it's trying to make her soul submit. Make her soul submit? Duanling Tian frowned. Yes, Elder Hua nodded. If it could make her soul submit, it would inherit all her memories and knowledge. It would be able to complete the possession perfectly without any side effects. However, not everyone is capable of using this technique. Even among titled celestial emperors, very few are capable of this. A hint of fear could be heard in Elder Hua's voice when he spoke. All right, let's bring her away, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Physically, Mu Yi seemed fine, but he knew possession was a serious matter. Elder Hua nodded slightly. He immediately restrained Mu Yi without any hesitation. Following that, Duanling Tian and Elder Hua brought Mu Yi away from the Luo River sect. The disciples of the Luo River sect guarding the entrance were stunned when they saw Mu Yi being taken away. Junior sister Mu Yi has been kidnapped. Hurry! Inform the elders. Hurry! Inform the saint girl. If anything happens to junior sister Mu Yi, we're dead. Duanling Tian and Elder Hua did not encounter any obstacle as they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven through the transportation formation in the Luo River heaven. Now that they had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Elder Hua released Muyi from his restraint. Due to the restraint, Muyi had been unconscious the entire time. Now that she regained her consciousness, she looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. Although she did not know where she was, it was not hard to figure out Duanling Tian had taken her away from the Luo River sect. Senior brother Duan, what are you doing? Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush and coldly asked, Who are you? Why did you possess junior sister Muyi? Senior brother Duan, what are you talking about? Muyi seemed stunned and confused by Duanling Tian's question. However, the subtle panic that flashed in her eyes briefly did not escape Duanling Tian's notice. Elder Hua, under such circumstances, what should we do? Duanling Tian asked. He was confident Elder Hua would have a solution since Elder Hua suggested bringing Muyi back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Sure enough, Elder Hua said, I've sent a message to the profound soul celestial emperor. He should be able to help us since he specializes in soul attacks. Shortly afterward, a medium-build middle-aged man with dark green messy hair flew toward Duanling Tian and Elder Hua. His hair fluttered in the air like dark green pythons even though there was no breeze. As soon as he arrived, he bowed. Greetings, young master. I'm Mo He, the profound soul celestial emperor. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised by Mo He's hair. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly said, Senior Mo He, Elder Hua must have told you everything, right? Mo He nodded as he studied Muyi. His eyes flashed with a green light as a strong soul energy, and his divine consciousness swept toward Muyi. At this moment, Muyi could no longer remain calm. She glared at Mo He and said threateningly, I don't care who you are, but if you act recklessly, my mother will never let you get away with this. My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Mo He, shocked by Muyi's words, instantly withdrew his soul energy and divine consciousness before he looked at Duanling Tian and Elder Hua. Duanling Tian sneered before he said, So, you finally decided to come clean? The sect leader of the Luo River sect, also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, had a pair of twin daughters. One of them was the saint girl of the Luo River sect, and the other was the soul who possessed Muyi. When the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven gave birth, the younger twin's chances of surviving were incredibly low due to her physical disabilities. For that reason, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven forcibly extracted her youngest daughter's soul before letting it take shelter in her eldest daughter's body. Hence, many people thought she only had one daughter. This was, naturally, just a temporary measure. After all, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven loved both of her daughters equally. How could she allow her youngest daughter to take possession of her eldest daughter's body? Since long ago, she had planned to look for a suitable body for her youngest daughter. Alas, many years passed, but the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven still did not find a suitable body. It was only when Muyi joined the Luo River sect 100 years ago that she discovered the perfect vassal for her youngest daughter. It was also for this reason that the saint girl of the Luo River sect accepted Muyi as a disciple. The clueless disciples of the Luo River sect were envious at that time because the saint girl had never accepted a disciple before. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was the sect leader of the Luo River sect, most of the sect's affairs were handled by the saint girl of the sect. Therefore, the saint girl was only second to the sect leader in the sect. Even the titled celestial emperors of the sect had to listen to her orders. Muyi was naturally unaware of the saint girl's intention to let her younger twin sister possess her body. In order to avoid suspicion, the saint girl treated her exceptionally well. After gaining her trust, the saint girl cast a spell on her when she let her guard down, allowing the saint girl's twin sister to possess her. She did not even have time to retaliate. The name of the saint girl of the Luo River sect was Feng Jianyu, and her younger twin sister was called Feng Jian Shui. I just need another 10 years to completely take over her body, soul, and memories, Feng Jian Shui thought to herself anxiously. She really regretted letting Muyi's memories overwhelm her for a moment, resulting in her meeting Duanling Tian. She did not expect to be knocked unconscious and kidnapped to an unfamiliar place. When Feng Jianshui saw Mo He, the profound soul celestial emperor, she could tell Mo He was incredibly strong. His soul energy had almost crushed her soul before it even swept over her. Although her eldest twin sister was a titled celestial emperor, Feng Jianshui, who was only taking shelter in her sister's body, was naturally not strong. Feng Jianyu was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, but she was only a 10 directions celestial lord. The difference between the strength of the twin sisters was like a chasm. At this time, Duanling Tian was finally certain his junior sister was possessed. As his junior sister and the successor of the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolute sect, he naturally would not allow any harm to come to her. Moreover, it was his fault that she was kidnapped to the Divine Offering Land and fell prey to the Luo River sect later on. It was because of the change in her constitution and innate talent after being in the Divine Offering realm that she was chosen to be possessed by Feng Jianshui. Feng Jianshui took a deep breath to calm down before she said, Duanling Tian, my possession of Mu Yi is nearly complete. Even if I leave her body now, it won't be without side effects for her. In fact, her brain might be damaged. If you let me go and send me back to the Luo River sect, I'll let this matter slide. Otherwise, it'd be too late for you when my mother and eldest sister come looking for me. Before I met you, I'd informed my eldest sister about it. I even told her that your Mu Yi's senior brother in the Saint Province Realm's 7 Absolutes sect. Her tone grew threatening nearing the end of her words. Duanling Tian looked at Mo He and asked skeptically, Is it really impossible for my junior sister to regain control of her body without any side effects? Is it true that her brain might be damaged? Mo He nodded with a grim expression on his face. She's telling the truth. The possession is almost complete and she has worn down the original soul a lot. Therefore, there'll be many side effects when the incomplete soul of your junior sister regains control of her body. It's impossible for her to return to the way she was. Duanling Tian's expression darkened. His eyes glinted coldly as he asked, What if my junior sister devours the soul that's possessing her? As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, Feng Jianshui laughed. It won't work. Not only is she incapable of such a feat, but even if she's capable, I won't allow her to succeed. Duanling Tian, your only option is to send me back to the Luo River sect. I promise I'll let this matter go. In fact, for Mu Yi's sake, it's not impossible for me to maintain a friendly relationship with you. My mother is the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, and my sister is the saint girl of the Luo River sect. If you need help in the future, you can look for me. You should consider yourself lucky for being able to meet someone like me. Ordinary people can only dream about it. Feng Jianshui looked at Duanling Tian arrogantly. She grew more and more confident as she spoke. Naturally, all her words were lies. She planned to have Duanling Tian killed when he returned her to the Luo River Heaven. She knew she was no longer in the Luo River Heaven because she had tried to send a message to her eldest sister and her mother but did not receive a response. Junior sister Mu Yi, Duanling Tian's expression turned unsightly. He had been delighted to hear his junior sister was alive. He did not expect her to be in a state worse than death. Moreover, there was nothing he could do to help her. Even Mo He, whose ability was acknowledged by Elder Hua, was helpless. After a moment, he asked Mo He through voice transmission, Is it truly impossible to save her? Yes, young master. This is because of the irreversible damage on her soul. Mo He replied. All right, Duanling Tian responded. He looked at Feng Jianshui and slowly said, It doesn't matter if it's impossible to return my junior sister to her original state. Annihilate the soul possessing her. Even if my junior sister suffers from the side effects, at least she'll still be alive. Duanling Tian. Feng Jianshui's expression changed drastically. Do you know what you're doing? You're really going to kill the beloved daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? If you kill me, not only you, but the people around you are doomed. Mo He smiled bitterly as he said, Young master, is it necessary to take such drastic measures? If she's telling the truth. In Mo He's opinion, it was an act of madness to kill the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was no match for Feng Qingyang, it was still best to avoid trouble if necessary. Duanling Tian said decisively, Senior Mo, don't worry. Just do as I say. Let Elder Hua bear witness that I'll shoulder all the consequences for this. Elder Hua said to Mo, make a move. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven is nothing. Even if she knows the young master is behind this, there's nothing she can do about it. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Mo no longer hesitated. A formidable soul energy shot into Mu Yi's body, causing her face to distort in fear and anger. She cried out wretchedly, sending chills running up everyone's spines before she asked with great difficulty, Di Duanling Tian, who are you? Based on Elder Hua's words, Feng Jianshui realized she had underestimated Duanling Tian. After all, her memories of him from Mu Yi were from their time in the Saint Province realm. Before Duanling Tian replied, Elder Hua said tonelessly, what do you think? We're in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Our young master is our Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple. Why, you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Feng Jianshui, who was in excruciating pain, was shocked by this revelation. She roared in pain and anger. Although Feng Qingyang is stronger than my mother, do you know who my father is? My father is... Before Feng Jianshui finished her words, her soul was destroyed by Mo. Since Mo was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was indescribably easy for him to destroy the soul of Feng Jianshui, who was a mere 10 directions celestial lord. If he did not have to consider Mu Yi's soul, it would have been even easier for him to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul. It's done. Mu Yi's flashing eyes suddenly dimmed before it regained a little bit of life. Huh? Who are you? Mu Yi asked as she looked at Duanling Tian and the others fearfully. Her behavior was like that of a 3-year-old child now. Although Duanling Tian had prepared himself for the worst, his heart still sank when he saw Mu Yi acting in such a manner. She was no longer the elegant Mu Yi of the past. Elder Hua, can you confirm that the woman's soul has been destroyed? Duanling Tian asked. Yes. It's been destroyed. Elder Hua nodded. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he said to Feng Tianwu, who was in his little world, Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll have to entrust junior sister Mu Yi to you for now. She will need your care and guidance during this time. Mu Yi, who was like a child now, would definitely need guidance. Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best candidate to look after her since the two women had a close relationship. Feng Tianwu suppressed the heaviness she felt in her heart and said, Brother Duan, I'll take care of her. After Mu Yi entered his little world, Duanling Tian looked at Mo and said, Senior Mo, thank you for your help. Young master, you're being too courteous. It's an honor to serve you, Mo said with a smile. Senior Mo, remember to keep this matter to yourself. Duanling Tian could not help but remind Mo when he recalled Feng Jianshui's unfinished words. If it was possible, it was best if the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven remained unaware. Under normal circumstances, it would be indeed difficult for the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. After all she knew about Duanling Tian was his name. It would be like searching for a needle in the ocean for her to look for Duanling Tian in all the Devata realms. Young master, rest assured. I'll keep this to myself, Mo hastily replied. He knew if Feng Jianshui was truly the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect, his life would be in danger as well, even if Duanling Tian had promised to shoulder the consequences. After all, he was the one who dealt the killing blow. Moreover, he was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For all these reasons, he was determined not to tell a single soul about this matter and pretend it never happened. As though he could read Mo's thoughts, Duanling Tian said, Don't worry. If news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul. Upon hearing these words, Mo sighed in relief inwardly. After Mo left, Duanling Tian looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua, based on her words, it seems like her father is not a simple person. Do you know who her father is? I have no idea. Elder Hua shook his head. Since he did not pay attention to gossip, he had no idea at all. I'll ask around, but now isn't the time to do so. No, there's no need to ask around at all, Duanling Tian said hastily. It'll only allow the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven to find us faster. Since Master hasn't returned, we'd be at a disadvantage if she comes looking for us. You think she'll come looking for us? Elder Hua was stunned. Then he shook his head as he laughed. She won't have the guts to do such a thing unless she loves her daughter to the point where she doesn't mind everyone and everything she holds dear falling into ruins. Don't forget that she still has another daughter. Based on Elder Hua's words, he seemed confident that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River did not have the support of a stronger force. In the Luo River Heaven's Luo River sect, a huge commotion broke out after Mu Yi was taken away. Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the sect and the person in charge, left with a group of powerhouses to search for Mu Yi. However, their search yielded no results. Where did Duanling Tian bring little sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, was dressed in a silver robe. She looked holy and elegant as a white energy flashed around her. At the same time, two old women trailed behind her. One of them wore a white long loose robe while the other was dressed in a black long loose robe. Their faces were both expressionless. Suddenly, Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. She felt her heart sink. She had casually checked her spatial ring and discovered one of the two soul pearls that was intact 15 minutes ago had shattered. Little sister. Apart from Feng Jianyu and her mother, only a few trustworthy people knew of Feng Jianshui's existence. Little sister died, but Mu Yi's soul pearl is still intact. Did Mu Yi's senior brother discover his junior sister was possessed, so he killed little sister to help Mu Yi regain control of her body? Feng Jianyu thought to herself as her eyes shone coldly and her body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The two old women's expressions changed as well. Although they were titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger twin sister. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Elders, continue the search for Mu Yi. I need to return to the sect to speak to my mother, Feng Jianyu said. Without waiting for the two old women's reply, she vanished into thin air after she finished speaking. The heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven was naturally the Luo River sect's estate. At this moment, Feng Jianyu rushed into a forbidden area in the sect where those who entered without permission would be killed instantly. She cried out, "Mother!" Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was in the middle of cultivation when Feng Jianyu appeared. Upon sensing the urgency in her daughter's voice, she emerged from a huge courtyard that was built on a vast stone platform. "Yua, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious?" Situ Zhuqing was familiar with Feng Jianyu's temperament. Her daughter was always calm, and it was rare for her to lose control of her emotions. For this reason, she knew something must have happened for her daughter to come looking for her with such urgency. "Mother!" Feng Jianyu fell to her knees and lowered her head as she said, "Please punish me. What happened?" Situ Zhuqing frowned. "Mother, I failed to take care of little sister and deserve to be punished," Feng Jianyu said as her body trembled. Situ Zhuqing's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. She opened her spatial ring and discovered her youngest daughter's soul pearl had shattered. "No. Impossible." Situ Zhuqing widened her eyes in disbelief. Although she had tried her best to stay calm, she was so overwhelmed by her emotions that her celestial origin energy began to surge into the surroundings. Feng Jianyu hurriedly mobilized her celestial origin energy to protect herself. However, just as quickly as it started, Situ Zhuqing's celestial origin energy vanished without a trace. She composed herself and asked tonelessly, "What happened? How did Shui die? Didn't she possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her and to never let her leave the Luo River sect?" Her voice turned cold at the end of the words. She clearly blamed Feng Jianyu. At the same time, killing intent shone in her eyes. "Mother, this is what happened." Feng Jianyu hurriedly recounted what happened. 2 days ago, little sister received a message meant for Mu Yi. However, there was no reaction from Mu Yi's soul when the message was received. Based on Mu Yi's memories, little sister found out the person who sent the message is Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi's junior sister. Feng Tianwu was conveying a message for Duanling Tian. He's Mu Yi's senior brother in the mundane realm. He said he wanted to meet Mu Yi. Duanling Tian is the reason Mu Yi and his family and friends were brought to the divine offering land. That was also when they were separated. Since her innate talent and constitution underwent a big change after being in the divine offering land, I thought her body would be the perfect vassal for little sister. I didn't expect Mu Yi would become the reason for little sister's death. Her expression was one of sorrow when she spoke. She did not expect her little sister to die. Feng Tian Wu, Mu Yi, and Duanling Tian were disciples of a sect in the Saint Province realm called the Seven Absolutes sect. Mother, you know that little sister told me everything she learned from Mu Yi's memories. I remember her saying that Duanling Tian was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Mu Yi was the successor of the second absolute, the Prophet progeny. Feng Tian Wu was the successor of the fifth absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Duanling Tian came to meet Mu Yi at the entrance of the sect. However, not much time passed before he suddenly ordered his subordinate to kidnap her away. The disciples guarding the entrance couldn't even react in time. However, they remembered Duanling Tian's appearance, so a portrait of him has been drawn out. There was an old man following him, but the disciples didn't pay much attention to him, so they don't remember what he looks like. After Feng Jianyu finished speaking, she brought a portrait out and handed it to Situ Zhuqing. The portrait of a young man with extraordinary bearings looked so realistic that those who knew Duanling Tian would definitely be amazed at how lifelike it was if they were to see it. Duanling Tian? Situ Zhuqing's eyes flashed with killing intent again as she looked at the portrait. She asked through gritted teeth, "What about Mu Yi's soul? Is it destroyed as well?" Since Situ Zhuqing did not possess Mu Yi's soul pearl, she was unaware that Mu Yi was still alive. No, she's still alive. That's why I believe Duanling Tian must have discovered that Mu Yi was possessed by little sister and brought her away. Feng Jianyu said solemnly, giving voice to her suspicion. Very well. A terrifying killing intent surged out of Situ Zhuqing's body. After she left to meet Duanling Tian, I didn't hear from little sister at all. This means she must have been unconscious and restrained so she couldn't contact me. With that, there are only two scenarios left. 1. She was killed before the restraint was lifted. 2. She was brought out of Luo River Heaven so she couldn't contact me, Feng Jinyu said. Investigate Duanling Tian at once. Situ Zhuqing said coldly, if there isn't any clue in the Devata realms, send someone to the Saint Province realm in the mundane realm to investigate Duanling Tian's descendants. Remember to kill everyone. If nothing comes out of the investigation, kill every living creature in the Saint Province realm. They should feel honored to be my daughter's sacrificial offerings. Situ Zhuqing's voice was so cold that even Feng Jianyu felt chills running up her spine. Mother, I'll order our men to investigate Duanling Tian immediately. Feng Jianyu narrowed her eyes. If nothing comes out of the investigation, I'll personally go to the Saint Province realm and kill every living creature as a sacrifice for little sister. I'll arrange for someone to investigate him as well. Situ Zhuqing nodded. At the same time, she put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait. Tell the others to draw another one for you. Understood. Feng Jianyu nodded. You may leave now, Situ Zhuqing said. Before Feng Jianyu left, she tried to comfort her mother. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. Please don't be too sad and watch over your health. Leave. I'm fine, Situ Zhuqing said dismissively. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zhuqing's gaze grew colder. How dare you kill my daughter? I hope you're prepared to die. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are. I hope I can catch the culprit within a few hundred years. Otherwise, I might have to ask that person for a favor. Situ Zhuqing's eyes softened briefly and a bitter smile appeared on her face at the end of her words. Only she and her daughters knew who fathered them. Their father was a god in a realm of gods, a superior being whom even the heavenly emperor of the Luo River was not a match for. Duanling Tian knew Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, must be searching for him in a frenzy now. However, he was not too bothered since he thought it would take years for her to find him. Nevertheless, even if she succeeded in finding him now, he did not regret his actions at all. If Yanqing Yen didn't kidnap junior sister Mu Yi, she wouldn't possess such extraordinary innate talent and be targeted by the people from the Luo River sect. Duanling Tian blamed himself for what happened to Mu Yi. Therefore, he would never regret killing Feng Jianxue. If he were stronger, he would have killed everyone in the Luo River sect who was privy to Mu Yi's possession. Feng Tianwu said gravely, Brother Duan, since senior sister Yi's intelligence is affected because her soul is damaged, I'm afraid she'll remain this way for the rest of her life. A normal child's intelligence will develop as time passes, but I'm afraid this won't be the case for senior sister Yi. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes reddened as he clenched his hands tightly. Junior sister Mu Yi, rest assured, one day, I'll go to the Luo River sect and kill everyone who's involved in this matter. Although I can't completely avenge, at least I killed that person who possessed you. Elder Hua, who could sense the turmoil in Duan Ling Tian's heart, swiftly changed the topic. He said, Young master, should we bring the two little fellows from the dragon clan with us and let them stay in your little world? Duan Ling Tian knew Elder Hua was referring to Little Black and Little White. He nodded. Yes. Although Elder Hua did not know the actual conditions of Duan Ling Tian's little world, he knew its cultivation environment was far superior to any places in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heavens cultivation environment was no match for Duan Ling Tian's little world, which was almost like a miniature realm of God. This was the reason he suggested bringing Little Black and Little White into Duan Ling Tian's little world to cultivate. Since the core element of a realm of gods, a tree of life, was in his little world as well, the heaven and earth spirit energy would never be exhausted unless something happened to him. Therefore, although Little White and Little Black were still in closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian woke them up. Brother Ling Tian. The duo was naturally delighted when they saw Duan Ling Tian. The entire purpose of their visit to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was to meet him. Brother Ling Tian, you've returned? Little Black, Little White, there are guests waiting in my little world. Both of you should meet them, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Guests? Little Black and Little White did not think much about Duan Ling Tian's words. They thought he was referring to Little Gold. However, their eyes lit up in surprise, excitement, and happiness when they saw familiar faces they had not seen in a long time. Little White was so overwhelmed by emotions that she rushed forward to hug Feng Tianwu and Li Ro. Senior sister Tianwu, Aunt Ro. Apart from Kuer and Lo Fei, the three little fellows were the closest to Feng Tianwu and Li Ro. At this moment, after meeting the two women after so many years, let alone Little White, even Little Black's eyes flashed with emotions. At this moment, the usually aloof Little Black was like an excited child as he called out, Sister Tianwu, Aunt Ro, Uncle Feng. Little White's eyes glistened with tears. She was unable to hold back her emotions. Meanwhile, outside of the little world, Elder Hua, let's go. Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua left the solitary destructive heaven again through the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian's heart was rather heavy when he left. Although he found his father and Feng Wudao in rather good circumstances, his mother and Mu Yi's circumstances had shaken him. Since he arrived in time, he was able to rescue his mother and avoid a tragedy. However, he arrived too late to help Mu Yi. Therefore, he could not help but worry about those he had not found. Although their soul pearls were intact, he did not feel reassured at all. After all, Mu Yi's soul pearl was intact as well. Chills ran up his spine when he thought about what happened to Mu Yi again. He prayed fervently that the loved ones he had not found were safe. Little Feier, Niantian, Xuanai. In the heavenly palace of the floating heaven that was located in the floating territory. The heavenly palace was located high above the clouds overlooking a vast expanse of water. It was a huge floating island that was as majestic as the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. In fact, most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were mostly similar. They were located high up in the sky, so they were not easy to locate and were rarely disturbed. At this moment, in a courtyard located in a secluded valley, a stunning purple-clad woman could be seen stroking the branch of a plant in front of her. When she removed her hand from the branch, it caused 2 leaves to fall. She looked at the 2 falling leaves in a daze as she murmured, in just a blink of an eye, 300 years are about to pass since I came here. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to leave the floating heaven to search for that scoundrel, mother, father, and Si Ling in the other Devata realms. Sister Feier, A voice rang in the air, breaking the purple-clad woman out of her reverie. Xuanai. After a few moments, a figure flew into the courtyard. It was a beautiful woman whose expression was one of indescribable excitement. Xuanai, what's going on? The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei, who had left the Purple Spike Realm and came to the Floating Heaven 300 years ago. At that time, she had brought her son, Duan Niantian, and Han Xuanai to the Floating Heaven as well. Sister Fei. I received a message from Sister Tian Wu, Han Xuanai said excitedly. After I responded, I received another message from her saying Brother Ling Tian is scouring the Devata realms and searching for us. They're in the Floating Heaven now. Aunt Ro, Uncle Ru Feng, and Uncle Wu Dao are with them as well. They've all been reunited. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are with them as well. I've already told Sister Tian Wu that you, Nian Tian, and I are together. Following that, Han Xuanai's excitement seemed to diminish slightly as she asked hesitantly, Should I tell her about our location? Tell her. Of course, you have to tell her. Why wouldn't you tell her? Even if that scoundrel didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for him once I become a celestial emperor. Li Fei's eyes reddened before tears rolled down her face like pearls. She was so impatient to reunite with the others that she sent a message to Feng Tianwu as well. Tianwu, we're in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven. After traveling through the Transportation Formation, go to the Floating Territories Grand Mansion and find an inn to lodge in. I'll meet all of you there with Nian Tian and Xuanai. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was rather moved when she heard Li Fei's voice. Although she had heard from Han Xuanai that she was with Li Fei, she still could not help but feel emotional when she heard from Li Fei. Big Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu handed Li Fei's soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian and said, Sister Fei is also in the Floating Heaven. Duan Ling Tian had already guessed Feng Tianwu had found someone when she handed a soul pearl to him. However, his expression brightened even more when he discovered she had found Li Fei. Little Fei. In this life, Duan Ling Tian had two official wives, Kur and Li Fei. Although he tried to be impartial, there was no doubt that Kur and Li Fei held slightly more important positions in his heart. After all, the two women were with him the longest after he came to this world. In regard to this, he felt slightly guilty toward Feng Tianwu and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian was no less excited than Li Fei as he sent a message to her. Little Fei, I'm coming to meet you now. In Duan Ling Tian's little world, Duan Si Ling, Duan Ru Feng, Li Ro, and the three little fellows also heard that Li Fei had been found. Sister Fei is in this Devata realm? Sister Fei has been found? The three little fellows' eyes shone with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Si Ling was also overcome with emotions. We've found second mother. Although Kur and Li Fei were both Duan Ling Tian's wives, Li Fei had also always considered herself second to Kur since she had met Duan Ling Tian later. Kur naturally did not care about such trivial matters. But Li Fei had asked Duan Si Ling, Kur's daughter, to address her as second mother and even told her son, Duan Yen Tian, to address Kur as first mother. Needless to say, both children addressed their respective mothers as mother. Before they were separated, Li Fei's care and love for Duan Si Ling was not any less compared to her son. In fact, she seemed to spoil Duan Si Ling more than Duan Yen Tian. Therefore, the relationship between her and Duan Si Ling was very good. Duan Si Ling treated her as though she was her real mother as well. Fei is in this Devata realm? Yen Tian as well. Li Ro and Duan Ru Feng were also moved when they found out their daughter-in-law and grandson had been found. Although they were happy, they could not help but worry about their present circumstances. Are they all right? Li Ro asked. Aunt Ro, don't worry. Sister Fei is fine. She's the direct disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven Celestial Emperor and one of the two strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Palace's command, Feng Tianwu explained. She knew everyone would be worried about Li Fei's circumstances once they found Li Fei was in the Floating Heaven. Following that, she said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Duan, Sister Fei wants us to take the Transportation Formation to Floating Territories Grand Mansion. She said to look for an inn there and that she'll meet us there. Outside of the little word. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duanling Tian hurriedly said to Elder Hua. Elder Hua, let's head to the nearest transportation site. There's news. Elder Hua was keenly aware of the sudden change in Duanling Tian's emotions. His eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's words. The remaining 3 people are all in the floating heaven. Duanling Tian smiled. The floating heaven was the 78th Devata realm Duanling Tian had visited. There were only 3 Devata realms he had yet to search. At this time, he finally found all his surviving family and friends. At the same time, Li Fei sent a message to her son, Duan Nian Tian, asking him to come and see her. When she saw her son, she said with a smile, Nian Tian, your father is coming to meet us. Father. Duan Nian Tian's eyes brightened immediately as a dazzling smile appeared on his handsome face. I thought we would have to wait until you become a celestial emperor before we be able to look for father and the others. I didn't expect father to find us first. Initially, Li Fei wanted to leave the floating heaven to look for Duanling Tian and the others. However, when her master discovered her intention, her master forbade her from leaving and dispatched experts to guard her in the dark. If she left the floating heaven, they would definitely bring her back. However, it had to be said the celestial emperors guarding her would not use excessive force to bring her back even if she escaped. As long as she did not leave the floating heaven, she was free to do what she wanted. Li Fei replied, I've already told your father to meet us at the Grand Mansion. When they find an inn to settle down, they'll let us know. At that time, we'll head over there to meet them. Duan Nian Tian nodded. He could barely suppress his excitement. The person he admired most in his life was his father. Although he had met many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, none of them could compare to his father at all. At this moment, Han Xuanai asked with a frown on her face, Sister Feier, I know you want to meet Brother Ling Tian. However, if Kong Yui finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble. Kong Yui? Who does he think he is? Li Fei's eyes flashed coldly as she narrowed them. Kong Yui could be considered as Li Fei's senior brother. He was the only son of her master's senior brother. As soon as Li Fei arrived in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Kong Yui had been trying to get close to her. Although he knew she was married and even had a child, it did not deter him at all. In his opinion, it was unlikely her husband was still alive. Even if her husband was still alive, he was confident and did not think her husband could compete with him at all. I'm just worried that Brother Ling Tian will suffer a loss. Han Xuanai smiled bitterly. Her forehead creased in worry as she said, Sister Feier, although you have the support of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, he has the support of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. Moreover, Kong Yui is far stronger than us. Despite being less than 1,000 years old, he's already a celestial emperor and has mastered all the profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Li Fei's expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Duan Nian Tian said, Mother, at most, we'll just meet them outside. We don't have to bring them back to the heavenly palace to meet the heavenly emperor. Don't have to bring them here? Li Fei shook her head. Impossible. Since your father is here, I naturally have to introduce him to Master. After all, Master has helped us too much. Then, she continued to say in a solemn voice, if Kong Yui looks for trouble, I believe Master won't just watch and not do anything about it. In fact, Li Fei felt rather helpless when faced with Kong Yui. Not only was she unable to defeat him, but her background was at most on par with his. He did not even fear her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. After a while, Li Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. Tianwu just informed me they've arrived in Nangu City. Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai grew excited upon hearing these words. It had been too long since they had last seen Duanling Tian. Moreover, there were their family and friends as well. Let's go. Li Fei led Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai out of her residence and left the heavenly palace. Unbeknownst to the trio, a beautiful woman who was dressed in robes similar to that during the Tang dynasty on Earth was following them. She was none other than the subordinate of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, whose strength was almost equal to a titled Celestial Emperor. She had been assigned to protect Li Fei and to prevent Li Fei from leaving the floating heaven. As long as Li Fei remained in the floating heaven, she would be contactable through communication talismans. If she left the floating heaven, she would no longer be contactable. With that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not be able to track her whereabouts. For this reason, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was worried about Li Fei's safety. Therefore, before Li Fei became strong enough to protect herself, she was prohibited from leaving the floating heaven. The beautiful woman kept watch over Li Fei from a distance. Despite feeling suspicious, she had no plans of stopping Li Fei as long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven. Young Miss rarely leaves the palace. I wonder what happened. After leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, the trio entered the Grand Mansion's territory. Since the Grand Mansion was located near the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it was directly under the command of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The mansion master of the Grand Mansion was also a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, but his position was not high in the heavenly palace. As an ordinary titled celestial emperor, it was not surprising he did not hold much importance in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. In Nangu City, that was part of the Grand Mansion's territory. After entering Nangu City, Duanling Tian told Feng Tianwu to inform Li Fei of their arrival. After a moment, Feng Tianwu replied, "Brother Duan, I've already spoken to Sister Li Fei. She's on the way here with the others." All right. Although Duanling Tian looked outwardly calm, great waves of emotions were surging in his heart. Even his heart was thumping quickly in his chest. At this time, his mind had traveled back to the time when he first saw Li Fei. At that time, Li Fei, who was from the Li clan, was the #1 beauty in Aurora City. Duanling Tian could vividly remember her 18-year-old self, who was dressed in a light purple robe, and her mature charm that was a stark contrast to Kur. Her beautiful eyes were capable of capturing the souls of men who looked at her. She was the first woman who had invoked a strong desire in him just based on appearance alone. From the beginning, she had held an extremely high position in his heart. It had been a long time since he heard her calling him a scoundrel. Not long after she gave birth to his son, they were separated. The separation lasted for 300 years. With all these thoughts in his mind, his eyes glistened slightly with tears. At this moment, "Brother Duan, Sister Feier is here." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian could not help but tremble. His eyes lit up like the brightest star in the night sky immediately. As though guided by a mysterious force, he instinctively looked north. Soon after, he saw 4 figures flying toward him from the distance. 3 figures flew in the lead while 1 figure flew at the back. He was not familiar with the person flying at the back of the trio. Duanling Tian was incredibly familiar with the 2 women flying at the lead. After so many years, his wife's appearance did not change much. Her biggest transformation seemed to be the otherworldly air around her. On the other hand, Han Xuanai seemed to have matured a lot, no longer resembling the mischievous young girl from the past. As for the young man who resembled him, it was not hard to guess that the young man was his son, Duanyen Tian. Swoosh! 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 Before Li Fei and the others arrived, several figures appeared next to Duanling Tian one after another. They were none other than Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, Li Rou, and the others. At this time, Duanyen Tian and Han Xuanai tacitly came to a stop when they were near Duanling Tian and the others as Li Fei rushed forward toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian flew forward to Li Fei as well. The husband and wife were finally reunited after being separated for so long. They embraced each other tightly to the point where they could feel each other's breaths. Neither of them spoke, as though worried the happiness of the moment would be broken as soon as they spoke. They continued to embrace each other tightly, as though they wished they could merge into one. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman caught up to Duanyen Tian and Han Xuanai and came to a stop. She was taken back as she watched Li Fei embrace the purple-clad man with a dazed expression. She had never seen Li Fei acting in such a manner. After following Li Fei for so many years, it was not difficult for her to guess the situation. Moreover, she paid close attention to Li Fei since she treated Li Fei as her daughter as well. That man must be her husband. Li Fei was usually aloof. She would only show hints of happiness when she was with her son, Duan Niantian, and Han Xuanai. When Li Fei was with her master, she seemed to be able to relax slightly, letting her true self peek out. However, this was the first time she was so unabashedly happy. After a long time, Duan Tian finally broke the silence. "Little Feier, you've suffered." As he spoke, he ran his fingers through Li Fei's long hair that cascaded down her back. As soon as Li Fei heard Duan Tian's voice, she felt the tension in her body, accumulated over the years they were apart, melt away. Tears rolled down her face like pearls as she buried her face in his chest and said, "Scoundrel. Do you know how much I missed you? I miss you so much. I'm sorry, I'm late." Duan Tian embraced Li Fei tightly. His voice was indescribably gentle and a tinge of guilt could be heard in it. "No, you're not late," Li Fei shook her head, feeling overwhelmed by her emotions. After a while, the lovers finally seemed to be aware of the gazes that were trained on them. When Li Fei raised her head, her cheeks were red. After that, she pulled Duan Tian's hand and made her way toward Li Ro and Duan Rufeng. Li Fei bowed at Duan Tian's parents and said, "This unfilial daughter-in-law greets mother and father." Duan Rufeng laughed happily before he said, "How are you unfilial? Feier, if Tianer ever bullies you, you have to let me know. I'll definitely discipline him on your behalf." "That's right." Li Ro stepped forward and held Li Fei's hand. "Feier, if Tiana bullies you, you have to tell mother. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Duan Tian smiled wryly as he stood at the side. He wondered if these people were really his biological parents. At this moment, Li Fei turned around to look at Duan Tian, who stood frozen in the distance, and called out, "Nian Tian, come and meet your father and grandparents." Upon hearing his mother's words, Duan Tian immediately flew forward. When he arrived in front of his father, he looked at his father emotionally with a burning gaze as he called out, "Father. My boy, you're all grown up now." Duan Tian's eyes glistened with tears as he hugged his son. He felt sorry for failing to carry out his duty as a father. Fortunately, his son was understanding and did not blame him. "Father, we finally meet again. I thought we would only be able to meet after mother becomes a celestial emperor," Duan Tian said excitedly. He had idolized his father since he was a child, and it did not change even though so many years had passed. "The wait is over. I'm here now, we'll never be separated again." Duan Tian's eyes shone with determination as he said, "Believe me when I say we'll never be separated again." "I believe you, father." Duan Tian nodded seriously. He did not doubt his father's words. Although he did not know how strong his father was now, he had complete faith in his father. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was his father's #1 fan. "All right, go and greet your grandparents, Aunt Tianwu, and your sister," Duan Tian said with a smile as he released his hold on his son. Duan Tian nodded and walked toward Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. "Grandfather, grandmother. Nian Tian, you've grown up." Duan Rufeng sighed emotionally. Nian Tian, tears trickled down Li Ro's face. In a blink of an eye, her grandson had grown up. Although she did not know what had happened to him over the years, she knew it must not be easy for him to survive until now. Xuanai. Overwhelmed with emotions, Han Xuanai walked toward Duan Tian and wept in his arms. "Brother Tian, I miss you so much." Duan Tian and Han Xuanai were like siblings. In the past, she depended on him a lot and had idolized him. During the years she spent with his wife and son, she had missed him very much as well. "Silly girl, you're an adult now. Don't you feel embarrassed to cry?" Duan Tian shook his head and said teasingly, "How are you? Did you meet anyone you like over the past years?" "Brother Tian, stop teasing me." Han Xuanai smiled. "I've already told you I'd only be interested in a man if he's as outstanding as you." Duan Tian chuckled and said, "Then prepare to stay single for the rest of your life." "Brother Tian, you're being narcissistic again," Han Xuanai laughed and said, "We're in the Devata realm now. Is there really no other man as brilliant as you throughout all the Devata realms?" "Only time will tell." Duan Tian shook his head and smiled. "Scoundrel." Duan Tian was pulled back to his senses by Li Fei's voice. He turned to look at her. At this moment, she was surrounded by little black, little white, and little gold. Li Fei glanced at the peerless white-clad beauty standing in the distance and asked, "Why didn't you introduce us?" Huanahan followed Feng Tianwu and the others when they left Duan Tian's little world. Duanling Tian felt embarrassed when he saw the meaningful gaze that Li Fei shot him. All this time, Huaner had been standing silently at the side as she watched Duanling Tian and Li Fei's reunion. A faint smile could be seen on her face. She was genuinely happy for Duanling Tian, since she knew how much he had missed Li Fei over the years. Huaner. Duanling Tian teleported next to Huaner and said, "This is my wife, Li Fei." "Greetings, Sister Li Fei." Huaner greeted Li Fei with a smile. "Brother Ling Tian often spoke about you. You're much prettier than what he'd described." "Thank you for your compliment, younger sister Huaner. You're really beautiful, no wonder the scoundrel is smitten with you," Li Fei said with a nod and a smile to Huaner before she looked at Duanling Tian knowingly. At the same time she said to him through voice transmission, "Scoundrel. I don't care about how many women you fall in love with. However, before Sister Kuer is rescued from the divine offering land, you aren't allowed to marry them except for Tianwu. Even if Sister Kuer won't blame you for it, I won't allow it. Little Feier, am I such a cold-blooded person in your eyes?" Duanling Tian smiled bitterly and replied through voice transmission, "Rest assured, before Kuer is rescued, I won't marry any woman. This includes Tianwu." Li Fei furrowed her brows slightly. "Don't you think you're being cruel to Tianwu?" Li Fei furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "Little Feier, I've spoken to Tianwu regarding this matter. She understands my situation and feels it's the right thing to do as well," Duanling Tian said. "Tianwu is too kind," Li Fei said with a sigh. Duanling Tian had been worried Li Fei and Huaner might not get along. To his relief, the two women seemed to get along rather well, and Li Fei seemed to like Huaner as well. At this time, Han Xuanai asked with a gleam in her eyes, "Brother Ling Tian, is she my new sister-in-law? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. How did you trick her to follow you?" Duanling Tian feigned indignance when he heard Han Xuanai's teasing words. He said, "Hey, watch your words. Where did you pick up such bad habits?" Now that they were reunited, they naturally had so much to catch up on. Duanling Tian asked curiously, "Little Feier, how did you end up in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? I heard from Tianwu that you're now the disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who's the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven. Everything started when I was in the mundane realm, the Purple Spike realm," Li Fei said before she briefly recounted her experience in the Purple Spike realm after she left the divine offering land. Coincidentally, Nian Tian and Xuanai were also in the Purple Spike realm. "After I found them, we ascended to the floating heaven and joined the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." Duanling Tian sighed in relief and gratitude. "You're lucky to have come across such a fortuitous encounter. It's all thanks to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come so far. Naturally, if given a choice, I'd rather for all of us to live peacefully in the Saint Province realms instead of being forcibly brought to the divine offering land. It would be great if we could live in peace in the Saint Province realm," Li Fei said as a hint of wistfulness shone in her eyes. "Don't worry. I promise we'll have peaceful days in the Devata realm as well," Duanling Tian said resolutely. He was determined to grow stronger to gain a foothold in the Devata realms to ensure his family would be able to live peacefully. Li Fei nodded. Then she said, "Scoundrel, let's go meet Master." While Duanling Tian and Elder Hua followed Li Fei back to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duan Tian and Han Xuanai followed the others back to Duanling Tian's little world. "This is Father's little world?" Duan Tian and Han Xuanai were shocked when they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duanling Tian's little world was similar to the one in the divine offering land. The inhabitants of the realms of gods were extraordinarily gifted due to their superior heaven and earth spirit energies. Before becoming celestials, they were tempered by the superior heaven and earth spirit energies in the realms of gods, resulting in them having high innate talent and potential. Han Xuanai still had not recovered from her shock. The heaven and earth spirit energy in here is exactly the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The others were naturally no longer shocked since they had been staying in the little world for some time now. "The cultivation environment here is excellent. I'll become a celestial lord very quickly if I cultivate here." "Me too," Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai could not wait to begin cultivating. Li Ro and the others could not help but chuckle at the duo's reactions. After all, their reactions were all similar when they first entered Duan Ling Tian's little word. Outside of Duan Ling Tian's little word, Duan Ling Tian asked Li Fei, "Little Feier, you should have the other soul pearls, right?" Li Fei's expression turned grim immediately. Apart from mother, father, Kuer, Si Ling, senior sister Mu Yi, Tian Wu, and Tian Wu's father, the other soul pearls have shattered. Although Duan Ling Tian was already aware of this, his expression could not help darken again. He clenched his hands tightly as he gritted teeth. He swore to himself inwardly, "Yun Qing Yen, one day, I'll make you pay for everything." In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Yun Qing Yen was the cause of the deaths of his senior brother, Bailey Hong, and the others. After all, they would have led peaceful and good lives in the Saint Province realm if Yun Qing Yen did not kidnap them and bring them to the divine offering land. There are less than 700 years to go before the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods open. At that time, I must go to the divine offering land to avenge them. Duan Ling Tian was furious when he thought about the deaths of his loved ones. He was so affected by this thought that he remained silent throughout their journey to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Li Fei understood Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, so she only silently held his hand and stayed by his side to provide him with support. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman trailing at the back of the couple along with Elder Hua looked at the peerless couple that seemed like a match made in heaven. Although she was unfamiliar with the purple-clad young man, based on his bearing and behavior, she could tell he was outstanding. Moreover, it was rare for someone as young as him to be so mature. Based on what she knew, Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian were only slightly over 300 years old. She thought to herself, perhaps only this handsome and talented young man is worthy of the young miss. Soon after, they arrived in front of a floating island above the vast ocean that was shrouded in thick clouds. "Scoundrel, we've arrived at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven," Li Fei said. Although she had many questions for Duan Ling Tian, she had remained silent throughout their journey here since she could sense Duan Ling Tian's inner turmoil. Duan Ling Tian looked at the floating island and the clouds swirling around and beneath it. He thought it was rather similar to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. Unlike the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven that was hidden with other means, the heavenly palaces of the purple revelation heaven and the floating heaven were hidden by the clouds. "Let's meet my master." Although Li Fei had prepared herself, she was still nervous about bringing Duan Ling Tian to meet her master. It was just like on Earth where women were nervous about bringing their boyfriends home to meet their parents. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had treated Li Fei as her daughter over the years. Moreover, compared to other elders and even Duan Ling Tian, she had spent the longest time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Li Fei was raised by her grandmother since she was a toddler when she was in the Saint Province realm. As far as her memory stretched, she did not have many, if any, memories of her parents at all. Perhaps that was why she treated the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who had taken great care of her, as her mother as well. How could she not feel nervous now that her husband was about to meet her master whom she treated as her mother? "My master's courtyard is up ahead." While Li Fei led Duan Ling Tian into the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, many disciples she encountered along the way would greet her. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven had 3 true disciples, and Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was the youngest disciple. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor stayed in a valley filled with lush greeneries. The sound of birds chirping permeated the air. Before Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei stepped foot into the valley, a flock of birds at the entrance began to gather and fly around them. "Miss Fei." The flock of birds that were capable of speech greeted Li Fei happily. A red sparrow looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked excitedly, "Miss Fei, is he the man you spoke about all the time? We didn't believe you previously, but it seems like you weren't lying. You're really married." "Why would I lie to all of you?" Li Fei shook her head gently before she introduced the flock of birds to Duan Ling Tian. "Scoundrel, these are my senior sisters. They're my master's nominal disciples." With this, the flock of birds suddenly transformed into a group of teenage girls and young women. They gathered around Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei as they giggled. One of them said, "So you're Miss Fei's husband?" You're quite handsome. It's impossible to find a man as handsome as you in our heavenly palace. The group of female disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a rare animal. Although Duan Ling Tian was slightly discomfited by the gazes, he maintained a friendly smile on his face. Thank you for taking care of little Fea all these years. At this moment, the beautiful woman trailing behind Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei said, Enough. Make way for the young Mississippi. She's going to bring him to meet our Lord. With these, the group of girls reverted to a flock of birds and flew away. As soon as they stepped into the valley, the fragrance of fresh flowers and wine wafted into their noses. As Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply, Li Fei explained, My master has a hobby of brewing wine. This fragrance is from the flower wine she brewed. The flowers in Devata realms usually contain spirit energy, so my master planted many celestial flowers and celestial herbs here that have the potential of gaining human forms. Before me, my master has a disciple who's a celestial herb. Senior sister is already a titled celestial emperor, and she's normally not in the heavenly palace. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this moment, he discovered the beautiful women had stopped following them. Elder Hua was the only one left trailing behind them. Elder Hua naturally followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. After all, in his eyes, it was his duty to protect Duan Ling Tian and ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety. He would do anything to keep Duan Ling Tian safe. It was not just because he had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian from before. It was also partly due to Feng Qingyang, whom he felt greatly indebted to. Without Feng Qingyang, he would not have such achievements today. Meanwhile, they walked deeper into the valley. After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Fei's master, the purple spike celestial emperor, in a courtyard brimming with flowers, plants, and herbs. She looked like a young woman in her 20s. She was tall and her body was curvaceous. At this moment, she was tending to her garden. Master! Li Fei bowed and greeted her master as soon as they arrived. The purple spike celestial emperor straightened her back to look at Li Fei. When her gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, they flashed briefly with a cold light. Feier, is he your husband? After Li Fei and Duan Ling Tian were reunited, the beautiful woman had sent a message to inform the purple spike celestial emperor of this matter. Yes, master, Li Fei responded respectfully, this is my husband, Duan Ling Tian. As Li Fei spoke, Duan Ling Tian bowed at the purple spike celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian greets the purple spike celestial emperor. Thank you for taking care of little Feier all these years. Words can't describe how grateful I feel. I'll certainly repay your kindness in the future. The purple spike celestial emperor replied faintly. Since you're Feier's husband, you should stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It wasn't easy for both of you to be reunited. If both of you were to separate again, Feier won't be able to concentrate on her cultivation. I hope you won't affect her cultivation in the future. With her potential, she would at least be on par with me in the future. Duan Ling Tian was moved by the purple spike celestial emperor's direct words. Could be seen that she regarded Li Fei highly. He had no doubt that she treated Li Fei very well. Nevertheless, he had plans of his own that contradicted the purple spike celestial emperor's plan. Duan Ling Tian looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and said determinedly and confidently, Purple spike celestial emperor, I'm here not only to thank you for taking care of little Feier all this time, but we're here to bid farewell to you as well. Since we've reunited, it's natural that we won't be separated again. I plan to bring little Feier with me and leave the floating heaven. You plan to bring Feier away from here? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the purple spike celestial emperor's expression turned icy immediately. At the same time, a bone-chilling energy suddenly descended on the valley, causing a layer of frost to form. Based on this, it was clear she had comprehended the law of ice. Master! Li Fei's expression changed instantly. Although she knew her master had high hopes for her and felt that she would be throwing her future away if she left with Duan Ling Tian, she did not expect her master would be so furious. She could not help but feel helpless. Although the purple spike celestial emperor had unleashed the law of ice, she had only done so to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. She had no intention of hurting him at all. However, her actions had angered Elder Hua, causing his expressions to darken. Elder Hua's body was instantly shrouded by surging flames. Duanling Tian stopped Elder Hua through voice transmission. Elder Hua, there's no need for this. Meanwhile, the purple spike Celestial Emperor was inwardly shocked when she discovered not only was Duanling Tian unaffected by the law of ice, but it seemed like he did not feel pressured at all. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang in the air. Kong Yu greets third junior aunt. You may enter, the purple spike Celestial Emperor said as she raised an eyebrow and withdrew her energy. In just a moment, a tall and muscular young man entered the courtyard. He was dressed in a silver long robe with golden trimmings. He carried an arrogant air about him. He bowed at the purple spike Celestial Emperor. Greetings, third junior aunt. What brings you here? The purple spike Celestial Emperor asked as she looked at Kong Yu. I heard that junior sister Li Fei's husband is here, so I came to see what kind of outstanding person he is for her to ignore my pursuit of her, Kong Yu said bluntly with a smile on his face. It was clear he had intentionally spoken bluntly for his own purpose. Kong Yu, can you stop talking nonsense? Li Fei glared at Kong Yu with a frosty expression on her face. Just as Li Fei was about to lose her temper, Duanling Tian held her hand and shook her head gently. Then, he said with a smile on his face, Little Feier, your temper is still as bad as before. Is it necessary for you to retaliate when a dog barks at you? As soon as Kong Yu appeared, Duanling Tian had already sensed Kong Yu's hostility when their eyes met. He was briefly confused by Kong Yu's hostility since it was their first meeting after all. Kong Yu's open declaration of his pursuit of Li Fei enlightened him immediately. Li Fei struggled as she tried not to laugh after listening to Duanling Tian's words. It felt as though they had returned to the days when they were still in the Saint Province realm. She did not expect Duanling Tian was still so pointed with his words. At the same time, the purple spike Celestial Emperor could not help but frown upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, but she remained silent. On the other hand, Kong Yu's expression darkened as he looked at Li Fei and asked, Junior sister Li Fei, is your husband always so rude? Kong Yu, before you ask such a question, why don't you reflect on yourself to see if you're rude? Li Fei said nonchalantly as she glanced at Kong Yu. She did not mince her words even though her master was present. Kong Yu inhaled deeply to suppress his anger after listening to Li Fei's words. Then, he scoffed as he turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked, Brat, did you come here hoping to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven using junior sister Li Fei's connections? Duanling Tian looked at Kong Yu and said pointedly, some people aren't even able to use little Fei's connection even if they want to. Kong Yu's expression further darkened when he heard Duanling Tian's provocative words. He said, so you admit to using junior sister Li Fei? She must be blind for choosing to marry you. Then he turned to say to Li Fei, junior sister Li Fei, such a man isn't worthy of you. Li Fei retorted tonelessly, it's not your place to comment if he's worthy or not. At this moment, Duanling Tian said, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, if there's nothing else, little Feier and I will take our leave now. We'll visit you in the future. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Can you guarantee Feia's safety if she follows you? Can you guarantee her cultivation won't suffer? You may leave with her if you can truthfully answer yes to these questions. Otherwise, I won't let her leave with you. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could sense Duanling Tian was not as simple as he seemed to be, so she did not go overboard with her words. However, before Duanling Tian or Li Fei could reply, Kong Yu exclaimed in shock, Junior sister Li Fei, why you're leaving with him? You have to think this through. Where else can you find a cultivation environment as good as the heavenly palace of the floating island after leaving? Li Fei replied indifferently, Nothing matters as long as we're together. Following that, she kneeled in front of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and solemnly said, Master, I've been cultivating hard all these years because of my husband. Now that we're reunited, nothing is more important to me than him. I'll never forget your kindness and the lessons you've taught me over the years. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never refuse you. Moreover, I promise to visit you in the future. Although Li Fei was unaware that Duanling Tian could indeed provide her with a better cultivation environment, she was insistent on leaving with him. Feia. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's gaze softened as she looked at Li Fei. I understand you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered to let him stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. I only want you to live up to your potential and cultivate properly. However, since he has refused, there's no doubt your cultivation will suffer if you follow him. After the purple spike celestial emperor finished speaking, Kong Yui looked at Duanling Tian and said indignantly, "Brat, you're too selfish. How dare you let junior sister Li Fei sacrifice her cultivation and her comprehension of the law for your own desire?" Duanling Tian ignored Kong Yui. Instead, he looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and solemnly said, "Purple spike celestial emperor, I'm grateful for your care toward Huaner until now. However, I can assure you that her cultivation environment and the cultivation resources she will receive will be better than those in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." Since the cultivation environment in Duanling Tian's little world was comparable to a realm of gods, how could the heavenly palace of the floating heaven compare to his little world? However, he naturally could not reveal the secret of little world to these people. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned and looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. At the same time, Kong Yui laughed out loud. "What a joke! Brat, you should think carefully before you boast. How many places are better than the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? It's a place where many people yearn to cultivate at. Only the cultivation environment of a few top heaven-grade forces and heavenly palaces of Devata realms can compare to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You're not even 400 years old, and your innate talent isn't as high as junior sister Li Fei. How dare you boast in front of us?" Previously, Li Fei had spoken openly to her master. She had mentioned that perhaps Duanling Tian's innate talent was not as high as hers since she had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The purple spike celestial emperor had spoken about this with her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor, who was Kong Yuyi's father. Kong Yui, who had heard about this from his father, naturally assumed Duanling Tian was weaker than Li Fei. "Shut up or I'll rip your mouth apart." Duanling Tian's expression turned unsightly. He had grown impatient after Kong Yui continued to provoke him. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Kong Yui. Kong Yui was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he laughed. Then, he said disdainfully, "Rip my mouth apart? I'm much stronger than junior sister Li Fei in terms of strength and cultivation base. You're not even stronger than her, but you dare to say such words. Let me guess, you're probably not even a celestial king, right? How hilarious of you to say you're going to rip my mouth apart." "Kong Yui," Li Fei said furiously as her expression changed. Just as Li Fei was about to attack Kong Yui, terrifying space energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body, causing the corners of his robes to flutter in the air. "It seems like you really want me to tear your mouth apart. In that case, let me fulfill your wish." Duanling Tian's space energy contained his celestial origin energy as a one basic celestial emperor and the energy of his fused profundity from the law of space. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before Kong Yui could react, two sword rays appeared near Kong Yuyi's mouth out thin air through Duanling Tian's use of the transportation profundity and the teleportation profundity. "Stop!" The purple spike celestial emperor cried out in shock and disbelief. She tried to intervene but was unfortunately stopped by Elder Hua. A bone-chilling energy permeated the surroundings immediately. The cold was more intense than before since the purple spike celestial emperor did not hold back this time. "Master, please show mercy." Li Fei's expression changed drastically as the bone-chilling energy swept toward Duanling Tian. She tried to move in front of Duanling Tian to block the attack for him, but found that her feet had been frozen to the ground by the cold energy. The purple spike celestial emperor had attacked Duanling Tian to stop him from hurting Kong Yui. After all, Kong Yui was the son of her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It would be troublesome if Kong Yui was injured. Alas, she was too late. Duanling Tian was not bothered by the purple spike celestial emperor's terrifyingly cold energy. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays slashed both sides of Kong Yuyi's mouth. When Kong Yui tried to mobilize his celestial origin energy to staunch the bleeding, he discovered he could not do so because he was restrained by the space energy. Without access to his celestial origin energy, not only was he unable to staunch the bleeding, but he could not numb the pain as well. His face twisted in pain as he cried out miserably. "Duan! Ling! Tian!" The purple spike celestial emperor roared. There was no mistaking her fury. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted immediately. At this moment, she was determined to teach Duanling Tian a lesson he would never forget. As the cold energy was about to land on Duanling Tian, Li Fei cried out in horror, "No!" Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air just when the purple spiked Celestial Emperor's attack was inches away from Duanling Tian. Flames that seemed to have woven themselves into a net appeared above Duanling Tian, blocking the purple spike Celestial Emperor's attack. The attack was easily stopped since the purple spike Celestial Emperor did not attack with her full strength. After all, she had no intention of killing Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, she did not expect her attack to be so easily deflected by the old man who trailed behind Duanling Tian like a subordinate. At this moment, Elder Hua, who was shrouded in golden flames, stepped forward. "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, do you think you're qualified to teach my young master a lesson?" The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened. She raised her hands and an ice spike that was roughly 10 meters long appeared out of thin air before shooting toward Elder Hua. Swoosh! The ice spike flew out like a released arrow. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had focused her attack only on the red-clad old man by Duanling Tian's side to avoid accidentally hurting or killing the others. "Very well, if this is what you want." Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. At the same time, his robes fluttered in the air. Soon enough, 2 flaming beams of light shot out of his eyes. The flaming lights merged and spun as it flew forward to meet the ice spike. Swoosh! 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 The flaming light collided with the ice spike silently. Both attacks vanished without a trace. Based on this, one could see the 2 opponents were equally matched. At this moment, hints of fear flashed in the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes when she looked at Elder Hua. She finally realized her opponent was at least as strong as her. Apart from that, she could also sense that Elder Hua was not human. To be precise, he should be a fire-type celestial beast. Most importantly, she could tell he was a top-tier celestial beast that was rather close to a divine beast. If Elder Hua had fought with her in his true form, she might not be a match for him at all. With this, she withdrew her bone-chilling energy immediately. Then she looked at Li Fei with a gentle gaze and said, "Fair, stop your husband. Although Yui was rude, he has already learned his lesson." When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Duanling Tian, shock and disbelief were flashing in the depths of her eyes. She had assumed Duanling Tian was weaker than Li Fei since she was also under the assumption that his innate talent was not as high as Li Fei's. However, after witnessing Duanling Tian's attack, she realized she had been incredibly wrong. Not only was Duanling Tian a one-basic celestial emperor who had not reached the age of 1,000 like Kong Yui, but Duanling Tian had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Most importantly, he had also learned how to fuse his profundities. He was not even 400 years old but had managed such feats. It was truly unprecedented. At this moment, she realized Duanling Tian was a monstrous talent who made Li Fei and Kong Yui pale in comparison. Li Fei sighed in relief when she saw Duanling Tian was unharmed. At the same time, she looked at Elder Hua in slight surprise. She did not expect Elder Hua to be so powerful. When they were in the mundane realm, she had thought that Elder Hua had perished. Who knew that not only was Elder Hua alive, but he had also managed to leave the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and become so powerful that his strength was at least on par with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. After all, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Although she was the youngest among the disciples of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, her strength was comparable to her seniors. "Scoundrel, release him," Li Fei said as she glanced at Kong Yui. She could not help but laugh when she saw the injuries at the sides of his mouth. At this moment, Kong Yuyi's voice had turned hoarse from all the screaming. He had grown quieter as well. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could not stop Duanling Tian, he could only look at Li Fei. Swoosh! Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing Li Fei's words before he withdrew the space energy. Soon after, Kong Yuyi's injuries glowed with a green light. In just a moment, his injuries were healed. Since he comprehended the law of wood, it was easy for him to heal the injuries. Moreover, Duanling Tian had only inflicted shallow injuries on him. After Duanling Tian withdrew the space energy, He looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and ignored Kong Yui. Flames of fury mixed with lingering fear rose in Kong Yui's heart as he looked at Duanling Tian. The flames of fury were stoked when he saw Duanling Tian disregarding him. However, he knew he was no match for Duanling Tian after experiencing Duanling Tian's earlier attack. Although they were both one basic celestial emperors, Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law was far deeper compared to his. Moreover, Duanling Tian had comprehended the law of space, one of the four supreme laws. Impossible! Isn't he the same age as junior sister Li Fei? Why is he so powerful? Kong Yui did not understand how Duanling Tian was so strong when Duanling Tian's innate talent was supposedly lower than Li Fei. Was this the same man whom Li Fei constantly spoke about? At this moment, he felt as though Li Fei had deliberately tricked him. He had forgotten that it was his father who caused him to underestimate Duanling Tian. Yui, it's best if you leave first, the purple spike celestial emperor said to Kong Yui. Since Duanling Tian was the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei, it could be said this matter was only between them. There was no reason for Kong Yui to stay here and make matters worse. Moreover, based on Duanling Tian and Elder Hu's strength, she had a feeling they had an extraordinary background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kong Yui naturally did not have any objection and left with an unsightly expression. He swore he would never forget the humiliation he had to suffer in front of the woman he liked because of Duanling Tian today. Duanling Tian, you better watch out, Kong Yui thought to himself furiously as he left. Duanling Tian was unaware of the hatred, anger, and vengeance that Kong Yui harbored in his heart. Nevertheless, he would not have cared even if he was aware of it. Kong Yui had insulted him multiple times today. He did not want to bother with Kong Yui, but after he gave an inch, Kong Yui took a mile. He felt his actions were completely justified. Since Duanling Tian dared to make a move, he was not afraid of the consequences. In his eyes, Kong Yui was just like a clown. Therefore, he no longer pursued the matter when Li Fei asked him to release Kong Yui on behalf of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Now that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had witnessed his and Elder Hu's strength, Duanling Tian knew she would no longer dare to look down on them. He said solemnly, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, I'm Little Feier's husband, it's only natural that I want the best for her. I wouldn't bring her away if I couldn't provide her with a superior cultivation environment and resources. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me. It was as Duanling Tian expected. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was certain her disciple's husband was no ordinary person after witnessing his strength. He was the same age as her disciple, but he was far stronger. His strength was not something that could be attributed to luck alone. In the cultivation world, everyone abided by the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was just like everyone else and had to abide by this law. For this reason, she longer took to heart the matter of Duanling Tian injuring Kong Yui. Her gaze was much gentler as well as she looked at Duanling Tian and said, It seems like you lived a much better life than Feier during all those years. You're not even 400 years old, right? Duanling Tian nodded. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked about his age, he could not help thinking about his other wife, Kuer, who was being held captive in the Divine Offering Land. There were slightly more than 600 years left before the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opened again. Perhaps he would be satisfied with his current progress in the past. However, after meeting so many powerhouses, he realized his strength was still insignificant. Just among titled celestial emperors, they were divided into so many categories based on their strength. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the weakest titled celestial emperors were 1-star gods of war, while powerful titled celestial emperors were mostly 7-star or 8-star gods of war. The strongest among titled celestial emperors were 9-star gods of war. Unsurprisingly, 9-star gods of war already had 1 foot on the path of attaining godhood. For this reason, they were known as imminent gods. For their strength to exceed those of 10 directions celestial emperors, their comprehension of the laws had reached an incredibly high level. The difference between a god and an imminent god was not just their strength. Their souls were completely different as well. For an imminent god to truly become a god, their souls had to undergo a change. The key to the change was their comprehension of the law's profundities. Meanwhile, Li Fei was still shocked by Duanling Tian's act of overpowering Kong Yue. This scoundrel is even stronger than me? Li Fei regained her senses when she heard her master asking about her husband's age. She really did not expect him to grow so strong in such a short time. Previously, she had assumed only Kuer was stronger than her due to Kuer's past life's identity. She did not expect him to be stronger than her. I'm not an unreasonable person. The purple spike celestial emperor's gaze turned even more gently when she looked at Li Fei. Her voice grew gentler as well as she continued to say to Duanling Tian. Although Feier has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my biological daughter. Fate brought us together when she inherited my legacy in the mundane realm. I'm someone who believes in fate. I believe Feier is the heaven's gift to me. I only want the best for her. I understand your importance to her. Not only are you her husband, but you're the father of her child as well. I won't force her to stay with me, but I do want the best for her. Like I said, as long as you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and cultivation resources, I won't object to her leaving, the purple spike celestial emperor continued to say, making her stance clear. It was obvious that even if it would hurt her, she would let Li Fei go as long as it was beneficial to Li Fei. Master, Li Fei called out in a trembling voice when she heard her master's words. At the same time, a guilty expression appeared on her face. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Elder Hu said, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, there's no need for you to worry. What the heavenly palace of the floating heaven provided Li Fei, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be able to provide her as well. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple spike celestial emperor's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Elder Hu's words. Although she had suspected Duanling Tian must have a strong backing from a heaven-grade force or a heavenly palace of a Devata realm, she did not expect it to be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had fought with the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven once. The fight had ended in a draw at that time. It was no secret that Feng Qingyang was forced to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor remembered her master had sighed wistfully at that time upon receiving the news that Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell. Her master had said that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest heavenly emperor yet, but there was no doubt Feng Qingyang was the most talented heavenly emperor. Feng Qingyang was also the one with the highest potential to attain godhood. Her master had said that if Feng Qingyang were to die in the Azura Hell, the heavens must have been jealous of his talent. If Feng Qingyang were to survive the Azura Hell, he would surely soar to a high place and achieve great things. Subsequently, when Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell and returned to the solitary destructive heaven, he easily defeated Chen Qiubo, who had usurped his throne during his absence. One had to know Chen Qiubo was not only a titled celestial emperor, but he was also a 7-star god of war who made a name for himself in the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had speculated that Feng Qingyang's strength was likely that of an 8-star or 9-star god of war after his experience in the Azura Hell if he had not become a god. Needless to say, if a heavenly emperor grew stronger, it went without saying that the status of the Devata realm he or she governed would rise as well. When Feng Qingyang returned and killed Chen Qiubo, a 7-star god of war, it had already pushed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to a height that other heavenly emperors, including the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, could only dream of. You're with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple spike celestial emperor asked, slightly skeptically, as she looked at Duanling Tian. A wild thought appeared in her mind at this moment. She knew Feng Qingyang did not have any true disciples, so she could not help but wonder if Duanling Tian was one of Feng Qingyang's nominal disciples. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. Hence, you don't have to worry about little Feia's cultivation environment or cultivation resources after she leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will provide her with the best cultivation environment and resources. Despite Duanling Tian's words, he planned to provide Li Fei with a cultivation environment even more superior to those in the heavenly palaces. The cultivation environment in his little world was the best in all Devata realms after all. Han Xuanai and Duan Nian Tian, who entered his little world ahead of Li Fei, had already discovered the wonders of his little world. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked to confirm her speculation. Are you Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's nominal disciple? If you're not, you still won't be able to provide Feier with a better cultivation environment even if you belong to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Nominal disciple? Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, No, I'm not. You're not. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor frowned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. If you're not, you won't be able to provide Feier with a better cultivation environment. I still think it's best for her to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. At this moment, Elder Hui said, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. My young master isn't a nominal disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. He's the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. If we're a stickler for etiquette, our young master's status is equal to yours since you're both true disciples of a Heavenly Emperor. True disciple? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was thoroughly shocked. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang did not have any true disciples. Was Duan Ling Tian recently accepted as a true disciple? If Duan Ling Tian was only recently accepted, how did he become so strong in such a short time? In the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's opinion, it was impossible for someone of Duan Ling Tian's age to possess such strength in a short time. However, if Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, took Duan Ling Tian in long ago, it was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to possess such strength under Feng Qingyang's care. However, since Duan Ling Tian was only recently accepted by Feng Qingyang, it meant that Feng Qingyang did not have much to do with Duan Ling Tian's current strength. How is this possible? How did Duan Ling Tian grow so strong without Feng Qingyang's help? Such strength could not be attributed to luck alone. Li Fei was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's most treasured disciple. After Li Fei inherited her legacy in the mundane realm, she had sent her subordinates to bring Li Fei to the floating heaven even before it was time for Li Fei to ascend to a Devata realm. She had taken care of Li Fei and trained Li Fei without any reservations and had given the best to Li Fei. Despite all that, Li Fei was still not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor furrowed her brows as she looked at Elder Hua and said, I didn't know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple. It was not that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor doubted Elder Hua. After all, if Elder Hua was lying, it would not take much to uncover the truth. She was just puzzled and curious. Why did Feng Qingyang suddenly accept a true disciple? Just because my Lord Heavenly Emperor didn't have a true disciple in the past, it didn't mean it was going to be that way forever, Elder Hua said with a faint smile on his face. My young master had inherited the Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. After that, Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying close attention to him and had been searching for him since he returned from the Azura Hell. It's a pity it took us so long to find him. Elder Hua continued to say, there's no need for you to feel confused. Our young master's strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He grew so strong all on his own. His innate talent is beyond your wildest imaginations. He inherited Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was stunned. Then, she asked, as it turns out, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang left his legacy in a mundane realm as well. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. Upon seeing the curious expression on Li Fei's face, he said with a small smile, Little Feier, in a way, you know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven as well. I know him. Li Fei grew even more confused when she heard these words. Try to remember. His name is Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei and continued to say, Do you remember the sect I belong to in the mundane realm? The Seven Absolute Sect? My predecessor of the First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, is called Feng Qingyang, remember? What? Li Fei naturally remembered the Seven Absolute sect. She had spent time in the sect's estate with the other successors of the Seven Absolutes. Not only was her husband the sect leader, but Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai were also part of the sect. She did not expect the famous heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was from the same mundane realm she was from and had such a close connection to her husband. Previously, she had learned a lot about Feng Qingyang through her master, so she knew Feng Qingyang was incredibly remarkable. She did not expect Feng Qingyang would have such a close connection to her husband since they were in the mundane realm. After processing this information, Li Fei finally nodded. She said to the puzzled purple spike celestial emperor, "It's true that I know about heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, but I had no idea he was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven until now." At this time, the eyes of the purple spike celestial emperors brightened. Feng Qingyang's improvement was the fastest among the 81 heavenly emperors. Previously, he did not seem keen to accept disciples. Who knew he already had a successor in the mundane realm whom he was waiting for? Most importantly, Feng Qingyang's true disciple was her disciple's husband. Since the purple spike celestial emperor was someone who believed in fate, she believed Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian were fated as well. In her opinion, apart from innate talent when accepting disciples, one had to consider fate as well. This was one of the reasons she cared about Li Fei so much. She felt she had fate with Li Fei. Otherwise, she would have accepted Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai, whose talents were not inferior to Li Fei as well. Feeling assured, the purple spike celestial emperor finally said with a sigh, "Feier, don't forget to visit me when you have time in the future." At this point, the purple spike celestial emperor knew it was in Li Fei's best interest to leave the floating heaven with Duanling Tian. There was doubt Li Fei's treatment would be just as good or even better in the solitary destructive heaven. If she continued to insist on Li Fei staying with her, she would only be separating Li Fei and her husband for no good reason. She had no intention of doing such a thing. After all, she cared about Li Fei, and doing such a thing would only make Li Fei resent her. "Master!" Li Fei was overwhelmed by emotions when she heard the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Her eyes were red as she said, "I'll definitely visit you often, master. You're not just my master, but you're like a mother to me as well." All of a sudden, she turned to Duanling Tian and said, "Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. If you have matters to attend to, you can leave with Nian Tian and Xuanai first. Come and get me in 2 years, okay? I hope you can understand my decision." "Of course I understand." Duanling Tian smiled. "In fact, there's no need for me to return here in 2 years to get you. It's only 2 years, so I'll accompany you here." Since he had completed the search for his family and friends, it was not a problem for him to temporarily stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Moreover, 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. "Thank you." Li Fei was moved. "There's no need to thank me. We're husband and wife after all," Duanling Tian said as he gently shook his head. Then he turned to Elder Hua and asked, "Elder Hua, I plan on staying in the floating heaven for 2 years. Will you be returning first, or do you plan to stay with me?" "It's merely 2 years. I'll stay with you, young master," Elder Hua said with a smile. If 2 years was a short time for Duanling Tian, then 2 years were even more insignificant to Elder Hua, who had lived for such a long time. For example, a millionaire and a billionaire would not care about $100. However, to a billionaire, $100 was even more insignificant compared to a millionaire. "Silly girl, there's no need for you to do this." The purple spike celestial emperor was touched by Li Fei's decision. Li Fei said resolutely, "Master, I've already made up my mind." Then she continued to say, "I don't plan to cultivate during these 2 years, I just want to accompany Master. Although I'll visit in the future, it won't be the same." The atmosphere had just grown warm when a slightly angry voice rang in the air. "Third junior sister, your senior brother is here to visit you." The purple spike celestial emperor frowned as soon as she heard the voice. Then she said, "Second senior brother, if there's nothing important, I'll visit you another time. Now's not a good time for me." The person who had spoken was the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's second senior brother and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. It was not hard for the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to guess the purpose of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's visit. He must have come to avenge Kong Yui. However, she was not too worried. If she did not know what she knew now, she would have protected Duanling Tian. However, she knew Duanling Tian did not need her protection at all. Moreover, if their master learned of Duanling Tian's identity, there was no doubt her second senior brother would be reprimanded by their master. If it was before, she thinks she would need to take Duanling Tian under her wings. But now she knows Duanling Tian doesn't need it. In fact, her second senior brother will surely be scolded if their master, the heavenly emperor of floating heaven, knows of this. Was it not akin to offending the solitary destructive heaven and its heavenly emperor if the almighty wind celestial emperor hurt Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang's only true disciple? How could their master allow this? The almighty wind celestial emperor's voice rang out again. Third junior sister, are you protecting Duanling Tian? At this moment, two figures entered the purple spike celestial emperor's cultivation ground without her permission. One of them was Kong Yu-yi, who had left after being taught a lesson by Duanling Tian, and the other person was a muscular middle-aged man dressed in a long robe. The middle-aged man's complexion was fair and jade-like, and he had a majestic air about him. Kong Yu-yi bore some resemblance to him. Obviously, he was Kong Yu-yi's father, the almighty wind celestial emperor and the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Second senior brother, didn't you hear my words? You've crossed the line by entering my cultivation ground without my permission. The purple spike celestial emperor's expression darkened immediately. She did not expect her second senior brother would disregard etiquette and enter her cultivation ground without permission. Out of anger, she decided not to inform her second senior brother about Duanling Tian's identity as the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. She did not want her second senior brother to suffer initially, but after seeing his blatant disregard for her, she thought he needed to be taught a lesson. Third junior sister, the almighty wind celestial emperor shook his head and said, I know you love your disciple, but what about my son? Can't I stand up for him when he's bullied? Father, that's Duanling Tian. Kong Yui cried out at this moment. He stood behind his father and pointed at Duanling Tian with a twisted expression on his face. The hatred flashing in his eyes could hardly be concealed when he looked at Duanling Tian. Kong Yu-yi glared at Duanling Tian. His gaze was brimming with hatred. Although the injuries Duanling Tian inflicted on him were superficial, he could not forget the pain and humiliation he suffered. Since young, his life had been easy. He had never suffered like he did today. No matter his wrongdoings, even his father had never punished him so harshly. Most importantly, Duanling Tian had humiliated him in front of the woman he liked. He was jealous of Duanling Tian for being Li Fei's husband. Apart from that, Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duanling Tian. Second senior brother. The purple spike celestial emperor was already in a bad mood, to begin with, due to Li Fei's imminent departure. Now that her second senior brother came looking for trouble with Duanling Tian and blatantly disregarded her, her mood naturally worsened. She said in a low voice, I'm a witness to the incident earlier. Although Duanling Tian's reaction was slightly stronger than warranted, it was not unjustified. Who doesn't have a quick temper when they're young? From what I know, didn't you annihilate an entire clan when you were young just because the young miss of the clan refused you? Compared to what you did, I think Duanling Tian's action is rather mild. Her tone grew icier and icier as she spoke. What do you mean by this? The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. So you're intent on protecting this person because he's your beloved disciple's husband? Second senior brother, the purple spike celestial emperor said indifferently, It's best if you show restraint. The almighty wind celestial emperor glanced at Duanling Tian and scoffed. Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, I would have made him kneel and beg for forgiveness. However, for your sake, all he needs to do is bow and apologize to my son. After that, I'll let the matter go. Father, Kong Yui cried out. His expression turned unsightly as soon as he heard his father's words. How can we let the matter go so easily? In Kong Yuyi's opinion, Duanling Tian's punishment was too light. After all, Duanling Tian had injured him and forcefully prevented him from healing his injuries, causing him to suffer excruciating pain and humiliation. On his way here, he was determined to make Duanling Tian give up one of his limbs as compensation. The almighty wind celestial emperor sent a voice transmission to his son, asking his son to keep quiet. Currently, your third junior aunt is as strong as I am, and she'll definitely surpass me in the future. Moreover, she's your grandmaster's favorite disciple. If she insists on protecting Duanling Tian, I can't go overboard with my demands. Just be patient. When she's not around, we can do whatever we want to do on Ling Tian. We should focus on putting on a show now. She'll let down her guard once she thinks we've let the matter go. At that time, we'll strike. Upon hearing his father's words, Kong Yui had no choice but to endure his anger and hatred for now. Nevertheless, he felt much more at ease after listening to the latter part of his father's message. Then he replied through voice transmission, "Father, you're wise." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor replied with a sigh, "This is the only way. Not only is she your grandmaster's favorite disciple, but she's progressing so quickly that I can't simply offend her." Meanwhile, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was stunned by her second senior brother's concession. Since when did he become so reasonable? However, it did not take long for her to figure out his thoughts. He probably did not want to offend her if it was possible. Nevertheless, despite his compromise, she shook her head and said in a gentler voice, "Second senior brother, why don't you let this matter go for my sake?" Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor did not wish for any harm to come to her second senior brother despite being angry at him. Her words were also helping him. After all, he would get into trouble if he offended the solitary destructive heaven. Although she could scare her second senior brother into backing off by revealing Duanling Tian's identity, she wanted to resolve this matter with her own ability. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression was terrible to look at when he heard those words. "Third junior sister, all I ask for is an apology, but you won't even agree to it? Please let this matter go for my sake, second senior brother." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said firmly as she met her second senior brother's gaze unflinchingly. After the fellow disciples stared at each other for a moment, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor finally said with a sigh, "Fine. I'll let this slide for your sake, third junior sister." Then, he turned to Duanling Tian and said with a sneer, "Duanling Tian, you're lucky this time. If it weren't for my third junior sister, you would have suffered." After saying that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor left with Kong Yui. As soon the pair of father and son turned away, their eyes gleamed with killing intent. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian remained silent the entire time as he watched the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with his identity, he decided to let the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the matter since this was her territory. Moreover, since she was helping him, it did not seem right to refuse her good intention. After the father and son left, Duanling Tian said, "Thank you, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." "There's no need to thank me," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor shook her head and said, "Moreover, I don't wish for my second senior brother to offend the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If anything, I should thank you instead for staying your hand. With your identity, you can easily make things difficult for him if you so wished." Before Duanling Tian could respond, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor suddenly looked away as though she was listening to something. Following that, she said, "Duanling Tian, I told my master about you earlier. I just received a reply from him. He wishes to meet you and Elder Hua." Then she turned to Li Fei and said, "Feier, your grandmaster wants to see you as well." Subsequently, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duanling Tian, Li Fei, and Elder Hua to the cultivation ground of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The cultivation ground of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven seemed to be located in an overgrown and wild forest. However, when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor waved her hand, the scenery before everyone's eyes changed. The trio found themselves standing in front of a vast mountain valley. All kinds of celestial beasts with remarkable auras could be seen in the sky and on the ground. They had clearly cultivated and were strong. Nevertheless, when they saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, they made way for her and looked at her in admiration from afar. On the other hand, the stronger celestial beasts looked at Elder Hua, who was walking behind Duanling Tian and Li Fei, fearfully. They could obviously tell he was a celestial beast who was far superior to them. His aura when in his human form was more than enough to strike fear into their hearts. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duanling Tian and the others to a lake in the center of the valley. Then, she bowed respectfully at an old figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the lake with his back facing them. Master. The lake was calm and crystal clear. It seemed like there were no fish in there at all. The person who wore an emerald robe blended in harmoniously with the lake's clear water. The purple spike celestial emperor continued to say respectfully as she looked at her master's back, Master, I've brought everyone here. As soon as the purple spike celestial emperor finished speaking, Duanling Tian watched as the person turned around. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven's skin was without wrinkles despite his white hair. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. He looked at Li Fei and asked, Feier, how long has it been since we last met? 10 years? 20 years? Li Fei responded respectfully with a bow. Grandmaster, it has been 19 years. 19 years had flown by just like that. The heavenly emperor of the floating heavens sighed. Then he turned to look at Duanling Tian as he said, now that you're reunited with your husband, will you introduce us? Li Fei held Duanling Tian's hand as she said with bright eyes and a happy smile on her face, Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duanling Tian. The heavenly emperor of the floating laughed. It's rare to see you so happy. Then he turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, I didn't expect Feier's husband to be the true disciple of someone I know. Duanling Tian, your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, challenged me to a duel back then, and we were evenly matched. Although he said he'll come back to challenge me again after his next breakthrough, I already knew at that time I was no match for him whether he returns or not. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most remarkable people I know. He didn't have any fortuitous encounters and achieved everything on his own. Through the sword Tao, he comprehended the law of destruction and learned to fuse the profundities. When fighting him, you'll see that laws that seem difficult to comprehend for others come naturally to him. After a brief pause, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven said, I just went on and on without introducing myself, didn't I? I'm the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Yang Yunxiao. You can address me as Senior Uncle. After all, your master did address me as Elder Brother at one point. His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. Senior Uncle Yang. Duanling Tian would not show disrespect to Yang Yunxiao. Not only was Yang Yunxiao the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven and was acquainted with Feng Qingyang, but most importantly Yang Yunxiao was Fei's grandmaster. Yang Yunxiao laughed happily after Duanling Tian greeted him. Then he retrieved something from his spatial ring and said, let this be my first meeting gift to you. As soon as Yang Yunxiao's voice fell, a small dull-looking bead hovered in front of Duanling Tian. Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. Although he did not know what that small bead was since it was given by Yang Yunxiao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, it had to be precious. Take it, Yang Yunxiao said with a smile. This is something I found in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's incredibly unique. Extreme force is unable to destroy it. At most, its shape would change. Even forces strong enough to destroy spatial rings can't destroy it. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years and still haven't figured out what it is. I kept thinking about what I should give you. After all, what I give you, your master probably has as well. Therefore, I decided to give this to you. Although I don't know what it is or what it does, there's no doubt it's something extraordinary. Now that I know it's so precious, even more so I feel that I can't accept it, Duanling Tian said with a wry smile. He could naturally tell the bead was special after listening to Yang Yunxiao's words. How could something that could withstand extreme force that could even destroy spatial rings be ordinary? By refusing. Are you refusing to acknowledge me as your senior uncle? Yang Yunxiao asked. Duanling Tian was slightly at a loss. The warmth and kindness he received from both Yang Yunxiao and the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven were rather overwhelming. Based on this, he further realized how much influence his master, whom he had yet to meet, wielded. Even the 2 Heavenly Emperors he met wanted to curry favor with his master. Although Duanling Tian had yet to meet Feng Qingyang and had no idea how close Feng Qingyang was to Yang Yunxiao, he was certain their relationship should be good. After all, Yang Yunxiao was willing to give a unique treasure he had found in the 9 Serenities battlefield and had studied for over tens of thousands of years, but failed to uncover its mysteries to Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Eventually, Duanling Tian accepted Yang Yunxiao's gift, not only because Yang Yunxiao insisted, but also because of what Huanger, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, had said. Huanger had said, Master, you should accept it. It'll be useful to me, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Huanga was the sword soul of a prominent grade divine artifact, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. In the past, she was also the sword soul of another prominent grade divine sword. It was not surprising she recognized the bead that was given by Yang Yunxiao. Duanling Tian could not help but ask curiously after listening to Huango's words, what is it? It has many names. Every realm of gods called it by a different name. Master, all you have to know is that it's likely I'll be able to transform the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword from a prominent grade divine artifact to a supreme grade divine artifact with it. A supreme grade divine artifact? Duanling Tian was shocked by Huango's words. In the past, he had asked Huanger if the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was the highest grade divine artifact, and she had told him no. At that time, she explained to him there were supreme grade divine artifacts that were a grade above prominent grade divine artifacts. However, there were only a handful of supreme grade divine artifacts, and they were mostly in the hands of powerful leaders of realms of gods. Most people would not even have a chance to encounter them. Finally, there were prime divine artifacts that were above supreme grade divine artifacts. Prime divine artifacts were usually forged by supreme powerhouses, and needless to say, other divine artifacts could not compare to them at all. Only supreme powerhouses or those who were close to becoming supreme powerhouses possessed prime divine artifacts. Master, there's actually no difference in the materials used to forge a prime divine artifact and a supreme grade divine artifact. The prime divine artifacts are only superior due to the supreme divine energy from the supreme powerhouses who forged them. Supreme powerhouses would use their supreme divine energy to nourish the divine artifacts for tens of thousands of years after all. Therefore, if two opponents of equal strength fought, the one who possesses a prime divine artifact can easily defeat the one who possesses a supreme grade divine artifact. The difference in strength between a prime divine artifact and a supreme grade artifact is even greater than the difference in strength between a supreme grade divine artifact and a primitive grade divine artifact. In fact, the difference in strength is even greater than the difference between a supreme grade divine artifact and an emperor grade celestial weapon. After speaking to Huanger, Duanling Tian realized the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword could only be considered as a fairly powerful weapon at best. Supreme grade divine artifact. Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited after listening to Huanger's words. After returning to his senses, Duanling Tian said, "Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang. There's no need for that." A bright smile appeared on Yang Yunxiao's face after Duanling Tian accepted the item. Then, he turned to look at Elder Hua, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, and said, "Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, I've heard of you. Among Feng Qingyang's subordinates, you should only be second to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, right? When I met Feng Qingyang, I think you still haven't joined the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, right?" Elder Hua replied respectfully, "You're right, Heavenly Emperor Yang. I only started serving our Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago." Duanling Tian could tell Elder Hua was much more respectful toward Yang Yunxiao compared to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. This was obviously because Yang Yunxiao was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Yang Yunxiao was an 8-star god of war, while the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was only one of the top 7-star gods of war. "That's what I thought." Yang Yunxiao nodded. After that, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and Li Fei and asked with a smile, looking like a kind elder, "When do you plan to leave?" "Grandmaster," Li Fei responded respectfully, "I plan to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years to accompany my master before leaving." "All right," Yang Yunxiao nodded. "It's good that you have such thoughts." Then, he turned to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "Please look after junior nephew Duan and Elder Hua on my behalf." "Yes, master." Then Yang Yunxiao said to Duanling Tian, "I'll be absent for quite a while. If there's anything you need, you can look for Si Jing." "I understand, Senior Uncle Yang." Duanling Tian nodded. Following that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led Duanling Tian and the others out of Yang Yunxiao's cultivation ground. 1 month later, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at Kong Yu-yi, who was standing in front of him with a frown on his face. "Duanling Tian still hasn't left?" Father, I'd spoken to a few people, Kong Yui replied icily with a dark expression on his face. Duanling Tian plans to stay in the floating heaven for 2 years before bringing that bitch, Li Fei, away. That bitch said she wants to accompany third junior and a little longer. 2 years. The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression eased. 2 years will pass in a blink of an eye. Don't be anxious. I'll personally capture him for you so you can torture him as much as you like at that time. However, we have to do that before your third junior aunt comes to his rescue. If your third junior aunts find him, you mustn't do anything rash. I'm afraid she'll lose her temper and attack you. The almighty wind celestial emperor continued to saying that, it shouldn't be a problem for us to kill Duanling Tian as long as we spare Li Fei. With that, your third junior aunt will probably only challenge me to a fight. Worst case scenario, I'll suffer some injuries. After that, the matter will pass. Kong Yuyi's eyes brightened when he heard his father's words. Then he said through gritted teeth, fine. We'll let him live for another 2 years. After that, I'll make Li Fei watch as I tear him into pieces. I wonder what kind of expression she would have at that time. Due to her personal feelings and her master's orders, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor happily arranged for Duanling Tian to stay in an independent courtyard in her cultivation ground. Elder Hua was also given his personal courtyard that was located opposite of Duanling Tian's courtyard. 2 years were just like a blink of an eye to Elder Hua. While it was not long for Duanling Tian, it was still more than enough for him to continue improving his strength. Li Fei stood in the courtyard and asked in confusion. Scoundrel, there's a formation outside of the courtyard. To begin with, why did you add more? You even asked Sister Huaner to place a few illusory formations. A peerless beauty dressed in white stood next to Duanling Tian at this moment. She was so beautiful that it made everything in her surroundings pale in comparison. The peerless beauty was none other than Huaner, who had placed a few illusory formations in the courtyard under Duanling Tian's orders. Huaner was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, a divine beast who was skilled in illusions. Although she had yet to become a celestial emperor, her formations were difficult to detect for those who had yet to attain godhood. With her formations, unless others forcefully break in or break the formation, they would not be able to see what was going on in the courtyard. You'll see soon enough. Duanling Tian smiled mysteriously at Li Fei. Then he turned to Huaner and said, Huaner, please explain the situation in my little world to little Feier later. Understood. Huaner nodded obediently. Explain the situation? Isn't everyone's little worlds almost the same? Li Fei asked, puzzled. When Li Fei finally entered her husband's little world, she finally discovered how different her husband's little world was. It was almost like a small, independent realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was even richer than the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. In fact, she was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was unrivaled in all Devata realms. The heaven and earth spirit energy here, it's like, Li Fei murmured. Soon after, shock and disbelief flashed in her eyes. She had difficulty accepting what she was sensing. She even thought she was dreaming. Li Ro walked over to Li Fei at this moment and said with a smile, Feier, you're not dreaming and you didn't sense it wrongly. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is indeed similar to the divine offering land. Li Fei secretly pinched herself the moment Li Ro finished speaking. Based on the sharp pain she felt, it seemed like she was really not dreaming. Sister Feier, Huaner began to explain at this moment. Brother Ling Tian obtained the heaven and earth spirit energy here from the remnant of a realm of God. Therefore, it's similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The remnant of a realm of gods? Li Fei was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's disciple, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Therefore, she had heard about the remnants of realms of gods. That scoundrel actually found a remnant of a realm of gods? Li Fei knew one had to be incredibly lucky to chance upon a remnant of a realm of gods. Even celestial emperors might not be able to find one in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The remnants of the realm of gods were usually devoid of living things and contained numerous divine artifacts and other treasures. In Devata realms, remnants of realms of gods were like treasure troves. Not only did Duan Ling Tian find a remnant of a realm of gods, but he even managed to bring the heaven and earth spirit energy in there into his little world. How could Li Fei not feel shocked? Li Fei asked, how did he manage such a feat? Li Fei knew Huana had accompanied Duan Ling Tian most of the time he was in the Devata realm, so Huana was privy to many matters. Sister Fei, Brother Ling Tian managed to obtain the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of the realm of gods and bring it to his little world because of them, Huaner said as she led Li Fei to the 5 divine elements that were gathered around the divine tree of life. At this moment, the 5 divine elements looked like 5 streams of light. They looked like ribbons fluttering around the divine tree of life at this moment. Li Fei grew even more confused. These are the 5 divine elements, Huaner said before she asked, do you know about the 5 divine elements, Sister Fei? F5 divine elements? Li Fei was in a daze. When realization dawned on her, her eyes widened in shock again. Needless to say, she had heard about the 5 divine elements. At this moment, the purple spike celestial emperor's words rang in Li Fei's mind. Fei, there are many precious treasures in the Devata realms, but none can compare to the 5 divine elements. This is because those who obtain any one of the 5 divine elements at a certain form would definitely be able to attain godhood. If they're lucky enough to and are able to improve the strength of their divine elements, even among the gods, they would be extraordinary. Based on the purple spike celestial emperor's words, Li Fei knew how rare and precious the 5 divine elements were. Li Fei looked at the 5 streams of light and asked again in shock, Huaner, these are the 5 divine elements? Although Li Fei had never seen a divine element before, she could sense the laws of the elements from the streams of light that resembled ribbons. That's right, Huaner nodded. It feels like their forms are rather high. Am I right? Li Fei asked. 4 of them are in their 7th form while 1 is in the 8th form. Li Fei was dumbfounded. Her husband did not only have 1 divine element, but he had all 5 divine elements. Moreover, they were all in rather high forms. When Li Fei calmed down, the tree that the 5 divine elements had gathered around finally caught her attention. The tree, it looks extraordinary as well. Needless to say, Li Fei was shocked again when she learned that the tree was the divine tree of life that existed in all realms of gods. She knew one could even comprehend the law of life through the divine tree of life. Li Fei really did not expect her husband to have so many fortuitous encounters. After a moment, she felt her heart ache. She knew that these fortuitous encounters did not come free. She could only imagine the struggles and sufferings her husband had endured over the years. In fact, she was certain he must have had many near-death experiences. Tears began to well up in Li Fei's beautiful eyes. After a moment, she asked Huaner, will you tell me all about your experiences with him over the years? If I ask him, he'll definitely not mention the hardships and dangers he faced in the past. You won't be like him, right? With these words, how could Huaner withhold the truth from Li Fei? She could only honestly recount her adventures with Duan Ling Tian. Li Fei was shocked and distressed when she heard about Duan Ling Tian's many near-death experiences and the dangers he faced. This was especially true regarding the time he had to save Huana's parents. I am sorry, Sister Fei. I didn't ask him to save my parents on his own. Huaner hurriedly explained herself when she saw Li Fei's eyes that were shining with tears. She knew Li Fei held an incredibly important position in Duan Ling Tian's heart and did not want Li Fei to have a bad impression of her. Silly girl, Li Fei held Huana's and said as she shook her head, I know him very well. He would rather risk his life than put you in danger. He would have done the same for me, Kurer, Tianwu, and those he cares about under the same circumstances. Indeed, Li Fei knew Duan Ling Tian well. Nevertheless, her heart still pounded fiercely when she heard about the danger he was in. She was grateful and relieved he managed to survive. She could not imagine what would happen if something were to happen to him. After staying with Duan Ling Tian for a few days, Li Fei said to him, Scoundrel, I'm going to accompany my master after this. I won't be coming here often. If you want to see me, come to my master's place. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian did not object to this. After all, he knew the purple spike celestial emperor was like a mother to Li Fei. It was natural that she wanted to spend her time with her master before leaving. During the 2 years, Duanling Tian would visit Li Fei and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Many times, he was given a chance to taste and enjoy the wine that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor personally brewed. Over time, Duanling Tian had also fallen in love with the wine. He could help wonder if the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had anticipated this and encouraged him to drink more of her wine so that he would visit with Li Fei more often in the future. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. "Master, I'll visit you often." Duanling Tian stood by Li Fei's side as she bade farewell to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. When Li Fei left with Duanling Tian and Elder Hua, Duanling Tian saw the tears gleaming in the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes. After leaving the valley where the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor resided, Duanling Tian could sense that Li Fei was heavy-hearted. He said in an attempt to console her, "Little Fair, we can always visit the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor whenever you feel like it." Li Fei felt better after listening to Duanling Tian's words. "You can enter my little world to cultivate," Duanling Tian said to Li Fei. "We'll return to the solitary destructive heaven with Elder Hua. Apart from cultivating, we can travel the Devata realms or return to the floating heaven to visit your master whenever you want." After Li Fei entered Duanling Tian's little world, Duanling Tian followed Elder Hua and headed to the transportation site in the heavenly palace of floating heaven. During the journey to the transportation site, he marveled at the buildings in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. They were rather majestic, inspiring awe in those who saw it. Even when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he did not have a chance to look around since he was always in a rush. Hence, he decided to explore the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after he returned. When they arrived in the valley where the transportation site was located, Duanling Tian felt puzzled. There was no one around at all. "Why isn't there anyone here?" Duanling Tian could not help but feel something was amiss. Usually, there would be at least 1 or 2 people in a transportation site. Even if there were no one traveling, there should still be people guarding the transportation site. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian did not dwell on this matter. Just as he and Elder Hua were about to step into the transportation formation to leave the floating heaven, Elder Hua suddenly cried out, "Watch out!" Flames surged out of Elder Hua's body immediately as he hastily brought Duanling Tian, who had bewildered expression on his face, away. As soon as the duo moved away, the sound of sword howling rang in the air. When they looked at the transportation site from above, they saw a wave of wind blades sweeping through the site toward the spot where they were previously standing. If Elder Hua had been a little slower, they would have been injured by the wind blades. What a high comprehension of the law of wind! Duanling Tian's expression was solemn. The person who had attacked them with the law of wind was undoubtedly an expert. A figure appeared in his mind at this moment. It was none other than Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Emperor was the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's second senior brother and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. At this time, an indifferent voice rang in the air. "I didn't expect your old subordinate to be so capable." Killing intent and fury flashed in Elder Hua's eyes when he heard these words. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past before the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and his son, Kong Yuyi, appeared. Kong Yuyi glared at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, you're finally leaving. Alas, you'll die today." At the same time, Li Fei, who was in Duanling Tian's little world, had yet to cultivate, so she could sense the commotion in the outside world. Her expression darkened and flames of fury danced in her limpid eyes when she discovered Kong Yuyi had come looking for trouble. This Kong Yuyi is unexpectedly relentless and stubborn. Duanling Tian did not block the outside world from those in his little world so they could see what was happening outside if they wanted to. He did not want his family to feel trapped or suffocated in his little world after all. "You want to kill me?" Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. He thought the pair of father and son only wanted to teach him a lesson. He did not expect them to want to take his life. Kong Yuyi said viciously, "Duanling Tian, Li Fei must be in your little world, right? I'll make sure she gets a clear view when I kill you. How dare you attack me? Today I'll crush you into bits and pieces." "With your strength alone?" Duanling Tian scoffed. "Duanling Tian, do you think that old man next to you is capable of stopping my father? How ridiculous! My father is the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Kong Yu said contemptuously. Following that, he said to his father with a hint of urgency, "Father, kill him now. Otherwise, it'd be difficult if third junior aunt comes." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor silently responded through his actions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The wind stirred up violently in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye, forming a flurry of hurricanes. Following that, wind blades shot out from the eye of the hurricanes toward Elder Hua. At the same time, a huge gust of wind seemed to form an invisible hand that was making its way toward Duanling Tian. I'll catch him so that you can kill him," the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yu. Kong Yu's eyes lit up when he heard his father's words. He charged toward Duanling Tian immediately. Before this, he could only look at Duanling Tian warily from the distance. He was afraid Duanling Tian would attack him before his father could make a move. Since 2 years ago, he knew he was no match for Duanling Tian at all. So he knew it was impossible for him to seek revenge from Duanling Tian without his father's help. Duanling Tian, I bet you didn't expect this when you humiliated me 2 years ago, right? Kong Yu said smugly as he flew toward Duanling Tian with a narrow saber in his hand. He had hoped to see fear and despair on Duanling Tian's face, but he noticed Duanling Tian was calm and unfazed. Killing intent surged from his body when he saw the giant hand was about to catch Duanling Tian. He roared, "Die! I plan to slowly torture, but in order to prevent mistakes from happening, I'll kill you instead. Consider yourself lucky." At this moment, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor suddenly cried out, clearly panicked, "Retreat!" Kong Yu looked up instinctively and discovered the giant hand formed from the wind was dispelled before it could even touch Duanling Tian. Chills ran up his spine immediately when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him with a faint smile. What happened? You want to kill me with such meager strength? A hint of ridicule flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space swept out, easily knocking Kong Yu away. He could easily kill Kong Yu with just a move, but he was not in a hurry. Duanling Tian, if you dare to kill my son, I'll kill you and your family. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's furious and thunderous voice rang in the air. Father! Kong Yu was baffled. He did not understand why his father had stopped trying to restrain Duanling Tian. When he heard the nervousness in his father's voice, he instinctively looked at his father. He saw his father and Elder Hua engaging in a battle, and it seemed like his father had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Who are you? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor stared at Elder Hua. He did not expect Elder Hua to be so powerful. To be precise, he did not expect Elder Hua to be stronger than him. In fact, the gap between their strength was quite substantial as he felt he was about to be defeated at any moment. Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, you're really bold. You even dare to attempt to kill the young master of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. An explanation for today's incident. Elder Hua's voice that had been infused with his terrifying celestial origin energy echoed through the entire heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Although the heavenly palace of the floating heaven had many defensive formations, there were not many noise-canceling formations. Therefore, Elder Hua's words were heard by almost everyone, stirring up a commotion among the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Whose voice is that? Did he say the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven? That voice came from the transportation site. Let's go and have a look. It did not take long before many figures could be seen in the sky, flying toward the transportation site in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. On the other hand, since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's cultivation ground was equipped with a noise-canceling formation, she was unaware of the commotion outside. Fortunately, the beautiful woman who had been in charge of protecting Li Fei informed the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor immediately of the matter when she heard Elder Hua's voice. Has he gone crazy? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression changed drastically when she heard that her second senior brother attempted to kill Duanling Tian. The transportation site in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven was in ruins. Even the stone platform that held the transportation formation had been destroyed, rendering the formation useless. High up in the sky, fiery red flames surged, entangled with a green tornado. "What did you say?" The almighty wind celestial emperor exclaimed in shock as he hastily blocked Elder Hua's attack. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? An ominous feeling rose in the almighty wind celestial emperor's heart immediately. However, since when did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven have a young master? From what he knew, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Although Feng Qingyang's nominal disciples were extraordinary talents who had made their marks on the Nine Serenities battlefield, none of them could be considered the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. The young master of the solitary destructive heaven could only be Feng Qingyang's son or true disciple. Although the almighty wind celestial emperor was a true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he was only one of 3 true disciples. His eldest senior brother was the son of the heavenly emperor of the floating island, so he was, naturally, not qualified to bear the title of the young master of the heavenly palace of the floating island. "Is there something wrong with your hearing?" Elder Hua scoffed. "I said I'd like to see how the heavenly palace of the floating heaven is going to answer to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." "Can you even prove you're a member of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven?" the almighty wind celestial emperor solemnly asked. "Who are you for me to have to prove myself to you?" Elder Hua said derisively. "If you have no proof to back up your claims, it only means you're an imposter and lying about the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on what I know, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven doesn't have a young master," the almighty wind celestial emperor said coldly. Despite his words, he felt rather uneasy and fearful. If the old man was telling the truth and Duanling Tian was indeed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would be in deep trouble. It would be impossible for him to get away with his actions today, even if his master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, wanted to protect him. Feng Qingyang was known to be incredibly protective of the members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, when Feng Qingyang's subordinate, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, unintentionally provoked a heavenly emperor and was almost killed even after he apologized for his offense, Feng Qingyang personally killed that heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo. Normally, the heavenly emperors would never kill their peers unless it was absolutely necessary, since it would be troublesome and they had their reputations to maintain. However, Feng Qingyang did not care about such things. At that time, Feng Qingyang even boldly declared that no one was allowed to lay their hands on his people. Since that incident, Feng Qingyang was known throughout the Devata realms for his protectiveness. For this reason, nobody would even dare to lay a finger on an ordinary titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven unless it was necessary. "Imposter? Lying?" Elder Hua laughed. Then he said disdainfully, "Is there anybody who's bold enough to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Let's not talk about the others. Do you have the guts to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The almighty wind celestial emperor's expression turned grim when he heard Elder Hua's words. Indeed, there were not many people bold enough to pretend to be a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang was not an ordinary heavenly emperor after all. With Feng Qingyang's current strength, there were only a few forces in all Devata realms who were capable of standing up to Feng Qingyang. Moreover, if Feng Qingyang wanted to kill someone, there would be no lack of people volunteering to help him in order to curry favor with him. Meanwhile, Kong Yuyi's current expression was one of disbelief when he saw the mocking smile on Duanling Tian's face. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Impossible! How's this possible? Terrified, Kong Yuyi instantly sent a message to his father, the almighty wind celestial emperor. "Father, what should we do now? What else can we do?" "Run," the almighty wind celestial emperor said to his useless son. "This is all your fault, brat. Run." Kong Yuyi was stunned. "Father, Why should we run when we aren't even sure if they're really from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Do you think we'll have a chance to run once the matter is confirmed? The Almighty Wind's celestial emperor replied. At this time he began to feel regretful. He was filled with self-pity as he thought about how he, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of Floating Heaven and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, ended up in such a state. Let's leave first. If they aren't members of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, it won't be too late for us to return. If they're really members of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, we'll be able to escape the consequences. When things subside, perhaps, we'll have a chance to return to the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was only trying to placate his son. In fact, he knew that if Duanling Tian was really the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, it would be impossible for them to return to the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for the rest of their lives. Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven did not hunt them down, it was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven to accept them again in fear of offending the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Many years ago, his master was evenly matched with Feng Qingyang. Moreover, in terms of innate talent, his master was inferior to Feng Qingyang. Now that so many years had passed, Feng Qingyang was undoubtedly stronger than his master now. Apart from that, he had also heard from his master that Feng Qingyang seemed to have attained godhood. With all these factors, he was certain his master would not offend Feng Qingyang. Meanwhile, the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven, who had gathered at the transportation site, discussed among themselves as they watched the battle before them. It's the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Who's that? He's stronger than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for the law of wind that grants him speed, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor would have been defeated by now. Kong Yue is here as well. Who's that in front of Kong Yue? Is he the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? At this moment, a woman with a curvaceous body landed among the crowd and called out, "Second senior brother." The crowd's attention shifted to her immediately. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here. Her expression is quite bad. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here, they should be able to defeat the red-clad old man if they join forces. The crowd thought the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had come to help the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, so they were shocked by what happened next. Second senior brother, my disciple's husband, Duanling Tian, is indeed the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Li Fei leave with him. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, confirming Duanling Tian and Elder Hua's identities. As for your opponent, he's Elder Hua, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's only second to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor Meng Luo was the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang. After Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Meng Luo had risen to fame as well. Elder Hua was lesser known compared to Meng Luo. The members of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven were shocked by this revelation. They looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor in confusion, wondering why he wanted to kill the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. So it's true. That young man is the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Heavens! The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Lord Feng Qingyang, has accepted a true disciple? Moreover, he's also the husband of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to kill someone with such an identity? Once our Lord Heavenly Emperor finds out about this matter, it's likely he won't forgive the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, right? At the same time, hints of fear and despair filled Kong Yuyi's eyes when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. Even the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor shuddered in fear as he cursed inwardly. This bitch! So you've known Duanling Tian's identity from the beginning. Why didn't you warn me? Following that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor through voice transmission, "Third junior sister, when I went to look for you 2 years ago, you already knew about Duan Lingtian's identity?" "Yes," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied. A hint of anger could be heard in the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice as he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about it?" Since the matter had been resolved at that time, I didn't think there was a need to reveal his identity, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fumed in anger when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's reply. Subsequently, he took a deep breath before he hurriedly stepped aside. Then he forced a cheerful smile on his face before he said to Elder Hua, "Elder Hua, this is a misunderstanding. My infilial son and I were just joking with you and your young master." "Just a joke?" Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, not only Elder Hua and Duan Lingtian were stunned, but even the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and the members of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven were stunned. They did not expect the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor could be so shameless. However, after they thought about his current situation, they did not find his reaction surprising, considering the desperate situation he was in. Perhaps they would have done the same if they were in shoes. After all, if the situation continued to escalate, even their heavenly emperor of the floating heaven would not be able to save him. However, did he really think such a lame excuse would work? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and humbly said, "Duan, young master, since my son has been disrespectful to you, I'll certainly punish him severely and make sure he doesn't appear in front of you in the future. Is that okay with you?" "Quit playing the fool." Duan Lingtian glanced at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. It was clear he refused to let things slide. He said frostily, "Since you and your son, Kong Yu want to kill me, how can I just let you get away with it? Is the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven a joke to you? In the future, am I supposed to let those who fail to assassinate me go just because they begged for mercy? How ridiculous. If you were in my shoes, would you let me off?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression soured for a moment before he continued to maintain the forced cheerful smile on his face and said, "Young master, since your wife is my third junior sister's disciple, it means I'm her senior uncle. Can you forgive us for the sake of my third junior sister?" Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who had just arrived. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. She felt a burning sensation on her cheeks when Duan Lingtian looked at her. She said icily, "Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, when you tried to kill him, didn't it cross your mind to hold back for my sake?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was taken aback. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was clearly trying to alienate herself from him by addressing him using his title instead of using the term second senior brother. She had clearly drawn a line between them, making it clear she was not going to help him. With this, it was clear to him that there was no turning back. Left with only one choice, which was to flee, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor dashed toward his son, Kong Yu, to bring him away. Kong Yu was still frozen in shock after the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Although he had mentally prepared himself, nothing could prepare him from the fear and panic that rose from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian was the young master of the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. Let's run away." Kong Yu finally regained his senses when he heard his father's words. His eyes brightened immediately. In his opinion, it would be difficult for him and his father to escape due to his father's speed. Even if his third junior aunt was stronger than his father, her speed was slower since his father comprehended the law of wind. Trying to flee? Elder Hua naturally knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was going to flee when he saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor make a beeline for his son. With this, golden flames danced in his eyes before he suddenly flashed and transformed into a giant golden bird that was the size of a small hill. Golden flames raged around the bird, making it look dazzling even from afar. Swoosh! 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 Although the law of fire that Elder Hua comprehended did not boost his speed much, as a flying celestial beast, he was gifted with speed. Coupled with his comprehension of the law of fire was higher than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. His speed was on par with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead of the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Elder Hua flew toward Kong Yue. He knew the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor would not leave without his son. No, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not expect Elder Hua to be so fast after reverting to his true form. His expression changed immediately. Then, without any hesitation, he abandoned his son and fled toward the distance. Since Elder Hua's speed was only on par with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, it was difficult for him to catch up to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor since the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had a head start. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was an outsider, it would be difficult for him to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, as a titled Celestial Emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and its heavenly emperor's second true disciple, he knew the heavenly palace like the back of his hand. Since Elder Hua was not familiar with the heavenly palace of floating heaven, it would be impossible for him to catch up even if Elder Hua's speed was faster. For these reasons, Elder Hua did not bother to give chase at all. Instead, he turned to look at the purple spike Celestial Emperor, whose expression was unsightly, and solemnly said, "Purple spike Celestial Emperor, please inform the Lord Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven about this matter. I demand an explanation from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven." Rest assured, Elder Hua, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will give you a satisfactory explanation, the purple spike Celestial Emperor said. At the same time, she sent a message to her master, Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at Kong Yue, whose expression was twisted, and smiled faintly. "Kong Yue, your father is really amazing. He can even abandon his son." Duan Lingtian. Kong Yue glared at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "My father just sent me a message. He wants you to know that if you dare kill me, he'll never let you get away with it, even if you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can't spend the rest of your life being a coward and stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Can you?" "Oh, is that so?" Duan Lingtian sneered. Smack! At this moment, the purple spike Celestial Emperor slapped Kong Yue's cheek and said indignantly, "Kong Yue, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't kill you today, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven won't let you get away with this." Third junior ant. Kong Yue held his swollen cheek as he spat out a few teeth. He looked at the purple spike Celestial Emperor and said in a grave tone, "My father wants me to tell you that if the heavenly palace of the floating heaven kills me, he will kill the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as soon as they leave the palace. If I die, he'll definitely avenge me." A smirk appeared on his face when he finished speaking. He looked at the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven meaningfully. Was the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor crazy? He was willing to make an enemy out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven because of his son? Did he have a death wish? The purple spike Celestial Emperor looked at Kong Yue and said airily, "Do you think he's capable of running away?" Kong Yue was taken aback when he heard these words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately when he saw the triumphant smile on the purple spike Celestial Emperor's face. He sent his father a message immediately, panicking. "Father!" After a while, Kong Yue still did not receive a reply from his father. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past suddenly before an old man appeared out of thin air, surprising everyone. The old man's hair was completely white, but his appearance was rather youthful for his age. A person with a grim expression on his face stood next to the old man. Was this not the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who had just fled? When the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven regained their senses, they hurriedly bowed at the old man. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had finally arrived after catching the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, who apparently failed to escape. He looked at Kong Yue, who had turned pale, indifferently as he said, "I've already heard about what happened. Both of you are really bold to attempt to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven," Yang Yunxiao said as he looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and Kong Yue. Kong Yue hastily kneeled and bowed at Yang Yunxiao before he pleaded, "Grandmaster, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. Grandmaster, I've learned my lesson, so please forgive me." Kong Yue knew his grandmaster loved him dearly, hence, he pleaded with his grandmaster. However, he had underestimated the severity of his actions. Yang Yunzhao's expression darkened further when he heard Kong Yuyi's words. "You useless brat," Yang Yunzhao barked. Following that, Kong Yuyi exploded into a mist of blood without any warning. Yang Yunzhao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, killed Kong Yuyi with just a thought. The members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven gasped. For most of them, this was the first time they had seen Yang Yunzhao making a move. "Ear!" The almighty wind celestial emperor cried sorrowfully. Apart from hatred, fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Yang Yunzhao. Although he was powerful, he was nothing in front of his master. "Junior nephew Duan." Yang Yunzhao looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "I've killed Kong Yuyi since he was the instigator. As for Kong Fun, is it okay to spare his life since his actions were born out of his love for his son?" Without waiting for Duanling Tian to reply, Yang Yunzhao continued to say, "Naturally, Kong Fun will still be punished. He'll be imprisoned for 100 years. Duanling Tian's heart sank when he heard Yang Yunzhao's words. On the other hand, Elder Hua's raised an eyebrow. It was clear to the duo that Yang Yunzhao was trying to save the almighty wind celestial emperor's life by pushing all the blame to Kong Yuyi. What kind of punishment was it to be sentenced to 100 years of imprisonment? It was nothing for someone like the almighty wind celestial emperor. Moreover, who could guarantee Yang Yunzhao would keep his words after they left? Before Duanling Tian could speak, Elder Hua said, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't you think your disciple's punishment is too light? Although he was not the instigator, he should be held responsible for his actions as well." His expression darkened at the end of his words. Yang Yunzhao did not respond to Elder Hua. Instead, he turned to look at Duanling Tian. Naturally, he knew who called the shots. "I feel the same as Elder Hua," Duanling Tian said solemnly. Yang Yunzhao narrowed his eyes. "Junior nephew Duan, you think the punishment is too light as well?" Just like before, he did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply before he continued to say, "If that's the case, I'll increase the duration from 100 years to 300 years. Junior nephew Duan, this should satisfy you, right?" After he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. Duanling Tian's expression darkened. He felt as though he had been insulted. Just as Duanling Tian was about to speak, he received a voice transmission from the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. "Duanling Tian, it's obvious my master is determined to save my second senior brother. No matter what you say, it won't change his mind unless your master is here. I've underestimated the importance of my second senior brother to my master." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was surprised by this outcome as well. She had been certain her master would not forgive the pair of father and son for their actions. After all, their actions could lead to disastrous consequences. Everyone knew how protective Feng Qingyang was of his people, let alone his true disciple. She did not think her master would only kill Kong Yuyi. "Perhaps my master doesn't think that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang will be dissatisfied with his decision. They're friends, after all. Moreover, no one can say my master has dealt with this matter inappropriately since it's hard to determine how great the responsibility my second senior brother should bear in regard to the matter." Duanling Tian, who was furious, calmed down after he mulled over the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. In the end, he said, "Since Heavenly Emperor Yang has spoken, I have no objections." Duanling Tian's attitude had obviously turned frosty. He did not even bother to address Yang Yunzhao as senior uncle. Yang Yunzhao had already expected this, so he remained calm. He said, "Since the transportation site in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven is destroyed, it will take some time to rebuild it. Junior nephew Duan, if you're in a hurry to leave, you can go to the transportation site nearest to my heavenly palace. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the transportation site here to be rebuilt. We're in a hurry to return to the solitary destructive heaven." Duanling Tian replied tonelessly. He did not want to stay a moment longer. After bidding farewell to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, he left with Elder Hua. At the same time, discontentment and dissatisfaction flashed in Elder Hua's eyes. After they left, he said furiously, "How dare Yang Yunzhao protect his second disciple so shamelessly? Isn't he afraid our Lord Heavenly Emperor will demand an explanation from him?" Even if Master looks for Yang Yunxiao would still push everything to Kong Yue and insist that the Almighty Wind's celestial emperor had only acted out of love. Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. Think about it. If Master decides to let things slide, then the Almighty Wind celestial emperor will live. If Master demands an explanation, at that time, it's not too late for Yang Yunxiao to kill the Almighty Wind celestial emperor to appease Master. Either way, Yang Yunxiao won't have to bear any consequences. He's really a sly old fox. Before today's incident, Duanling Tian had a rather good impression of Yang Yunxiao. It helped that Yang Yunxiao had given him a unique treasure even if Yang Yunxiao did not know how precious it was. The treasure was so precious that it could help Huanger upgrade the Seven Orifices exquisite sword to a supreme-grade divine artifact. However, after today's incident, that good impression had diminished greatly. Since Yang Yunxiao refused to kill the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he decided to acquiesce. He would just treat it as an exchange for the small bead he received. The only reason that Old Fox had given him a gift was only due to the fact that he was Feng Qingyang's true disciple after all. Young Master, you're wise. Elder Hu sighed. He realized Duanling Tian was right after he thought about it for a moment. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had boldly protected his disciple because he had thoroughly calculated everything. Just as Duanling Tian had said, it was not too late to kill his disciple if Feng Qingyang expressed his displeasure later on. With this, he successfully grabbed the chance for his disciple to survive. Duanling Tian and Elder Hua left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven feeling frustrated. In Yang Yunxiao's cultivation ground, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at the white-haired old man with bloodshot eyes. Kongfen, I hope you won't blame me, Yang Yunxiao sighed as he said, I had to kill your son to save your life. Since you're both at fault, I have to do something as an explanation for Feng Qingyang. If I don't act, the situation will escalate if Feng Qingyang shows up later. Since your son is dead, it's unlikely that he'll personally come to demand an explanation and risk falling out with me. However, if he really does come and demand your death, there won't be anything I can do to protect you. Therefore, you should consider your next step carefully. It's up to you if you want to continue to stay here or leave and find a place to hide. Your fate is uncertain if you stay here. If I were you, I'd leave temporarily until we can determine Feng Qingyang's stance. Master, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fell to his knees and kowtowed. Please forgive me for being disrespectful after you killed Ear. I thought you would kill me as well to appease the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect you to protect me. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed another 3 times to his master. You've been with me for so many years. How could I do nothing and watch you die? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. Kongfen, have you decided? Will you stay or leave? Master, I've decided to leave. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked grim as he said, I refuse to let someone else decide my fate, even if he's the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Killing intent flashed in the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's eyes. He was determined to avenge his son. Although Kong Yue was killed by his master, Yang Yunxiao, his master had done it to preserve his life. How could he blame his master? For this reason, he pushed all the blame to Duanling Tian. Unbeknownst to Duanling Tian, after he and Elder Hor returned to the solitary destructive heaven, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, Kongfen, left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as well. Duanling Tian still could not shake off his frustrations. He knew very well that Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, was adamant about protecting the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor because his master, Feng Qingyang, was not present. His frustration mostly stemmed from him feeling weak. After all, if he was stronger than Yang Yunxiao would not be able to protect the Almighty Wind Celestial even if Feng Qingyang was not present. I'm still too weak. In Yang Yunxiao's eyes, I'm just like a puny ant. He wouldn't have been so warm if it weren't for my master. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Indeed, he was right. Yang Yunxiao had only treated him so kindly and warmly all because he was Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. If it were not for this fact, Yang Yunxiao would not have deigned to speak to him at all. Since Duanling Tian's self-esteem had taken a blow from his time in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he had been keeping himself busy, cultivating in his room, after returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, his family and friends continued to cultivate in his little world. Needless to say, Duanling Tian cultivated using the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world as well. After all, even the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to the one in his little world. Even the divine crystal's heaven and earth spirit energy could not compare to the remnant of a realm of God's heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Duanling Tian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, felt it was best to stay in Duanling Tian's little world. Although it was good that they could be with their son by staying in his little world, it was rather difficult for them to be affectionate in the little world due to the lack of privacy. Therefore, the couple would leave the little world when they wanted time alone. After all, their son's accommodation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had so many rooms that there were more than enough rooms for all his family and friends. One of those days Duanling Tian's parents left his little world. His mother, Li Ro, said, "When it's convenient, I want to visit the Saint Province realm. It's been a long time since we went back." Duan Rufeng nodded. "All right, let's wait a while before we return." The Saint Province realm was just one of many mundane realms. Although Feng Qingyang, who was a prominent figure in the Devata realms, hailed from the Saint Province realm, nobody in the Saint Province realm was aware of that fact. At this moment, in the sky above a vast ocean in the Saint Province realm, a beautiful woman said to the man standing next to her, "Brother Chiu, it's time for us to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Huaner and little Tian." Lien Chiu nodded. "You're right. It's about time for us to return now that we've wandered all the places in this mundane realm. We should return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to focus on our cultivation. Although it's impossible for us to catch up to the cultivation bases of our daughter and son-in-law, being able to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is greatly beneficial to us." Lien Chiu was a sword celestial from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Like any other sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang was his idol as well. He did not imagine he would have such a connection to Feng Qingyang because of his daughter. His son-in-law was Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. The pair of husband and wife were shocked when they learned about this. At that time, Duanling Tian had wanted to bring them back with him, but they had fallen in love with the Saint Province realm, so they decided to stay for a little longer to explore the place. Before Duanling Tian left, he had told them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and look for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, if they could find him in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Lien Chiu suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face froze immediately. It was as though he had sensed something. Boom! 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 In just a moment, a series of explosions rang from the bottom of the ocean. Corpses of beasts rose to the surface of the sea soon after, dyeing the blue water red. "What's going on?" Duxian was baffled by this scene. Someone had killed them. The person seems to be a celestial emperor, Lien Chiu said with a grave expression on his face. Following that, Lien Chiu hurriedly brought Duxian away and teleported to the other end of the ocean. They saw two middle-aged men hovering in the sky as well. The two middle-aged men raised their hands as waves and waves of terrifying energy shot into the ocean like beams of light, killing all the beasts in the ocean. They noticed Lien Chiu and Du Xian's presence almost as soon as the duo arrived. They looked at the duo with killing intent before one of them attacked wordlessly. Swoosh! 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 A fireball that contained the force of a celestial emperor shot toward Lien Chiu and Du Xian in the sky. Fortunately, it was no threat to Lien Chiu. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sword cry rang in the air as Lien Chiu's celestial origin energy that boosted by his fused profundity converged and formed a gigantic sword to repel the fireball. Boom! The giant sword easily repelled the fireball before it continued shooting toward the middle-aged man. A celestial emperor? With this attack, the middle-aged man knew Lien Chiu was a celestial emperor whose strength was at least on par with his. Since Lien Chiu did not attack with all his might, the middle-aged man easily deflected his attack as well. Following that, the middle-aged man, who was surprised to see two celestial emperors in this small mundane realm, asked, "Who are you? You're not members of the Luo River sect, are you? The River Luo sect?" Lian Qiu's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. There were so many heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms that it was impossible to remember all of them. However, he remembered a few prominent ones, and the Luo River sect was one of them. The Luo River sect was not only a heaven-grade force, but it was the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven as well. The sect leader of the Luo River sect was also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Therefore, it was not a force that heaven-grade forces like the Heavenly Sword Mountain from the Solitary Destructive Heaven and the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace could compare to. Lian Qiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are the members of the Luo River sect doing in this mundane realm?" "We've been ordered by our sect leader to kill living things in this mundane realm," the other middle-aged man said as he stared at Lian Qiu intently. "Your sect leader?" Lian Qiu's expression changed immediately. He did not expect the members of the Luo River sect were here to kill all living things in the Saint Province realm due to the orders of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Lian Qiu asked, "Just to be sure, you're referring to the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect heaven?" "Indeed," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. "We received this order through the saint girl of our Luo River sect." Lian Qiu had heard of the saint girl of River Luo sect. She was the biological daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. She was only second to Situ Zhuqing in both the Luo River heaven and the Luo River sect. Why does the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect want to kill all living things in the Saint Province realm to be annihilated? How could an insignificant and small mundane realm offend her? Lian Qiu asked. Although it was just a mundane realm, to annihilate all living things was still a terrifying act. "We have no idea," the middle-aged man replied. "Only both of you are here?" Lian Qiu asked as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He planned to kill the two middle-aged men if they were the only members sent here before returning to the solitary destructive heaven to inform his son-in-law of this matter. After all, not only did his son-in-law come from the Saint Province realm, but Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, came from the Saint Province realm as well. Lian Qiu wondered if the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven issued such an order because of a grudge against the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even before Feng Qingyang had gone to the Azura Hell, Situ Zhuqing was already not a match for Feng Qingyang. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Azura Hell even stronger than before, it was impossible that Situ Zhuqing would offend Feng Qingyang. Moreover, the rumors of Feng Qingyang attaining godhood had spread to all Devata realms. Situ Zhuqing would have to be crazy to intentionally provoke Feng Qingyang. Of course not. The middle-aged man shook his head, unaware of Lian Qiu's killing intent. He said, "There are at least a dozen members along here, led by two titled celestial emperors." Upon hearing these words, Lian Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said with a smile, "What a coincidence that my wife and I chose to visit a mundane realm that has offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Since both of you are carrying out your duties, we won't get in your way." After Lian Qiu finished speaking, he brought out the formation compass that Duan Tian had given him and hastily activated it to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The formation compass was, in fact, given to Duan Tian by Elder Hua. It could transport one back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven no matter where one was. Apart from that, after the formation compass had acknowledged an owner, it would be useless for others to possess it since it would self-destruct upon the death of its owner. Swoosh! Before the middle-aged man could respond, Lian Qiu had vanished along with Du Xian. When he learned that there were two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect who had come to the Saint Province realm, a sense of danger rose in his heart immediately. Therefore, he no longer dared to waste time and immediately used the formation compass to leave the Saint Province realm. If the titled celestial emperors arrived before he left, it would be too late for him and his wife to escape if the two titled celestial emperors intended to kill them. Not long after Lian Qiu and Du Xian left through the formation compass, an old man appeared, seemingly out of thin air. He glared at the two middle-aged men as he asked, "Where are they?" One of the middle-aged men said with a bitter smile, "Elder Xiu, They left through a formation compass. Elder Xiao, one of them, said they came here to relax. Since they're not from the Saint Province realm, it's not necessary to kill them, right? The other middle-aged man asked tentatively. What? Just because he said he's not from the Saint Province realm? You believe him so easily? The old man looked at the two middle-aged men as though they were fools. There are so many mundane realms. Do you really think it's just a coincidence that they were here? There must be a reason they were here. It's likely that they came from the Saint Province realm. After a pause, the old man said with a frown, however, it's rather strange. Why did both of them run away if they're stronger than both of you? In his opinion, if Lian Qiu and Du Xian were from the Saint Province realm, they should have killed the two middle-aged men when they discovered the Luo River sect's subjective. The middle-aged man who had spoken first earlier froze for a moment before he said sheepishly, it must be because we mentioned that two titled celestial emperors led us here. The other middle-aged man nodded as he chimed in, that's right. Although that man is powerful, he's not a titled celestial emperor. Since they left in such a hurry, they must be afraid we'd come over and kill them, the old man said with a scoff. Clearly, he was one of the two titled celestial emperors who had led the members of the Luo River sect to the Saint Province realm. Hurry up and kill every living thing you encounter. If those two call for reinforcement, it'll be troublesome. If we return to ask for help, the Saint Girl and the sect leader will definitely blame us for our incompetence, the old man said in a grave tone. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two middle-aged men hurriedly moved to carry out their duties. Following that, the old man sent a message to the others to inform them of the matter. With that, the Saint Province realm suffered an unprecedented calamity. Blood flowed like rivers as its inhabitants were ruthlessly and brutally massacred by the members of the Luo River sect who seemed so invincible that even martial emperors and other powerful sectless cultivators were easily killed within seconds. After Lian Qiu and Du Xian left the Saint Province realm, they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The person guarding the formation was stunned by their sudden appearance. May I ask for your names? Since this formation was only exclusive to those who possessed the unique formation compasses of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the guard was naturally courteous toward Lian Qiu and Du Xian. Sir, is this the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Lian Qiu asked. Yes. The titled celestial emperor guarding the formation was confused by Lian Qiu's question. He did not understand why the man in front of him would ask such a stupid question. Sir, I'm here to look for your young master, Duan Tian. I'm his. It's okay. I'll send him a message now, Lian Qiu said. Initially, he planned to reveal his identity so the guard would bring him to Duan Tian. However, he thought it would be quicker if he personally sent a message to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, who was in the midst of cultivating, was interrupted by Lian Qiu's sudden message. Flames of fury danced in his eyes when he heard of what the Luo River sect was doing. That damned Luo River sect. Although Duan Tian had expected the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to come looking for him for revenge, he did not expect her to be so crazy as to order her men to wipe out all the living things in the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was just a small mundane realm. It should not attract any attention at all from a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this was because he had killed the soul of the person who possessed Muii. The soul belonged to the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven and the twin sister of the Saint Girl of the Luo River sect. It's imperative to stop them at once. I should ask Senior Meng Luo for help. After Duan Tian calmed down, he sent a message to the heavenly savage celestial emperor Meng Luo instead of Elder Hua while he was on his way to meet Lian Qiu and Du Xian. As soon as the titled celestial emperor guarding the formation saw Duan Tian, he hastily bowed. Young master. Since Duan Tian had spent some time in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, most of the members of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were aware of Duan Tian's identity as the only true disciple of their heavenly emperor. Seniors, I'll bring you to my residence. I've arranged for a place for both of you to stay. Don't worry about the Saint Province realm. I'll deal with the matter immediately, Duan Tian said before leading the couple back to his residence. Duanling Tian did not bring them into his little world because Huaner had told him not to expose his little world to her parents. With the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, if word got out about them, even Feng Qingyang might not be able to protect him. Although Huaner trusted her mother, she was still wary of her father, since she had not met him until recently. She did not want to take the risk of exposing Duanling Tian's biggest secret, hence she told Duanling Tian to keep his little world a secret until she was certain she could trust her father. If something happened to Duanling Tian because of her, she would never forgive herself. Since Huaner was adamant, there was nothing Duanling Tian could do. Moreover, he was moved when he saw that she prioritized his safety above all things. Although she knew the cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to that of a realm of gods and would greatly benefit her parents, she still decided to keep it a secret from them due to his safety. Before Duanling Tian left, Xianxia solemnly said, "The Luo River sect is the heavenly palace of the Luo River heaven. You must proceed with caution. Rest assured, Senior Xianxia. I know what to do." Duanling Tian replied with a nod. After bidding farewell to Lian Qin and Du Xian, Duanling Tian left to meet the muscular Meng Luo, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang's command. "Senior Meng Luo, I'm sorry to have to trouble you with this matter," Duanling Tian grimly said as he looked at Meng Luo. "We have to hurry to the Saint Province realm. I'm afraid they'll successfully kill all living things in the Saint Province realm if we're late." "Young master, even if you didn't ask for my help, I wouldn't have stayed idle," Meng Luo said as his eyes blazed in anger. "Our Lord Heavenly Emperor comes from the Saint Province realm, and he spoke about it often in the past. It's clear that he's fond of the Saint Province realm. How can I forgive those who want to destroy the Saint Province realm? After we deal with this, I'll personally visit the Luo River sect. How dare a 7-star god of war provokes our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" When Duanling Tian arrived in the Saint Province realm, he hid in Meng Luo's little world. He did not intend to show himself since it would expose the matter with Mu Yi. Since it seemed like the Heavenly Emperor of the River Luo Heaven had lost her mind over the loss of her daughter, he was afraid that even Meng Luo might not be able to protect him. Above the sky of a vast plain in the Saint Province realm, a muscular figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in a long green robe and his expression was grim at this moment. His face looked fierce and domineering, made even more so by his pair of bushy eyebrows. His eyes that were framed by his bushy eyebrows were glinting coldly at this moment. Swoosh! The muscular figure extended his divine consciousness before he flew across the sky at the speed of lightning, leaving ripples in his wake. At this moment, a blue-clad old man descended on the foot of a steep mountain. A disciple guarding the foot of the mountain asked, "Who are you? What brings you to the General Direction sect?" "I came to kill all of you." As the old man's voice fell, his eyes glinted. At the same time, a hole appeared on the glabella of the disciple who guarded the foot of the mountain. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the other disciples regained their senses, the dead disciple had already fallen to the ground with a loud thud. Their expressions changed drastically and terror brimmed in their eyes when they looked at their fallen comrade. "Report to the sect leader at once. We're under attack. Hurry! Report to the sect leader." The disciples cried out one after another as they turned to fly toward the mountain peak. "Only one person is needed to report to the sect leader," the old man said nonchalantly. He lifted his hand and pointed in the air before a few streaks of light shot out like meteors, piercing the glabellas of the disciples. In the end, all of the disciples, except for the disciple who was the slowest to move earlier, died. The only person to survive was a young man. At this time, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was frozen to the spot, too afraid to move or breathe loudly. His fellow disciples who were stronger and faster were easily killed by the old man in front of him. How could it be possible for him, who was weaker, to escape? "What are you waiting for? If you're not going to report to your sect leader, you might as well accompany your comrades in death." The young man's expression changed drastically upon hearing the old man's words. His body flickered as he rushed to look for the sect leader. Although the General Direction sect was not a top force in the Saint Province realm, it was still a rather powerful sect with many powerhouses who were almost at the level of a martial emperor. When the high-ranking officials of the General Direction sect learned that someone had killed their disciples, they were furious. Alas, they were easily killed by the old man with just a palm strike. The survivors from the general direction were terrified and horrified when they saw this. Who is he? Even martial emperors are nowhere as strong as him, right? Good heavens! How did the general direction sect provoke such a formidable powerhouse? The survivors of the general direction sect were in despair. News of the massacre spread quickly in the general direction, causing chaos to descend on the sect as many tried to flee for their lives. Alas, the old man only casually lifted his hand before streaks of light shot out toward all of the members of the general direction sect like missiles that were locked on their targets. It did not take long before all of the members of the general direction sect were killed. With this, a satisfied expression appeared on the old man's face. Killing is an art to be enjoyed. Those brutish and brash people don't know how to savor the feeling. The old man was one of the celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, his strength was comparable to one. Among the dozens of celestial emperors who came to the Saint Province realm, he was ranked in the top 5. When the old man turned around to leave the general direction sect, he discovered a tall and muscular gazing at him calmly. Someone managed to escape? The old man's first thought was that the person was a member of the general direction sect. He mobilized his celestial origin energy, getting ready to kill the man, when he discovered something odd. The man was looking at him indifferently. The man's gaze seemed familiar as well. It did not take long before he realized why the gaze looked familiar. The man seemed to be looking at him as though he was a dead man walking. Alarms began to blare in the old man's mind immediately as a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Someone from the mundane realm would not have the courage to look at him in such a manner even if he did not make a move, after all. His aura as a celestial emperor was so domineering that even the strongest person in a mundane realm would be terrified of him. Therefore, how could he not feel that something was wrong with the man who was looking at him boldly? "You're a member of the Luo River sect?" The tall and muscular middle-aged man was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. When he arrived, the old man had just finished killing the last person in the general direction sect. The old man's vicious actions had stoked the fire in his heart immediately. Even Duanling Tian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, burned with fury. He had a difficult time suppressing his urge to rush out and kill the old man. It took him a long time to calm down. He knew he could not expose himself. How do you know?" The old man was stunned by Meng Luo's words. "Summon all the members of the Luo River sect in this mundane realm here. You have a day. At that time, if there's even one person missing, you'll die for it," Meng Luo said. As he spoke, a destructive energy surged from his body before it transformed into a giant hand above the old man. The clouds were scattered hundreds of miles away by the gigantic hand. Based on the giant hand's energy, one could tell it was formed by the celestial origin energy of a 10-direction celestial emperor that had been boosted with more than 3 profundities from the law of destruction. The old man's expression changed drastically as terror flashed in his eyes. A powerhouse like the person in front of him was rare even in the Luo River sect. He withdrew his celestial origin immediately. He knew it was futile to resist. If the man in front of him wanted him dead, he would not be alive. After that, he asked in a trembling voice, "My lord, who are you?" Meng Luo replied indifferently. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? The old man's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the man in front of him was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if he knew the man in front of him was strong and not inferior to a titled celestial emperor, it did not cross his mind that the man was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Despair rose in the old man's heart. He knew even the Luo River sect's Saint Girl and Supreme Elders were no match for Meng Luo. Perhaps the only person who could deal with Meng Luo was the sect leader, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Lord Meng Luo, may I ask why? You're looking for the members of the Luo River sect in this mundane realm, the old man stammered. The ominous feeling that rose in the old man's heart intensified. He wondered if Meng Luo was the reinforcement whom the 2 unfamiliar celestial emperors called for. He had heard from his comrades earlier that one of them had run into 2 celestial emperors. The two celestial emperors had apparently left in a haste after learning about the Luo River sect's purpose. The two titled celestial emperors who had led them here had guessed that the duo had left in a hurry to call for reinforcements. Who knew the speculations turned out to be true? Most importantly, the reinforcement the two celestial emperors had called for was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was renowned in all Devata realms. He was famous not only because of his strength but because of his position as Feng Qingyang's right-hand man. Moreover, it could be seen how important he was to Feng Qingyang when Feng Qingyang killed a heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo. "Hurry up, I'm not a man of patience," Meng Luo said impatiently. He did not bother to answer the old man's question. The old man quickly sent a message to summon his peers over without any hesitation and told them about Meng Luo. Needless to say, the other members of the Luo River sect were thoroughly shocked when they received the message. Huh? Meng Luo? The heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! Who are those two celestial emperors? They even managed to ask Meng Luo for help. Hey! Do you know when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven killed another heavenly emperor to avenge Meng Luo? His strength was already comparable to our Lord Heavenly Emperor at that time. We can't go. What if he kills us? The members of the Luo River sect in the Saint Province realm were naturally reluctant to meet Meng Luo. Upon hearing his comrades' replies, the old man regretted telling them the truth. After all, even if one of them did not come, Meng Luo would kill him. After a moment, he tried to rectify his mistake and sent another message to his comrades. "I'm sorry. I've already revealed all your names to Meng Luo. He has said that if all of you don't show up, he'll hunt all of you down even if you leave the Luo River sect and the Luo River heaven. He has said that as long as you show up, he'll spare your lives." After listening to the old man's second message, the members of the Luo River sect stopped what they were doing immediately and made their way to the General Direction sect. In less than half a day, all of them had gathered at the sect. When these people saw Meng Luo, they bowed and greeted Meng Luo in trembling voices. "Lord Meng Luo, where are two titled celestial emperors?" Meng Luo asked indifferently as he swept his gaze across the members of the Luo River sect. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian glared at them furiously from Meng Luo's little world. "Lord Meng Luo." An old man and a middle-aged man stepped forward. They were two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Su Xiu, the outstanding celestial emperor, Chang'e, the surging wind celestial emperor. Without any warning, a strong destructive energy surged out from Meng Luo and morphed into a giant black monster. Both men's expressions changed drastically as the giant black monster opened its mouth and devoured them. When the black energy dissipated, only two spatial rings were left. The two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect died in just a blink of an eye. Since they were just ordinary titled celestial emperors, it did not take much for Meng Luo to kill them. Upon seeing this, the Luo River sect's celestial emperors kneeled and pleaded for their lives. Chills ran up their spines as they shuddered. Some of them even sent messages to the old man, cursing him for deceiving them. After all, the old man had said Meng Luo would not kill them as long as they came here. Meng Luo had killed the two titled celestial emperors so easily it would be even easier for him to kill them. Although they had heard much about Meng Luo's strength in the past, it was nothing compared to watching him in action. Lord Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, please have mercy. We're only following orders. Lord Meng Luo, please have mercy. Meng Luo looked at the kneeling celestial emperors and asked tonelessly, "Do you know why I am here?" Silence descended on the group of celestial emperors. The first thought that came to their minds was that the pair of the celestial emperors must have sought help from Meng Luo. Moreover, those two must have a good relationship with Meng Luo for Meng Luo to personally make a move. If they survived, they swore never to return to the Saint Province realm unless the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven could subdue Meng Luo and stop him from intervening. Finally, someone managed to muster up their courage and said, "Lord Meng Luo, we're here by the orders of the Luo River sect's Saint Girl. We've been told by the Saint Girl that the order came directly from the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Lord Meng Luo, you should know that our sect leader is also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven." The man naively thought that Meng Luo would be intimidated if he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor of the River Luo Heaven? Meng Luo stared at the man coldly. Do you think I'd be intimidated just because you mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven? The man's expression changed drastically upon hearing Meng Luo's words. His forehead broke out in cold sweat that trickled down from his temples. Certainly not, Lord Meng Luo. That's not my intention. Seeing that the celestial emperors were all kneeling with their heads lowered, too afraid to speak, Meng Luo said, I came after I received news that the Luo River sect intends to annihilate the Saint Province realm. Do you know why I intervened in this matter? He looked at the celestial emperors meaningfully before he said, It's because our Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from the Saint Province Island. He's very fond of this place. The trembling celestial emperor stiffened immediately upon hearing Meng Luo's words. Their minds turned blank. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from the Saint Province realm, and he was very fond of the Saint Province realm? Goosebumps erupted on their skin when they regained their senses. Fear surged in their hearts when they recalled they had massacred the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm where the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven hailed from. I'll spare one of you so you can return to the Luo River Heaven to report this matter. As for the others, don't even think of escaping. You'll only fail, Meng Luo said frostily. The celestial emperor's expressions changed again. They froze for a moment as they exchanged a look among themselves. Without any warning, all of them began to attack each other. In the beginning, many of the celestial emperors joined forces to kill the 3 strongest celestial emperors among them. Following that, all of them turned on each other, attacking and killing before only one of them, who was severely injured, was left. Despite his injuries, he was relieved and overjoyed. The man looked at Meng Luo nervously as he asked, Lord Meng Luo, can I leave now? Leave, Meng Luo said nonchalantly. Remember to report this to your Heavenly Emperor. Thank you, Lord Meng Luo. The man felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders after he heard Meng Luo's words. After the man left, Duanling Tian finally emerged from Meng Luo's little world with an unsightly expression on his face. Young master, we'll have to wait for our Lord Heavenly Emperor's return to decide our next step. However, after my intervention, I'm sure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect won't return to the Saint Province realm, Meng Luo said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded before he said, Senior Meng Luo, you may leave now if you want. I want to wander the Saint Province realm. Young master, since there's nothing important I have to attend to, I'll accompany you. I'd like to see the place where our Lord Heavenly Emperor came from, Meng Luo said with a smile on his face. Contrary to his words, the real reason he decided to stay was to ensure Duanling Tian's safety. After all, he had learned that the massacre in the Saint Province realm was caused by Duanling Tian killing the soul of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's daughter. He did not dare to let his guard down. What if the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect lost her mind due to grief and came to the Saint Province realm? Duanling Tian would be in danger if he were absent at that time. Duanling Tian did not dissuade Meng Luo. He flew in the direction of the 10 Great Dynasty. Since the members of the Luo River sect were here when we arrived, they probably hadn't finished killing all the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm. The 10 Great Dynasty is rather remote, so they probably hadn't gone there yet, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He knew was just trying to reassure himself. After all, he knew very well that traversing the entire Saint Province realm was nothing to a celestial emperor. Even the strongest person in the mundane realm was like an ant in front of a celestial emperor. Please let everyone be okay. Although most of the people Duanling Tian cared about had left the Saint Province realm or passed away, their descendants remained. He, naturally, did not wish any harm to come to them. Meanwhile, the only surviving celestial emperor, a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe with a jade-like complexion, from the group that was sent to the Saint Province realm, finally arrived at the Luo River sect. If it were up to him, he would not return to the Luo River sect. However, he could forsake his family and friends who were still in the Luo River sect. Lord Saint Girl, the man called out anxiously with a fearful expression on his face. What's going on? The Saint Girl of the Luo River sect was Feng Jianyu. She was the biological daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. When she heard the middle-aged man's voice and expression, she knew something was amiss. Lord Saint Girl, except for me, everyone who was sent to the Saint Province realm, including Lord Chang'e and Lord Su Xiu, is dead, the middle-aged said with his head lowered. His body could not stop trembling as he reported the matter to Feng Jianyu. What? Feng Jianyu's expression changed dramatically. How's that possible? Out of a group of celestial emperors and 2 titled celestial emperors, only one survived in the mundane realm? Speak. What happened? Feng Jianyu's expression darkened. She did not expect all men she sent to the Saint Province realm, except one, had died. How could anyone in the mundane realm contend with a celestial emperor, let alone a group of celestial emperors and 2 titled celestial emperors? Lord Saint Girl, it's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He came to the Saint Province realm and intervened. The middle-aged man conveyed Meng Luo's words to Feng Jianyu following that. The heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo, intervened because their heavenly emperor, Feng Qingyang, hails from the Saint Province realm and is fond of that place? Feng Jianyu was stunned. She knew Meng Luo had deliberately spared the middle-aged man. Otherwise, the middle-aged man would not have survived. Let alone the middle-aged, even she was no match for Meng Luo after all. She really did not expect Feng Qingyang to have come from the Saint Province realm. How can there be such a coincidence? Feng Jianyu found this hard to believe. How could there be such a coincidence? The mundane realm Muyi and Duanling Tian came from was also where Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, came from. Moreover, the men she had sent to massacre the inhabitants of the Saint Province realms were discovered by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only that, but Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor who was the strongest person after Feng Qingyang in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, personally made a move as well. Feng Jianyu looked at the middle-aged man and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything. How did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven discover this matter in such a timely manner?" Lord Saint Girl, I heard someone ran into a male celestial emperor and a female celestial emperor before all this happened. It should be those 2 who informed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven about that matter, the middle-aged solemnly said. In fact, it's likely those 2 are also from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There's a possibility they were stationed there by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. A male and a female celestial emperor? Feng Jianyu frowned. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. I heard 2 of my comrades ran into them. However, when they learned about our purpose in the Saint Province realm, they left in a haste through a formation compass. After that, the heavenly savage celestial emperor arrived within the hour. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said anxiously, "For the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to send 2 celestial emperors to guard a mundane realm. I'm afraid the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven must have deep feelings for that mundane realm. Moreover, out of the 2 guards, one of them has strength that's almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor. With this, we can see how much importance heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang placed on the Saint Province realm. Needless to say, this occurred to Feng Jianyu as well. A wave of frustration rose in her heart immediately. When she calmed down, she looked at the middle-aged man coldly and said, "You, come with me to meet the sect leader." With that, the duo left to meet Situ Zhuqing, the sect leader of Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. When Situ Zhuqing learned about what had happened from Feng Jianyu and the middle-aged man, she was stunned. Feng Qingyang came from the Saint Province realm as well? Moreover, he even sent 2 celestial emperors, one who's almost on par with a titled celestial emperor, to guard that mundane realm. With this information, how could Situ Zhuqing be unable to tell that Feng Qingyang was incredibly fond of the Saint Province realm? How can there be such a coincidence? Situ Zhuqing's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. She was no match for Feng Qingyang in the past, let alone now. After Feng Qingyang survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, one could only imagine how terrifyingly powerful he had become. In fact, many heavenly emperors speculated that Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood. Someone like Feng Qingyang was not someone she could afford to offend. Did you say you massacred the inhabitants of the Saint Province realm on my orders? Situ Zuqing looked at the middle-aged man intently. Although she had tried to suppress her killing intent when she spoke, she still could not hide it. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I said no such thing, the middle-aged man cried out in a trembling voice. Needless to say, whether the middle-aged man said such words or not, Situ Zuqing would not let him live. With just a wave of her hand, she killed the man. Following that, Situ Zuqing looked at Feng Jianyu with a hint of nervousness. She was trembling slightly, and fear flashed in the depths of her eyes as she said, "Go investigate if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has any descendants in the Saint Province realm. If the answer is yes, investigate if any of them were killed." Although Situ Zuqing was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm as well, there were many heavenly emperors who were stronger than her. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was among them. Perhaps she would not be so afraid if it was any of the other heavenly emperors who were stronger than her. How could she not be afraid when she knew Feng Qingyang had once killed a heavenly emperor to avenge his subordinate? Yes, mother. Feng Jiangyu was worried as well. She could naturally guess her mother's thoughts. She prayed fervently that the men she sent to the Saint Province realm did not kill any of Feng Qingyang's descendants. Better yet, if he did not have any descendants at all. However, why would Feng Qingyang send 2 celestial emperors to guard the Saint Province realm if he did not have any descendants there? With this thought, she mostly hoped her men did not kill any of Feng Qingyang's descendants. When Feng Jianyu was about to leave, Situ Zuqing suddenly stopped her. Wait. Then she continued to say, we should leave the Luo River heaven for now. While we're away, let your men investigate the Saint Province realm to see if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has any descendant or disciple there, and if any of them were killed. Clearly, Situ Zuqing already had an escape plan in mind. Feng Jianyu's eyes widened upon hearing those words. Mother, you mean, are we fleeing? Why? Fleeing isn't embarrassing. Don't tell me you'd rather die instead? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang isn't one to show mercy. It's best we lay low for now, Situ Zuqing said. Before leaving the Luo River heaven, they hid somewhere in the Luo River heaven to make arrangements for the Luo River sect and sent men to the Saint Province realm. Duanling Tian was unaware that Situ Zuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, and her daughter, Feng Jianyu, would flee as soon as they found out about the matter. If he were aware of it, he would have been impressed by how Feng Qingyang's name alone was so fearsome and revered. When Duanling Tian and Meng Luo finally arrived in the 10 Great Dynasty, he saw that it was painted red with blood. Not a single living soul could be seen in the 10 Great Dynasty. None of his friends and acquaintances' descendants survived the massacre. No. Duanling Tian's eyes turned red, and his body trembled. Flames of fury burned his heart, causing his celestial origin energy to roll out in waves. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Those from the Luo River sect had killed every living thing in the 10 Great Dynasty. My condolences, young master. During their journey here, Meng Luo had learned that Duanling Tian's hometown was located in this place. After a moment, Meng Luo said to comfort Duanling Tian, when our Lord Heavenly Emperor returns, I'm sure he'll avenge you. The 10 Great Dynasty was considered a rural area in the Saint Province realm. The average strength of the people there was among the lowest in the Saint Province realm. Even a sectless celestial with an average cultivation base could easily massacre everyone in the 10 Great Dynasty, let alone celestial emperors who were generally considered the most powerful in Devata realms. No, everything's gone. Duanling Tian could not accept this. He was here not too long ago with Huaner. They traveled to the Fresh Breeze town and Aurora City before traveling to other places. There were legends about him in all the places they visited and many of his friends' descendants. Now they were all gone. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, Duanling Tian, said through gritted teeth. To think that a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would stoop so low as to massacre all living things in a mundane realm. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he inhaled deeply to suppress his surging emotions. Nevertheless, his expression was still terrible. If little Feier, Tian Wu, or my parents learn of this, they'll be very saddened. It's time for me to break the news to them. Initially, Duanling Tian had planned to keep this a secret from his loved ones. However, he knew he would not be able to keep this a secret forever. In the end, he thought it was better that they learn about this sooner rather than later. There was no need to hide this from them. Just as Duanling Tian expected, everyone was furious and sad when they learned about what happened. No one expected that a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would do something like that. Tianer, I know you want revenge. However, it's best if you don't expose yourself before you're powerful enough to take them down. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang surely won't let this matter slide when he returns. Don't take unnecessary risks, Duan Ru Feng solemnly said. He was worried his son would act rashly out of anger and rush to the Luo River heaven to seek revenge. However, after he finished speaking, he felt that his worries were unfounded. After all, his son had much more experience in the Devata realms compared to him. Even without his reminder, his son was certainly aware of all the things he had mentioned. Father, I know what to do. Don't worry, Duanling Tian said. At this time, a frown could be seen on Han Xuanai's face. She asked, Brother Ling Tian, can we take a look at the Greenwave Han Mansion? The Greenwave Han Mansion was where Han Xuanai came from in the Saint Province realm. Now that a few hundred years had passed, she was clueless about her family's situation. She was naturally worried. All right, Duanling Tian nodded. He was reminded that Han Xuanai's hometown was not located in the 10 Great Dynasty. Duanling Tian flew in the direction of the Greenwave Han Mansion following the route in his memory. He wondered if Han Xuanai's family members were still alive. After all, her family members had rather high cultivation bases, so they could live for a long time if nothing untoward happened. When Duanling Tian arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion, he discovered that the Greenwave Han Mansion, similar to the 10 Great Dynasty, was bathed in blood as well. No! Impossible! Han Xuanai looked at the ruins of the Greenwave Han Mansion in disbelief. Pain flashed in her eyes. Her family, her home, everything was gone. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai rushed into Duanling Tian's arms and began to sob uncontrollably. Duanling Tian could empathize with her pain. He reached out and patted her back. Xuanai, don't worry. A few hundred years have passed. It's possible that they've moved elsewhere. Duanling Tian's words were only meant to console Han Xuanai. In fact, he thought it was likely that Han Xuanai's family had met with a disaster. At this moment, Duanling Tian's anger and hatred towards Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect, grew so much that they almost overwhelmed him. After Duanling Tian became a celestial emperor, he had never once felt he was extremely powerful, even if he possessed the 5 divine elements. After all, there were too many elites. However, it had been a long time since he had felt so weak and helpless. When he was still in the mundane realm, he was already aware of the existence of the realms of gods. He knew celestials from Devata realms were no match for those from realms of gods at all. For example, just the servant of Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, was able to force Feng Qingyang to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Xuanai, don't worry. If something really happened to them, I promise I'll capture the culprit for you to kill. Duanling Tian promised Han Xuanai in a low voice. Since Meng Luo was aware of Duanling Tian's power and potential, he knew Duanling Tian was not making empty promises. Perhaps, if another titled celestial who was unaware of Duanling Tian's strength and potential were present, they would think Duanling Tian was talking nonsense. After all, Duanling Tian was only an ordinary celestial emperor. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was only average among all the heavenly emperors, she was still a 7-star god of war. How could an ordinary celestial emperor capture or kill someone like that? It sounded like a joke. After consoling Han Xuanai and sending her back to his little world, Duanling Tian asked, Senior Meng Luo, since the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven knows you intervened, and that this is where Master came from, she won't dare to act rashly, right? That's right, Meng Luo said confidently. Duanling Tian sighed in relief upon hearing these words. Although the places he knew and the descendants of the people he knew were gone, the Saint Province realm as a whole was his hometown. It was only natural that he did not want disaster to befall the Saint Province realm. After Duanling Tian and Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he discovered that everyone was incredibly focused on cultivating, unlike before where they would take breaks and chat with each other. It was obvious that the massacre in the Saint Province realm had placed a huge pressure on his loved ones. In the past, they were under the illusion they would be able to live a peaceful and safe life in the mundane realm. After all, even if they were only average in Devata realms, they would be invincible in the mundane realms. However, this matter made them realize they were not 100% safe even if they chose to live in a mundane realm. There were many factors that they did not account for. In the end, they realized that they would not be fully in charge of their own fates unless they grew stronger and stronger. This matter weighed heavily on their hearts. Hence, they began to focus on their cultivation. Even Mu Yi, who was affected by the atmosphere, began to cultivate. By the look of things, most of them should be able to become celestial lords and celestial emperors soon. After checking up on his family in his little word, Duanling Tian focused on his cultivation as well. Similar to the others, he felt the pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Two heavenly emperors appeared in Duanling Tian's mind as he cultivated: Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven; Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Yang Yunxiao. He could not wait until he was strong enough to kill the former and force the latter to hand over Kong Yuyi's father, the Almighty Wind's celestial emperor. The days continued to pass. Every once in a while, Elder Hua would send over some celestial pills and celestial fruits suitable for a celestial emperor to Duanling Tian. Celestial pills and celestial fruits were not very popular in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, so there were not many of them in the heavenly palace. Perhaps it was because Feng Qingyang had never had a true disciple before. Naturally, the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven possessed these things. However, since these were part of their personal belongings, they would naturally give them to their respective disciples. How could they freely give them away to Duanling Tian? For this reason, Elder Hua looked for these titled celestial emperors and traded with them fairly for the celestial pill and celestial fruits that would be useful to Duanling Tian. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian and his loved ones improved at a shocking speed. While Duanling Tian cultivated, he did not forget to continue learning how to fuse his profundities from the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. As expected, his comprehension speed was incredibly fast with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. During this time, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven did not change much. After all, 200 years were not long for celestials in Devata realms. At this time, Duanling Tian, who was cultivating in his room, heard Elder Hua calling out to him. "Young master." Duanling Tian stopped cultivating and left immediately. "Elder Hua, what's the matter?" During the first 100 years, Elder Hua would visit him frequently. However, as time passed, the frequency of visits had dropped. After all, celestial pills and celestial fruits were not endless even in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Elder Hua saw Duanling Tian, he said with a smile, "Young master, our Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned." Duanling Tian, who had assumed Elder Hua had come to give him celestial pills and celestial fruits like before, was stunned. Soon after, a delighted expression appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, "Truly? He's returned from the Azura Hell." "That's right." Elder Hua nodded with a smile on his face. "Lord Heavenly Emperor just returned today. When he heard you're in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he asked me to bring you over to meet him." A hint of reverence could be heard in his voice when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. "Let's go," Duanling Tian said excitedly. He was finally going to meet his master, Feng Qingyang. Ever since he ascended to a Devata realm and learned that Feng Qingyang did not perish in the Azura Hell, he had been looking forward to meeting Feng Qingyang. Now the day had finally arrived. Feng Qingyang was the first successor of the Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province realm's 7 absolute sect. Duanling Tian was the second successor. When Duanling Tian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had stumbled upon Feng Qingyang's legacy by chance and had mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword. For this reason, his journey in the Saint Province realm had been smooth sailing. Could be said that the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to grow so powerful was due to his mastery of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Back when he was still in the Saint Province realm, he had wondered more than once if he would be able to meet Feng Qingyan, whom he considered his master. When he finally arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and was acknowledged by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang. However, he did not expect that he would have to wait for more than 200 years before he would finally be able to meet Feng Qingyang. For most celestials, 200 years were not a long time, but for him, 200 years was almost half of his life. He was only more than 500 years old now, after all. During the journey to meet Feng Qingyang, Elder Hua felt rather nostalgic and began to reminisce about the past. Young master, our Lord Heavenly Emperor watched you when you were going through the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm through a mirror image formation. At that time, I just left you not too long ago, in just a blink of an eye. Almost 500 years have passed since then. He watched me undergo the heavenly tribulation through a mirror image formation? Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. This was his first time hearing about this. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to have paid attention to him since such a long time ago. Back then, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, and I accompanied Lord Heavenly Emperor to watch you pass the heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that Kuang Ling is no longer with us. Elder Hua sighed. Duan Ling Tian had previously learned from Elder Hua that Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, perished when Feng Qingyang fought the servant of Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering realm. At that time, Yun Qingyang's servant had a higher grade divine artifact. Not only was the grade of his weapon higher than the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, but even his sword soul was stronger than Kuang Ling. In the past, Elder Hua had vanished so suddenly because Feng Qingyang had ordered Kuang Ling to bring Elder Hua to the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang had done so because he was worried he would be overly reliant on Elder Hua and the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, causing him to slack off in his cultivation. Based on this, one could see Feng Qingyang truly cared about Duan Ling Tian and paid attention to his growth. Meng Luo, Feng Qingyang's most trusted subordinate, thought so as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so respectful toward Duan Ling Tian. After staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for more than 200 years, Duan Ling Tian had explored most of the places in the palace. Therefore, he was rather familiar with his way around. However, at this moment, as he followed Elder Hua to meet Feng Qingyang, the paths suddenly seemed different to him. The short journey seemed much longer than it should be. Apart from excitement and joy, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel slightly awkward as well. At this moment, Elder Hua came to a stop and said, "This is where our Lord Heavenly Emperor stays at the moment." A small floating island above a lake was right in front of Duan Ling Tian. This place was one of the forbidden places in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Only a handful of people were allowed in. As Feng Qingyang's true disciple-to-be who had been approved by Meng Luo, Duan Ling Tian had been to this place a few times in the past. The lake beneath the floating island was located in a quiet mountain valley in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The entire place was like a world of its own. The scenery was lush. Flowers bloomed amidst the birds' chirpings. Although this was not Duan Ling Tian's first time here, he felt completely different from before. In the past, he would take time to enjoy the beautiful scenery. However, at this time, all his attention was focused on the small floating island above the lake. He knew there was a spacious courtyard with a room at the back on the small floating island. However, he did not know it was where Feng Qingyang stayed in the past. Under Elder Hua's lead, Duan Ling Tian flew onto the floating island before descending into the courtyard. Following that, Elder Hua bowed in the direction of the room at the back and said respectfully, "My Lord Heavenly Emperor, the young master is here." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he stared unblinkingly in the direction of the room. Swoosh! A wave of majestic mustard-color energy swept out from the room as soon as Elder Hua's voice fell. Duan Ling Tian could tell that the energy was from the law of earth. Following that, he saw something shocking. The mustard energy began to solidify in front of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Initially, they converged in a humanoid form. Following, the figure became cleared and clearer before it solidified into a tall and handsome young man dressed in a green robe. His expression was solemn and dignified. His eyes, which were framed by a pair of sword-shaped brows, were deep. It was as though he could see through everything with his eyes. At this moment, he smiled as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "I've seen you once through the mirror image formation many years ago. Unfortunately, that was the last time until today that I saw you. You still look the same even though your bearing has changed." With these words, Duanling Tian snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly bowed and said somewhat nervously, "I'm Duanling Tian. Greetings, Senior Feng Qingyang." The handsome young man cocked an eyebrow and asked teasingly, You're still referring to me as Senior Feng Qingyang?" Elder Hua reminded Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Clearly amused, "Young master, you should address the Lord Heavenly Emperor as master." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian hastily said, "Greetings, master." Duanling Tian had thought there would be ceremonies and formalities to go through before he officially became Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Therefore, he did not want to be presumptuous and address Feng Qingyang as his master before anything else. However, it seemed like his master did not care much about formalities. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard Duanling Tian's new way of addressing him. "We finally met. Since I entered the Azura Hell, I hardly received any news about you. I sent my men to look for you in the mundane realm at that time. However, when they failed to find you, I figured you must have ascended to one of the Devata realms. I didn't expect you only took a few hundred years to become a celestial emperor." At this time, Elder Hua had tactfully left Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian alone so they could speak. "I had a few fortuitous encounters." Duanling Tian smiled. Soon after, a guilty expression appeared on his face as he said, "Master, I want to apologize. It's all my fault that you were forced to go to the Azura Hell. You were even trapped in that place for such a long time." "There's no need to apologize." Feng Qingyang shook his head. "Everything happens for a reason. After all, if I weren't trapped in the Azura Hell, I wouldn't have achieved the things I did." For Feng Qingyang, he had achieved many things after experiencing many near-death experiences. To a certain extent, he saw his time in the Azura Hell as an opportunity given by Duanling Tian. This was one of the reasons he was concerned about Duanling Tian's well-being and instructed his men to look for Duanling Tian. Upon hearing those words, Duanling Tian asked curiously, "Master, I heard, is it true that you've attained godhood?" "That's right." Feng Qingyang nodded. "This is a clone from the law of earth." "I see." Duanling Tian understood now why Feng Qingyang had solidified into being from the law of earth's energy. The world-cleansing divine water had once told him that once one attained godhood, one would gain a law clone from every law where all the profundities had been comprehended to the mastery stage. Law clones could exist away from one's physical body. They also contained divine energy and the full force of the law that had been comprehended. "I wasn't aware that you've mastered the law of earth as well." Duanling Tian was surprised. Based on what he knew, Feng Qingyang was famous for his comprehension of the law of destruction. The strongest law he comprehended was also the law of destruction. Moreover, the law of destruction was compatible with the sword Dao. He knew that Feng Qingyang's sword Dao contributed to his comprehension of the law of destruction as well after years and years of perfecting his sword technique. Needless to say, Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the law of destruction was one of the best in the Devata realms. "I've mastered both the law of destruction and the law of earth," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. The duo continued chatting for a while before Feng Qingyang finally asked about what happened back then. "That person chased after me back then and only said he wanted to kill me because of you. He said I have to pay with my life because you inherited my legacy. That person is an imminent god. The law and profundities he comprehended were no weaker than mine at that time. In addition, his divine artifact was more powerful than mine. I wasn't a match for him at all. I remember him saying he's from the realm of gods called the Divine Offering Land. How did you offend someone like that?" Feng Qingyang was curious how Duanling Tian, who was still in the mundane realm at that time, managed to offend someone from the realm of gods. "Master, it was because of my wife, Koer." Duanling Tian did not hide the truth from Feng Qingyang. After he recounted everything, he said, that person who attacked you is merely a servant of the Yun clan in the divine offering realm. I didn't expect so many twists and turns, Feng Qingyang said. Realization seemed to dawn on him as he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully and asked, is that why you progressed so quickly in just a few hundred years? You're planning to save your wife once the passages from the Devata realms to the realms of gods open. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to figure out Duanling Tian's motivation for cultivating so hard. However, he slightly regretted asking that question since he felt it was no different from pouring salt on his disciple's wound. Therefore, he did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply and swiftly changed the topic. His eyes shone brightly as he said, I've heard about what happened in the Saint Province realm. Do you want to come with me to the Luo River Heaven? By putting himself into Duanling Tian's shoes, Feng Qingyang could understand how Duanling Tian felt. Back then he thought that if even someone like him faced such danger that time, he could only imagine how dangerous it had been for Duanling Tian. For that reason, he was not optimistic about Duanling Tian's survival at that time. One of the reasons he had sent his men to look for Duanling Tian in the mundane realm instead of personally going to the mundane realm himself was due to the fact that he thought Duanling Tian had died. He only wanted his men to confirm his thoughts. Although his men failed to find Duanling Tian, they also did not hear any news about Duanling Tian's death. Therefore, he began to feel hopeful again. However, deep down inside, he thought it was just his wishful thinking. After all, the person Duanling Tian had offended was someone from a realm god. Let alone a cultivator from the mundane realm, even celestials were no match for those from the realms of gods. If Duanling Tian was like an ant to celestials from Devata realms, what about those from the realms of gods? Feng Qingyang was also greatly infuriated after hearing about what Duanling Tian had gone through. He did not expect there were those who would go so far and act so viciously. The Luo River Heaven? Duanling Tian, who had grown emotional upon hearing Feng Qingyang's question, perked up when he heard Feng Qingyang's following words. Although it was not his first time talking out the past, he was no less upset about it now. Humans were not emotionless like trees after all. Moreover, the one who was trapped in the divine offering land was his wife, Kur. Nevertheless, Feng Qingyang's words managed to divert his attention. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Although Feng Qing's expression was one of indifference, Duanling Tian could see the coldness flashing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. The look in Feng Qingyang's eyes was fierce and unyielding like a sword. It was rather mesmerizing. When he regained his senses, he said apologetically, Master, what happened at the Saint Province realm is my fault. I didn't know the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would vent her anger on the Saint Province realm when she couldn't find me, the person who killed her daughter. Duanling Tian still felt guilty over what happened in the Saint Province realm. After all, he was the one who destroyed the soul of Feng Jianshui, the daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, to save Muyi and thus incurring her wrath. I heard about what happened. It's not your fault, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head. If I were you, I would do the same. How can the body of a member of our seven absolute sect be taken by another person? His eyes shone with killing intent when he finished speaking. It was as though he could devour someone whole. Situ Zhuqing wanted to massacre all the inhabitants in a mundane realm for her own selfish desires. She did not even spare the beasts. She truly thinks there are no consequences, Feng Qingyang said frostily. It's unfortunate she picked the wrong mundane realm. Is the mundane realm where Feng Qingyang, came from a place where she could do as she pleases? Is this the speed of a god? Duanling Tian was still in awe when he arrived at the Luo River Heaven. He was stunned by Feng Qingyang's speed when Feng Qingyang brought him to the transportation site in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although he was aware there was a difference in strength between a god and a celestial that was like the difference between heaven and earth, witnessing it with his own eyes was completely different. Moreover, this was just his master's law of Earth's clone. The law of Earth could be said to be the slowest among all the laws, but he was certain that even the fastest titled celestial emperor was slower than his master. After Feng Qingyang removed his energy from Duanling Tian, he asked, I know the Luo River sect is the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven, but I've never been there. Do you know the way there? The first and only time Duanling Tian went to the Luo River sect was to look for Muyi. At that time, He had been excited to have found another one of his friends. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late. Even after he had rescued her, she was in a bad shape. The old Muyi would never return. If it weren't for me, junior sister Muyi wouldn't be in such a state. Duanling Tian sighed when his thoughts wandered to Muyi. Please don't blame yourself. You're only the reason. The fault lies with Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land's fault. Feng Qingyang said to console Duanling Tian. He understood his disciple's feelings. Perhaps both of them had looked forward to meeting each other for such a long time that as soon as they met, their rapport was so good even though it was their first meeting. It was as though they had been master and disciple for years. Since Duanling Tian met Mu Yi outside of the Luo River sect's estate when he first came here, he knew the way to the sect. With Duanling Tian giving directions and Feng Qingyang's speed, they arrived at the Luo River sect in just a blink of an eye. Feng Qingyang did not waste time. He roared, "Situ Zhu Qing, show yourself." Feng Qingyang's way of doing things brought a sense of familiarity to Duanling Tian. It was similar to the way he did things. Initially, he assumed his master would be courteous first. After all, his master was the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven, and Situ Zhu Qing was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Instead, his master had acted bluntly and yelled at Situ Zhu Qing to show herself. Needless to say, Feng Qingyang's voice caused a huge commotion in the Luo River sect. What? Who's that? How dare he addresses our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name? His voice seems to have come from above the estate. Are the disciples and elders on guard duty deaf and blind? Didn't they know there's an intruder? Hey, since he dares to address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by name and even asked her to show herself, I think he's not simple. Many elders in the Luo River sect were furious by the lack of respect. However, there were a few who were calm and observant. These few people knew that the person who shouted for their sect leader, also the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, to show herself must not be simple. For someone to be able to do something like that, they had to be insane or possess heaven-defying strength. If that person was insane, he would not have been able to enter the Luo River sect's estate at all. Many high-ranking officials in the sect began to feel wary after thinking about it. Nevertheless, they still mustered up their courage to face the intruder. Soon enough, roughly a dozen high-ranking officials appeared in front of Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang, who were standing side by side. The duo looked at the people in front of them with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, one of the Luo River sect's titled Celestial Emperor stepped forward nervously and asked, "Sir, are you looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor?" Suddenly, one person from the group of high-ranking officials in the Luo River sect widened his eyes in horror. He cried out in disbelief, Your Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Do you know me?" Feng Qingyang looked at the old man who recognized him in surprise. After all, this was his first time in the Luo River heaven. At the same time, the others from the Luo River sect looked as though they had been struck by lightning after hearing the old man's words. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, was here to look for their heavenly emperor? Moreover, based on his tone earlier and his attitude now, it did not seem like he was here for friendly reasons. With this thought in mind, chills ran up their spines immediately. All of them knew that heavenly emperors were not equal in strength. It was likely that Feng Qingyang was stronger than Situ Zhu Qing before he even entered the Azura Hell. Now that he had grown stronger, how could Situ Zhu Qing be a match for him? Lord Heavenly Emperor. The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang bowed and said respectfully, "My friend is a titled Celestial Emperor in the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. I had the fortune to meet you once when I was visiting my friend in the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven." I see. Indeed, he had visited the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven many times due to his friendship with Gongsun Shenyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. Their friendship stemmed from both their love for sparring. Needless to say, he had not been to the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven after leaving the Azura Hell. However, that did not mean he had not met Gongsun Shenyuan. Since before, Feng Qingyang and Gongsun Shenyuan had an arrangement to take turns meeting at each other's heavenly palaces. Accordingly, it was supposed to be Feng Qingyang's turn to go to the Heavenly Palace of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven. However, when Gongsun Shenyuan heard about Feng Qingyang's return, out of concern, he took the initiative and invited himself to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven instead. Needless to say, after seeing that Feng Qingyan was fine, Gongsun Shenyuan began to spar with Feng Qingyang as usual. Alas, he was thoroughly beaten. He did not expect Feng Qingyang being forced to enter the Azura Hell would be a blessing in disguise. Most importantly, Feng Qingyang attained godhood due to his time in the Azura Hell. In the past, although Feng Qingyang's law of earth was powerful, Feng Qingyang had to use the law of destruction as well to be evenly matched with him. However, Feng Qingyang managed to thoroughly defeat him in their latest sparring session even though Feng Qingyang was only using the law of earth's clone. The Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven? Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly. He vaguely remembered Elder Hua saying that Gongsun Shenyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, was also from Yanhuang planet, otherwise known as Earth, in Yanhuang realm. Duanling Tian soon recalled Gongsun Shenyuan had ascended to the Jade Emperor Heaven in the past. He grew powerful really quickly, and it was not long before he went to challenge a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. After defeating that Heavenly Emperor, the name of the Devata realm was changed to the Pavilion Shaft Heaven, and he became its Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor, is there a particular reason you're looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor? The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang first asked respectfully. The old man and everyone present on the scene knew Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was not a match for Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Based on Feng Qingyang's tone, it was obvious that he did not come looking for Situ Zhuqing for friendly reasons. If Situ Zhuqing had truly offended Feng Qingyang, the old man thought that he must sever his ties with the Luo River sect as soon as possible to avoid being dragged into the matter. I'm here to settle some scores, Feng Qingyang replied indifferently. Although he could search the entire Luo River sect with his divine consciousness, he would not be able to find Situ Zhuqing. After all, he was not familiar with her. Even if he sensed her aura, he would not be able to recognize that it belonged to her. He could sense quite a few 10 Directions celestial emperors in the Luo River sect's estate. Put aside those who were not present, almost half of the people before him were 10 Directions celestial emperors. It would be difficult for him to find Situ Zhuqing's aura among so many 10 Directions celestial emperors since he was not familiar with her. The old man's eyes widened in fear. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Similarly, the other members of the Luo River sect were shocked and frightened as well. After all, the Heavenly Emperor standing in front of them had killed another Heavenly Emperor just to avenge his subordinate. Was he here to kill their Heavenly Emperor? Lord Heavenly Emperor? An old lady stepped forward at this moment and asked with a bitter smile. Are you here to kill our Lord Heavenly Emperor because of something that happened 200 years ago? The Luo River sect members looked at the old lady in confusion and shock. So it was true that their Heavenly Emperor had offended Feng Qingyang? Moreover, whatever she did was so serious that Feng Qingyang personally came to kill her. All of them wondered if Situ Zhuqing had gone insane for provoking Feng Qingyang. So you know, Feng Qingyang said as he looked at the old lady intently. To be honest, I don't know, Lord Heavenly Emperor, the old woman continued to say with a bitter smile. However, our Lord Heavenly Emperor and the Saint Girl left the sect about 200 years ago. Up until now, they have yet to return. They left without saying a word. Nobody knows where they went. The longest time our Lord Heavenly Emperor has been away from the sect was less than 30 years. Her long absence this time is very abnormal. She left 200 years ago? Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes immediately. The corners of his lips curled up into a sneer as he said mockingly, She's really smart to flee so quickly. However, does she think I won't be able to do anything just because I can't find her here? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Situ Zhuqing had fled the Luo River sect and the Luo River Heaven 200 years ago. He was aware that it was the same time as when he and Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial, went to the Saint Province realm. This meant that Situ Zhuqing fled as soon as she found out she had offended Feng Qingyang by sending her people to kill all of the inhabitants in the Saint Province realm. He thought to himself in awe, heavens. Just Master's name and reputation alone is so fearsome. She fled as soon as she found out she had offended Master? Isn't she a Heavenly Emperor? Isn't her behavior too embarrassing? Duanling Tian was truly shocked and in awe that Feng Qingyang's name and reputation alone could strike so much fear into people's hearts. Moreover, not many people knew for sure his master had attained godhood. It was just an unconfirmed rumor after all. Despite that, they were still so afraid of his master. After thinking about it for a moment, he thought it was reasonable that Situ Zhuqing would flee. After all, even before his master entered the Azura Hell, Situ Zhuqing was already not a match for his master. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered a middle-aged man, who was standing among the members of the Luo River sect, staring intently at him. He thought the middle-aged man recognized him. After all, when he first came to meet Mu Yi at the entrance of the Luo River sect's estate, he did not disguise himself at all. Therefore, he was certain the disciples who saw him that day must have provided information to the saint girl so they could draw his portraits and give them to those who were sent to hunt him down. Duanling Tian asked the middle-aged man, "Do you recognize me? Were you part of the group the saint girl sent to hunt me down?" As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, the Luo River sect members turned to look at Duanling Tian. Previously, all of their attention was on Feng Qingyang, so all of them had overlooked Duanling Tian even if they found him vaguely familiar. "Why, you are Duanling Tian? You're the one who kidnapped the saint girl's disciple, Mui?" An old man exclaimed in shock and disbelief. He did not expect the person their sect's saint girl wanted to hunt down was someone by Feng Qingyang's side. Moreover, based on how Duanling Tian was standing next to Feng Qingyang, it was clear Duanling Tian was not just a subordinate. "So you know me," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "However, I didn't kidnap your saint girl's disciple, I rescued her. Your saint girl allowed her twin sister, Feng Jianshui, to possess my junior sister's body. When I found out about it, I brought Yi away and destroyed Feng Jianshui's soul that was occupying Yi's body. That's why your heavenly emperor and your saint girl hate me so much and sent people to kill the inhabitants of a mundane realm. It was all for revenge." Twin sister. Apart from a few who were in the know, the other members of the Luo River sect were shocked by this revelation. None of them knew the saint girl had a twin sister or that their heavenly emperor had another daughter. "Unfortunately, your heavenly emperor didn't know that mundane realm was where my master, Feng Qingyang, came from as well. She only knew he came from that mundane realm after the heavenly savage celestial emperor put a stop to the massacre there. Coincidentally, that happened 200 years ago as well." Duanling Tian grew angrier and angrier as he spoke. Unfortunately, although the heavenly savage celestial emperor intervened, many of the inhabitants had already been killed. "We arrived too late. As a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, she actually stooped so low because of her selfish desires and ordered for the helpless inhabitants of a mundane realm to be slaughtered. She deserves death." Duanling Tian's frosty voice sent chills running their spines. The dozen of titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect were stunned. As it turned out, this was how their heavenly emperor had offended Feng Qingyang. What was even more shocking was that Duanling Tian was Feng Qingyang's disciple. With all these revelations, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes darted around nervously. They were worried Feng Qin would kill all of them with just a wave of his hand out of anger. At this moment, the old man who had recognized Feng Qingyang earlier said respectfully, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I truly didn't know about this, nor do I have anything to do with it. Please show mercy and don't vent your anger on me." As soon as the old man's voice fell, the other members of the Luo River sect began to speak up one after another to plead for their lives. All of them were drenched in cold sweat. They were afraid Feng Qingyang would vent his anger on them. After all, the main culprit had escaped, so there was no way for him to seek revenge for now. Subsequently, Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and said through voice transmission, "Master, why don't we use me as bait? We can lure Situ Zhuqing out this way. She hates me to the bones, so she'll definitely come for me once she discovers my whereabouts." "There's no need for that." Feng Qingyang rejected Duanling Tian's suggestion. "She won't fall for it. Perhaps news of you being my disciple has already spread in the Luo River sect. It's just a matter of time before she finds out as well. Although there are 81 Devata realms for her to hide in, she won't be able to hide forever. Moreover, I'm not interested in wasting my time hunting her down. Let's wait for her to show up. I'll definitely kill her as soon as she shows up." Duanling Tian could sense his master's contempt for Situ Zhuqing. He nodded. You're right, master. Indeed, it's a waste of time for us to look for some like her. She's not worth our efforts. Like you said, we should wait for her to show up. Moreover, if possible, I'd like to kill her with my own hands. Killing intent shone in Duanling Tian's eyes. He could not wait to kill Situ Zhuqing for destroying his hometown and killing the descendants of his friends, including Xuanai's family. All right, we'll put this matter aside for now. There's one more matter to deal with. We still have to go to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly as he said, I've heard about what happened there from Elder Hua. Although Yang Yunxiao could be considered a friend, he has to give me an explanation. Due to Feng Qingyang's words, even after they arrived at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duanling Tian assumed Feng Qingyang was going to listen to the explanation from Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. However, he was shocked when he saw spatial tears appearing in the void due to a terrifying energy as soon as Yang Yunxiao showed up. Before Yang Yunxiao could even speak, a giant sword that seemed invincible and indestructible shot toward Yang Yunxiao. Duanling Tian was stunned speechless. Is this what his master meant when he said Yang Yunxiao had to give him an explanation? How is this considered asking for an explanation? Bang! Yang Yunxiao tried to block Feng Qingyang's sword attack in a haste. However, it was not enough to stop the sword that was boosted by the mustered energy from the law of earth. The sword struck him, sending him flying into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. His ruddy complexion was gone. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you've not improved at all even after so many years have passed, Feng Qingyang said as he narrowed his eyes. A faint smile could be seen on his face as though he was speaking to an old acquaintance instead of someone he had just injured. Despite the indignant expression on Yang Yunxiao, he could not hide the fear in his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've attained godhood? Despite the rumors swirling around in all of the 81 Devata realms, there was no confirmation that Feng Qingyang had truly attained godhood. However, Yang Yunxiao, who had just suffered a blow from Feng Qingyang's attack that was boosted by the law of earth, had sensed a terrifying and deadly energy from the earlier attack. The energy was something that surpassed the celestial origin energy. It was the divine energy. After a 10-direction celestial emperor attained godhood, his celestial origin energy would change into a superior energy called the divine energy, also known as the force of gods. Feng Qingyang nodded in response. Yang Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He was not angry that Feng Qingyang had injured him. After all, he knew it would be easy for Feng Qingyang to kill him if that was Feng Qingyang's intention. In the past, we were evenly matched when the law of destruction was the only law you're skilled with. Now that you've attained godhood, just the law of earth is enough for you to defeat me. Indeed, the difference between a god and a celestial is like heaven and earth. How could Yang Yunxiao possess the courage to be angry when faced with a god who could crush him like an ant? Although he was a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, Feng Qingyang could kill him with just a thought. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, finally regained his senses. His master was really a badass. Feng Qingyang did not even bother greeting Yang Yunxiao and instantly attacked Yang Yunxiao. The latter did not even dare to show his dissatisfaction and could only grin and bear it. With this and the fact that Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, fled as soon as she realized she had offended Feng Qingyang, one could further see how fearsome Feng Qingyang was. I can be like this as well if I become a god. Duanling Tian yearned to become a god at this moment. His heart sank as he continued to think to himself, even if I attain godhood after 1,000 years, it'll still be difficult for me to rescue Kur in the divine offering realm. It'll be different if I can attain godhood earlier and have time to improve my strength as a god. At this time, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yunxiao and said, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you should know that I'm not here to reminisce about the good old times with you. Don't you think you should give me a satisfactory explanation regarding that matter with my disciple? How could Yang Yunxiao not know the purpose of Feng Qingyang's visit when he saw Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian together? However, it was out of his expectations that Feng Qingyang would attack as soon as he appeared. With that attack, Feng Qingyang had made his stance very clear. Yang Yunxiao sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, he told his second disciple, Kongfin, the Almighty Wind's celestial emperor, to leave back then. Otherwise, he would not have a choice but to hand Kongfin to Feng Qingyang today. What matter are you referring to? Yang Yunxiao feigned ignorance. It would be foolish if he openly acknowledged that he had intentionally let his second disciple go. Only 200 years have passed, but it seems like Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao's memory has deteriorated, Feng Qingyang sneered at Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao feigned confusion for a moment before he cried out in surprise. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you referring to that matter from 200 years ago when my second disciple, Kongfan, and his son tried to kill junior nephew Duan? Without waiting for Feng Qingyang's reply, he continued to say, it's all the fault of my second disciple's useless son. I've already killed him in front of junior nephew Duan. As for my second disciple, I've punished him rather severely since he was tricked by his son into being an accomplice. Punished him rather severely? Duan Lingtian was stunned by these shameless words. He said with a sneer, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, you only confined your second disciple for a few hundred years. How's it that you punished him rather severely? Do you treat my master and me as fools? Junior nephew Duan, Yang Yunxiao said apologetically, you didn't object to this punishment back then, so I didn't know you're dissatisfied. You should have spoken up back then if you have objections. If you'd told me you wanted him dead, I would have killed him back then. Is that so? Duan Lingtian scoffed. Do you not believe me, junior nephew Duan? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'll summon my second disciple, Kongfan, here at once. If junior nephew Duan wants him dead, I'll kill him personally. If you prefer to kill him with your own hands, I'll hold on to him for you. Feng Qingyang watched in slight confusion as Duan Lingtian scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, your second disciple should have already left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven a long time ago. Are you putting on a show for my master? You're really cunning, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao. Even the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing, was terrified of Feng Qingyang and fled the Luo River Heaven. How would Yang Yunxiao's disciple, an ordinary titled celestial emperor, dare to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? In the past, Elder Hua and Duan Lingtian clearly knew that Yang Yunxiao wanted to protect his second disciple. How could Duan Lingtian not know that Yang Yunxiao probably asked his second disciple to leave the heavenly palace of the floating heaven as well? A hint of panic flashed in the depths of Yang Yunxiao's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He laughed nervously before he said, Junior nephew Duan, how could you think so badly of me? At this moment, Feng Qingyang interjected in an icy voice, Yang Yunxiao, I'll wait for you and your second disciple in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You have 1 month to show up. Otherwise, you can wait for your death here or you can bring your people and run away. Yang Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with Yang Yunxiao and left him standing there with a complex expression on his face. There's no doubt that Feng Qingyang has become a god. I didn't expect him to care about his disciple to this extent. It seems like I have to bring Kongfan to him. Fortunately, I didn't tell Kongfeng that Feng Qingyang will kill him. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for me to find Kongfeng. Duan Lingtian assumed it would be difficult for him to catch Kongfeng since Kongfeng had fled the heavenly palace of the floating island. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would directly threaten to kill Yang Yunxiao and demand Yang Yunxiao to bring Kongfeng to the heavenly palace of the solitary destruction within the month. Naturally, there was a chance that Yang Yunxiao would flee along with his disciple as well. Master, do you think he'll choose to flee? Duan Lingtian asked. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, since Yang Yunxiao was willing to offend him for his second disciple's sake 200 years ago, it was clear Kongfeng held weight in Yang Yunxiao's heart. Therefore, it was not entirely impossible for Yang Yunxiao to flee. Impossible? Feng Qingyang shook his head. Although I'm not overly familiar with Yang Yunxiao based on our few interactions in the past, I can tell he's more concerned about his status than his disciples. He'll never abandon his position as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Before bringing Duan Lingtian away from the floating heaven, Feng Qingyang said, Let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and wait for him there. A hint of anticipation shone in Duanling Tian's eyes when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He could not wait for the day Yang Yunxiao would bring Kong Fan to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Yang Yunxiao did not waste time and sent a message to Kong Fan, the almighty wind celestial emperor, who had left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fan, I just returned from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, is satisfied that I killed your son and has decided to let the matter go. You can return now. Yang Yunxiao knew he could tell his disciple the truth. Otherwise, his disciple would never return to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. After Kong Fan left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he would wander near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven every so often in hopes of catching Duanling Tian alone. Alas, he was not presented with such a chance even after 200 years. Due to the futility of his actions, Kong Feng spent the last 100 years in the floating heaven. I can return now? Kong Fan's eyes lit up the moment he received the message from his master. The almighty wind celestial emperor, Kong Fan, did not feel suspicious about the message from his master, Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He trusted Yang Yunxiao because Yang Yunxiao had protected him despite the risk of offending Feng Qingyang in the past. Therefore, he quickly made his way back to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven after receiving the message. After Kong Fan left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, he could only wander the floating heaven alone. He could not join any of the heaven-grade forces in the floating heaven since he was well known among higher-ranking officials in heaven-grade forces as the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. It would have been better if he could temporarily join one of the heaven-grade forces so he could cultivate in a better environment. However, since he was afraid Feng Qingyang would find him if he did that, he could only keep to himself. Over the past 200 years, he had grown incredibly frustrated by his poor cultivation environment. Therefore, as soon as his master said he could return to the heavenly palace since Feng Qingyang had decided to let the matter go, he rushed to the nearest transportation site immediately. It did not take long for Kong Fan to arrive at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. As soon as he returned, he looked for Yang Yunxiao. He said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry for making you worry." Yang Yunxiao looked at Kong Fan and let out a sigh. Kong Fan, you wouldn't have to suffer if you didn't simply indulge your son back then. Kong Fan was taken aback by Yang Yunxiao's ominous words. They were clearly not in line with the message Yang Yunxiao had sent earlier. The foreboding feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He did not hesitate and turned into a gust of wind to flee. Following that, Kong Fan felt a powerful energy pressing against him from all directions before he could successfully escape, easily restraining him. He asked, bewildered, "Master, why?" Kong Fan would have lived in vain for so many years if at this point, he still could not figure out that Yang Yunxiao had lied to him to lure him back to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Kong Fan, I have no choice. Yang Yunxiao sighed. Feng Qingyang is too strong. When he brought Duanling Tian to the heavenly palace today, he severely injured me before he even said anything. When he discovered you'd left the heavenly palace, he demanded I bring you to him. Otherwise, I can only wait here for my death or flee with the members of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. He has already attained godhood and can kill me with just a wave of his hand. I hope you don't blame me. If you need to blame someone, you should blame your son. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood? Shock flashed in Kong Fan's eyes as fear crept into his heart. He did not expect the rumor about Feng Qingyang to be true. He also did not expect Feng Qingyang would threaten his master just because of Duanling Tian. After all, Feng Qingyang and his master were on good terms. Why is he like that? Is your friendship with him that insignificant? Kong Fan was unresigned even if he knew there was no way for him to escape once his master had caught him. He felt unwilling, he wanted to live. Friendship. Yang Yunxiao shook his head and said, "We're mere acquaintances. At first, I assumed he wouldn't do anything extreme since we're acquainted. Alas, I overestimated our relationship and underestimated his care for his true disciple. He highly values and cares about Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted that way." Upon hearing these words, Kongfun fell completely into despair. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duanling Tian stayed by Feng Qingyang's side to learn from Feng Qingyang. Since you have the Sovereign Heart Sword as your foundation and have roughly similar experiences as me, it shouldn't be difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, since the law of space you comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws just like the law of destruction, you can continue focusing on the law of space. If you have spare time, you can comprehend the law of destruction. Yes, Master, Duanling Tian responded. He knew Feng Qingyang's advice was for his own good. He knew not to bite off more than he could chew. Regarding the matter of your wife being trapped in the realms of gods, when the passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopen, I'll try my best to help you with all my might, Feng Qingyang continued to say. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. A sense of warmth surged in his body. Thank you, Master. Feng Qingyang was aware that Duanling Tian's wife and the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, were from extraordinary clans in the Divine Offering Land, a realm of gods, and yet Feng Qingyang was still willing to help him. How could he not feel touched? Following that, Feng Qingyang swiftly changed the topic. In regards to the laws alone, without considering other factors, it's best to focus on completely mastering one law before you move on to another one. However, it's rather different if you consider the sword Dao. For example, the law of destruction allows me to use my sword Dao to its full potential. I have to admit it's still extremely deadly even when used with the law of earth. However, it still can't compare to my fused profundities from the law of destruction. I dare say that in all the Devata realms, those who have the same level of comprehension as me in comprehending the other 3 supreme laws are at least 30% weaker than I am in regard to offensive strength. This is all because of my sword Dao. I will teach you everything I know, but what you can understand depends on your capability. If you can fully grasp my sword Dao, it'll increase the force of your law of space up to 30%. He was very confident when he spoke. Duanling Tian could not help but inhale sharply upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. His eyes widened. It'll increase by 30%. Duanling Tian was no longer the naive young man who just ascended to the Devata realm. He was a celestial emperor now, and his knowledge had expanded as well. The profundities of a law played a rather huge part in contributing to one's overall strength. Usually, it would be considered a feat if one could raise one's strength by 10% through other techniques. How could he not be moved when he heard his master say that his strength would improve by 30% as long as he fully grasped the sword Dao? With such an increase, he would be able to crush opponents who were evenly matched with him. Thank you, Master. Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude immediately. He felt he could see a ray of hope now. After all, his main focus was to grow stronger. Previously, he could only raise his strength by further comprehending the law of space by using the supreme powerhouse divinity. He was delighted he found another way to increase his strength. You may return now. Rest for a few days. I'll teach you my sword Dao the next time you come over, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, Master. Duanling Tian responded and bade farewell to Feng Qingyang before he left. After Duanling Tian left, he spoke about Feng Qingyang's sword Dao to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water stayed silent for a moment when it heard Duanling Tian's words. Then it said, if what he said is true, then he's truly a peerless genius. A person like him is as rare as a phoenix feather even in the realms of gods. A person with such an innate talent is generally considered to be imminent supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. Duanling Tian was shocked. Didn't you say there are only 2 ways for one to become a supreme powerhouse? First is to completely master one of the 4 supreme laws and fuse all its profundities. Second is to obtain one of the 5 divine elements and evolve it to its ultimate form. Its true one can become a supreme powerhouse with those 2 ways, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, there's another way as well. That's to create and comprehend your own Dao. It sounds vague to say one should comprehend one's Dao, but it's actually not the case at all. Among the laws between heaven and earth, apart from the law of the 5 elements, the derivative laws, and the 4 supreme laws, there are also the law of light, the law of darkness, and the law of destruction. You know that, right? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes, Duanling Tian responded. He naturally knew these laws. Between heaven and earth, all of those who became supreme powerhouses through comprehending their own Tao had either comprehended the law of destruction, law of light, or law of darkness. The other way to become a supreme powerhouse is to comprehend one's Tao. Since your master has comprehended the law of destruction and his own Tao, he has a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. However, he'll have to rely on himself to live up to his full potential. The world-cleansing divine water said, since he's willing to teach you the sword Tao, this proves you're very important to him. However, it's extremely difficult to fully grasp a Tao created by another person. It'd be shocking if you can even grasp 70% of it. However, if you're gifted, there's a possibility of you forming your own Tao by learning his sword Tao. Duanling Tian felt as though he had been shown the door to a new world after listening to the world-cleansing divine water. He was also shocked when he discovered Feng Qingyang had of becoming a supreme powerhouse even though Feng Qingyang did not possess any of the divine elements or comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. Instead, it was because he had comprehended his own Tao. Actually, even without the 5 divine elements, those who comprehend the laws of the 5 elements can also become a supreme powerhouse through the comprehension of their own Tao. It's not unprecedented for someone to become a supreme powerhouse through this method, but it's really rare. Those who manage to become supreme powerhouses through the comprehension of their Taos are all peerless geniuses. How can those who rely on the 5 divine elements or the 4 supreme laws compare to those who completely rely on themselves? A hint of reverence could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water as it praised Feng Qingyang's outstanding talent and abilities. The fact that your master is capable of comprehending his own sword Tao to such an extent, he can be considered a first-rate peerless genius even in the realms of gods. At this moment, Duanling Tian was thoroughly shocked. In the past, while he was still in the mundane realm, he had possessed extraordinary power after inheriting Feng Qingyang's legacy, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Following that, he knew that Feng Qingyang was no ordinary person and even learned that Feng Qingyang was a legend in the Saint Province realm. Even after he ascended to a Devata realm, he discovered Feng Qingyang was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, he did not imagine Feng Qingyang was so monstrously talented that he even comprehended his own sword Tao. Even those with similar cultivation bases and comprehension levels of the laws with his master were no match for his master. To think the world-cleansing divine heavens even said someone like Feng Qingyang was as rare as a phoenix feather even in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, who was known as the invincible sword celestial by the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, truly lived up to his moniker. Creating and comprehending my own Tao, Duanling Tian was lost in the world of Tao after listening to world-cleansing divine water. He was fascinated by it. After Duanling Tian returned to his courtyard, he assumed he would have to wait a few days before he would see Feng Qingyang again since Feng Qingyang had told him to rest for a few days. To his surprise, he received a message from Feng Qingyang a day later. When he finally saw Feng Qingyang, he finally discovered why Feng Qingyang had summoned him over. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Next to him was a person who was tightly bound. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I've done as you've asked me to. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Yang Yunxiao's eyes at this moment. If this were in the past when he was still on par with Feng Qingyang, perhaps he might have a chance at protecting his second disciple. However, now that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood, it would be as easy as killing a chicken for Feng Qingyang to kill him. Therefore, he could only hand his second disciple over to Feng Qingyang after being threatened. The almighty wind, celestial emperor, Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, looked at Kong Fen expressionlessly. He looked at Kong Feng as though he was looking at a stranger instead of an enemy. This was because he had no doubt Kong Fen would die soon. This is him. Feng Qingyang looked at Duanling Tian for confirmation. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. You can kill him yourself, Feng Qingyang said. Yes, Master, Duanling Tian responded. He said to Yang Yunxiao as he strode forward, Heavenly Emperor Yang Yunxiao, please restrain him carefully while I kill him. If he manages to retaliate and injure me, my master will be displeased. He smiled widely after he finished speaking. Yang Yunxiao fumed in anger inwardly upon hearing Duanling Tian's arrogant words. Despite his anger, He could only nod with a smile on his face in fear of angering Feng Qingyang. Rest assured, junior nephew Duan. He won't be able to harm you as long as I'm here. Duan Ling Tian. Kong Fen suddenly called out. The gloomy expression on his face had eased somewhat, and his eyes were rather bright as he continued to say, I, Kong Feng, am willing to be your slave forever if you spare my life. The almighty wind celestial emperor is willing to be my slave? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly at Kong Fen's cowardly attempt to preserve his life. His eyes glinted coldly as he killed Kong Fen without any hesitation. Since Kong Fen was restrained by Yang Yunxiao, there was nothing he could do to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian. After Kong Fen died, Yang Yunxiao looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, are you satisfied now? Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. Since Yang Yunxiao did not want to stay a moment longer in this place, he left immediately after bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian further realized the importance of being strong. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, who ruled over one of the Devata realms, could only lower himself in front of Feng Qingyang. He was even forced to hand his disciple over to be slaughtered. If Yang Yunxiao was stronger or even on par with Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian would not have a chance to kill Kong Fen. Following that, Duan Ling Tian rested in his courtyard and further comprehended his fused profundities from the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. After a few days, he was awakened by a message from Feng Qingyang asking him to join him for cultivation. After arriving at Feng Qingyang's residence, Duan Ling Tian was brought to a barren canyon located in a forbidden area in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian had passed by this area before. Not only was there no human activity, but the canyon was so still that there seemed to be no sign of life at all. Even birds could not be seen flying in the sky. When they arrived at the canyon, a surge of terrifying energy appeared in the sky above the canyon when Feng Qingyang raised his hand. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he felt the energy in the sky. He felt as though he was about to enter a sea of fire. Let's enter. As Duan Ling Tian followed Feng Qingyang deeper into the canyon, he saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. There were sword marks on every surface in the canyon. There were all kinds of sword marks, deep, shallow, horizontal, vertical, crisscross, and so on. Each and every marking spoke of terrifying strength. This canyon is where I practice my sword skill. Since you're going to learn my sword Dao, you should spend some time here to see if you can gain any insight, Feng Qingyang said. Apart from me, you're the first person to come to this place. There's a formation that can only be deactivated by me. If the formation is somehow broken, the canyon would automatically self-destruct. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the importance of the canyon. It reminded him of the place in the mundane realm where he had inherited his master's legacy, where the word sword was carved into a mountain. My sword Dao can be used with any laws. Different laws will be able to display different facets of my sword Dao, but the strength varies with the laws as well. For example, my sword Dao when used with the law of destruction is far superior to when used with the law of earth. Since the law of space you comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws and also an offensive law, its offensive power should be similar to the law of destruction when used with my sword Dao. You can gain insight into my sword Dao here. Perhaps you might even be able to come up with your own sword technique here. Each law is different and my sword Dao has many styles. It's up to you now how much you can comprehend. You can stay here as long as you want. Once you're done, let me know, and I'll come get you. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he vanished from the canyon immediately. Before Feng Qingyang vanished from sight completely, Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Qingyang waving his hand once. He knew Feng Qingyang must have reactivated the formation again. Master's sword Dao Duan Ling Tian was fascinated by the sword markings around him. Each mark carried a different meaning and a different aura. Some of the auras were terrifying, some were suffocating, and some were violent. After Feng Qingyang returned to his residence, he sat in front of a stone table as he gazed in the direction of the canyon and murmured to himself. How much he can comprehend depends on him now. If he's able to comprehend it and fuse the profundities from the law of space well enough, I might be able to bring him to that place in the Azura Hell. He might be able to have a fortuitous encounter there, since I managed to attain godhood in that place. After Feng Qingyang entered the Azura Hell, not only did he manage to survive, but he even managed to attain godhood there after stumbling across a place. That place was the only safe place in the Azura Hell. Outside of that safe place, the Azura Hell was deadly even to ordinary gods, let alone celestials who had yet to attain godhood. Normally, no celestial would have been able to survive the Azura Hell. However, it had to be said that Feng Qingyang surviving the Azura Hell had more to do with his sword Dao than him just being lucky for stumbling upon the only safe place in the Azura Hell. His sword Dao had saved him after all. Otherwise, he would have died before he even found that safe place. Since Feng Qingyang had gotten familiar with the Azura Hell, it was possible for him to bring another person with him there. In the past, he had also brought Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, to that place. Alas, perhaps it was due to Meng Luo's limited talent or comprehension skill. It did not take long before the Azura Hell took a toll on Meng Luo. Therefore, Feng Qingyang could only send Meng Luo out. Meng Luo's innate talent and comprehension skills aren't bad, but he can't compare to Duanling Tian. Feng Qingyang clearly had a lot of confidence in his disciple. Duanling Tian, who was busy in the Swordmark Canyon, was naturally unaware of Feng Qingyang's thoughts. Apart from cultivating and comprehending the law of space, staring at the sword marks around him was all he did. Since one would become easily exhausted if one spent too much time on one thing, and as a result would affect the results, he switched between the three tasks to ensure his progress would not be hindered. I've neglected the Sovereign Heart Sword for too long. After I picked up the Sovereign Heart Sword again recently, I've gained a different insight on these sword marks, Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the sword marks around him. Previously, he had studied the sword marks for a long time but did not gain any insight. Eventually, he recalled the Sovereign Heart Sword that he relied on during his time in the mundane realm. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the legacy Feng Qingyang left in the mundane realm. Since he was trying to comprehend Feng Qingyang's sword Dao, he felt that Feng Qingyang's sovereign sword heart that he had learned in the mundane realm would help him gain insight here. The Sovereign Heart Sword had helped him tremendously when he first ascended to the Devata realm. However, as his cultivation base improved, the Sovereign Heart Sword was soon replaced by celestial methods and divine abilities. When he started to comprehend the profundities of the law, the Sovereign Heart Sword became useless to him. All in all, it had been 400 years since he had last used the Sovereign Heart Sword. Therefore, although he had mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword in the past, due to the 400-year neglect, it took him a while to familiarize himself with the technique again. After he familiarized himself with the Sovereign Heart Sword, he discovered he could somewhat understand the marks around him, helping him to slowly grasp the mysteries they contain. Swoosh! 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 Duanling Tian practiced the sword skills he learned from the sword markings in his surroundings. Whenever he practiced with his sword, he looked like a sword celestial. His sword rays that were boosted with the law of space were as dazzling as the sun. Since Duanling Tian specialized in the law of space, he learned to fuse profundities such as the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity with the sword styles he learned through the sword markings. As time passed, Duanling Tian continued to progress. Sometimes he would reach a bottleneck, but he would persevere until he achieved a breakthrough. His comprehension skills are indeed good. During this time, Feng Qingyang would frequently check in on Duanling Tian. In order to avoid disturbing Duanling Tian, he would only observe from outside of the formation. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware that his master had been watching frequently. In just a blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Since Duanling Tian had fully immersed himself in cultivating, he had lost all track of time. His only contact with the outside world was when Feng Qingyang came to deliver celestial fruits and celestial pills. At this moment, Feng Qingyang suddenly appeared. He said, "Stop cultivating for now. Come with me. There's a special event in the Tidal Temple. I'll bring you with me to join the fun." Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang, bewildered. "Master, what event are you talking about?" The Tidal Temple will hold an event called the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It only happens once every 1,000 years. Many geniuses below the age of 1,000 will gather at that time. The title temple will reward the winner of the Battle of the Geniuses with an exploding element celestial fruit. Your cultivation speed is shockingly fast, and you're now a 9 palaces celestial emperor. With the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a matter of days. Feng Qingyang said with a smile on his face. An ordinary celestial emperor can break through 3 stages with the exploding element celestial fruit. In fact, not only is the exploding element celestial fruit extremely valuable in the Devata realms, but it's considered valuable even in the realms of gods. I didn't expect the title temple would use it as a reward for the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Feng Qingyang continued to say as his eyes lit up, if I'm not mistaken, there'll be many outstanding geniuses during this time's battle of the geniuses. Otherwise, the title temple won't be so generous with their reward. In my opinion, they must be planning to use the Devata realms battle of the geniuses to gather outstanding talents. I bet they won't expect that the most outstanding talent under the age of 1,000 years old is with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He sounded very confident when he spoke about Duanling Tian, although Feng Qingyang was not completely clear about Duanling Tian's current strength. Since Duanling Tian was already capable of heavily injuring and killing titled celestial emperors 300 years ago, how could Duanling Tian be weak now? Although Feng Qingyang had been keeping an eye on Duanling Tian's progress over the past years, he was not sure how many types of fused profundities from the law of space Duanling Tian had comprehended. However, based on how flawless Duanling Tian's control over each of the profundities was, he knew Duanling Tian must have made tremendous progress with the law of space. The exploding element celestial fruit? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had heard about the Devata realms battle of the geniuses from Hong Fei, his 6th junior brother, while he was still in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was a prestigious event in the Devata realms that was held once every 1,000 years. He had first heard about it a few hundred years ago. In just a blink of an eye, it was almost time for the battle of the geniuses to start. It was said that only outstanding geniuses under 1,000 years old would all participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. For example, there were many prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace under the age of 1,000. However, in the long history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, not one of their prodigious disciple managed to rank in the top 1,000 in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace was considered a mediocre heaven-grade force in the Devata realms, they had the support of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. One could only imagine how outstanding the participants were that not one of the prodigious disciples from the Heaven Pool Palace managed to enter the top 1,000. Only the top 100 participants would be rewarded by the title temple. The Devata realm battle of the geniuses will commence in a year? Duanling Tian asked Feng Qingyang, Master, in which Devata realm will the battle of the geniuses be held this time? Based on what Duanling Tian knew, the 81 Devata realms would take turns to host the Devata realms battle of the geniuses in their respective heavenly palaces. This was a tradition of old. The title temple and the Devata realms battle of the geniuses had existed for so long that it predated many of the 81 heavenly emperors. The primeval heaven, Feng Qingyang replied. The primeval heaven? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as the memories from 300 years ago flooded into his mind. At that time he had brought Elder Hua with him to various Devata realms in search of his family and friends. When they were in the primeval heaven, Elder Hua had said, Young master, do you remember when you obtained the elementary devouring tactic? I told you that it's the foundation of the advanced devouring tactic. I even told you that one of the Devata realms' heavenly emperor specializes in the advanced devouring tactic. That heavenly emperor is a divine beast. Some suspected he has already attained godhood, but nothing has been confirmed. He's the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Duanling Tian naturally remembered the elementary devouring tactic. When he was in the mundane realm, he had relied on the elementary devouring tactic a lot to increase the might of the sovereign heart sword. During the time when he was searching the Devata realms for his family and friends, Elder Hua's words had stirred up his memories. Now that Feng Qingyang mentioned the primeval heaven, his memories were stirred up again. He sighed at how small the world seemed. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heave was one of the top 3 strongest heavenly emperors until Master came out of the Azura hell. Moreover, there are also rumors that Master has already attained godhood, causing the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven to drop to 4th place. Duanling Tian had learned about this from Elder Hua. Feng Qingyang was the 3rd strongest heavenly emperors. One of the 2 heavenly emperors above him was confirmed to have become a god, while the one was, similar to Feng Qingyang, suspected to have also attained godhood. Although the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was also suspected to have attained godhood, he was ranked 3rd previously because he was weaker than the heavenly emperor who was ranked 2nd. As for why he was pushed down to 4th place, even if he and Feng Qingyang were both similarly suspected to have attained godhood, one had to understand that Feng Qingyang had emerged from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, unscathed. In the history of all Devata realms, not one titled celestial emperors, from 1-star god of war to 8-star god of war, had walked out alive from the Azura Hell. Since there were no known accounts of 9-star gods of war entering the Azura Hell, some people debated there was a possibility they could survive the Azura Hell, but most people thought it was unlikely since the Azura Hell was dangerous even to ordinary gods. At this time, Feng Qingyang said to Duanling Tian, "There's still a year left. During this time, come live with me. If you don't understand anything, you can speak to me. I didn't disturb you over the last 100 years because I hope you'll be able to create and comprehend your own Tao based on my sword Tao and the sword marks I left behind. I used my sword Tao along with the law of destruction, therefore it's impossible for you to replicate my sword Tao completely unless you comprehend the law of destruction as well. However, that will take a long time. Although you can certainly use my sword Tao along with the law of space you comprehended, my hope is that you'll be able to create and comprehend your own Tao with the law of space based on my sword Tao. I have a strong feeling that if you succeed, the might of your sword Tao might even be stronger than mine. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws after all. Moreover, along with the law of time, it's known to be notoriously hard to comprehend." Feng Qingyang continued to say, "In the following year, there's no need for you to comprehend my sword Tao. Let's focus on creating and comprehending your own Tao based on my sword Tao. Naturally, if you feel my advice doesn't suit you, you should choose to walk the path you're comfortable with. After all, I can't guarantee 100% that my advice is suitable for you." Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was obvious he had given much thought to his matter. He was not rigid and understood that Duanling Tian had his own path to walk. He knew that his path could not be replicated and could only serve as a guide. "Yes, Master." Duanling Tian easily agreed to Feng Qingyang's suggestion. In fact, even if Feng Qingyang did not speak, he knew he had to walk on his own path. He had spoken to the 5 divine elements previously and discovered he could not perfectly comprehend his master's sword Tao because of the law of destruction. After Duanling Tian moved in with Feng Qingyang, he spent most of his time cultivating. When he was not cultivating, he would seek Feng Qingyang out for advice. Some of the questions were not recent, and he had those questions for a long time. After Feng Qingyang patiently answered Duanling Tian's question, Duanling Tian discovered it was just as Feng Qingyang had said before. Feng Qingyang's advice was only half suitable for him. Therefore, he had to forge a new path for himself. As the days passed, Duanling Tian's Tao that was created with the law of space gradually took shape. Feng Qingyang was filled with praise when he saw Duanling Tian's speed of improvement. He said to Duanling Tian, "I'm afraid all the peerless talents under 1,000 years old will only serve as your foil during the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses." Inwardly, he thought to himself, this includes that peerless genius from the Tidal Temple. Following that, Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes flashed. The Tidal Temple intends to recruit peerless geniuses with the exploding element celestial fruit. Alas, I'm afraid they'll suffer a loss this time and lose the fruit to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Master, when are we setting off?" Duanling Tian asked. He was ready to leave. Since his family and friends were in his little world, there was not much preparation he needed to make. "Tomorrow," Feng Qingyang said, "there's something I need to discuss with Meng Luo today." "Understood." In the afternoon the next day, after Duanling Tian stepped into the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heavenly with Feng Qingyang, he asked, "Master, this is your first time in the primeval heaven?" Duanling Tian discovered this was the first time Feng Qingyang had come to the primeval heaven. Nevertheless, they did not have a problem finding their way to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Master, when is the exact date of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses? Duanling Tian asked curiously. I'm not sure about the specifics as well. We'll find out once we reach the Heavenly Palace. It'll take some time for everyone to arrive after all, Feng Qingyang said. Duanling Tian nodded. As they continued their journey to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, Feng Qingyang suddenly said words that scared the soul out of Duanling Tian's body. It's good that you possess the 5 divine elements, but you shouldn't be overly reliant on them. Duanling Tian quickly regained his composure and calmly asked, Master, you? What do you mean? Naturally, Feng Qingyang could see through Duanling Tian's calmness. He said with a smile, there's no need to be nervous. When I first met you, I've already sensed the auras of the 5 divine elements on you. Moreover, their forms shouldn't be low either. Most importantly, most people only have 1 divine element, but you actually have all 5 divine elements. Apart from that, I can also sense a strong vitality energy. If I'm not mistaken, your little world must contain a supreme treasure that holds frightening heaven and earth spirit energy. This treasure should be able to help one comprehend the law of life as well. Duanling Tian smiled wryly when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Master, how did you find out? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. After one's cultivation base has reached a certain stage, one would be able to sense many things that are usually hidden. In my opinion, only a powerful god will be able to sense the auras on you. You're a celestial emperor now, after all. The reason I'm able to sense the auras is due to a treasure I managed to refine during my time in the Azura Hell. This treasure has no other use but to increase my power of perception by more than 10 times. Despite Feng Qingyang's modest words, Duanling Tian knew how terrifying it was for one's perception to be so high. One's perception was connected to one's divine consciousness, but it was separate from one's divine consciousness. If it had been 100 years ago, Duanling Tian might not have understood the power of perception. However, he knew now that with such keen senses, it meant that every slight change in one's surroundings would be in one's grasp. If one were in a battle, one would be able to easily grasp the opponent's weakness. I didn't expect Master to have such a fortuitous encounter, Duanling Tian said. He smiled wryly. He did not expect his master to see through him completely. I would not have mentioned this originally. Feng Qingyang shook his head. In fact, I didn't plan to mention this. However, we're going to the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven, and the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is organized by the Tidal Temple. I'm afraid there'll be gods among us. Therefore, I wanted to advise you to cut off your little world from the outside world while we're in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. Like I said, ordinary gods are unlikely to sense the auras from your little world. But who can guarantee they don't have a treasure or technique like me that allows them to see through everything? Duanling Tian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's warning. He had thought he had hidden everything very well, but it seemed like he had been at risk of exposure all this time. With this warning, he spoke to his family and friends and the 5 divine elements, explaining the matter to them, before he cut off the connection between his little world and the outside world. Once Duanling Tian cut off the connection, the people in his little world would no longer be able to observe the outside world, nor would they be able to leave unless they managed to forcefully break their way out. Apart from that, they would not be able to communicate with Duanling Tian at all. Finally, during this time, Duanling Tian would not be able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Master! After cutting off his little world from the outside world, Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang. It was as though he wanted to say something but was hesitating. Let me guess. You want to know why I didn't kill you and snatch the 5 divine elements from you, right? Feng Qingyang asked, seemingly able to guess Duanling Tian's thoughts. Although it was clear to Duanling Tian now that his master was not going to kill him out of greed, he was indeed curious about why his master was disinterested in the 5 divine elements. With his master's strength and potential after killing him, the 5 divine elements would likely have no problem acknowledging his master as their new host. Despite his curiosity, he still could not help but feel awkward when he heard his master's blunt words. Feng Qingyang replied, although the 5 divine elements are undoubtedly precious, so precious that even gods covet them, in my eyes, they're nothing more than external power. Not to mention that I have no interest in external power that might interfere with my sword Dao. Even if I'm interested in them, I'll never snatch them from you. After all, you're my disciple, the person who inherited my legacy. That makes you no less than my son. How can I, Feng Qingyang, behave so unscrupulously? Feng Qingyang's frank and sincere words touched Duanling Tian. He felt guilty as well. After all, he had hidden the 5 divine elements from Feng Qingyang because he assumed Feng Qingyang would covet the 5 divine elements. He realized how petty he was for making assumptions about Feng Qingyang. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master." "There's no need to apologize." Feng Qingyang shook his head. "Being cautious isn't a bad thing. If I were you, I would have done the same. If it were not for the risk of exposure in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, I wouldn't have said a word. I only wanted you to be vigilant. After all, if you don't cut off your little world from the outside world, you run the risk of exposure. You need not apologize." After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duanling Tian naturally became even more cautious. He decided that unless he was sure he was in an absolutely safe environment, he would not re-establish the connection of his little world to the outside world. He shuddered when he thought about what could have happened if Feng Qingyang did not warn him. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. The heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was like most heavenly palaces. It was located on a huge floating island that looked like a humongous ancient beast from afar. The surroundings of the floating island would flash with light every once in a while. The terrifying aura of the light, which kept people from rashly approaching, was from the multiple formations that shrouded the floating island. Duanling Tian asked curiously, "Master, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is open to extraordinary geniuses under the age of 1,000, right? Does this mean that even geniuses without a sect can participate as well?" "Of course not." Feng Qingyang shook his head. "If everyone is allowed to come and participate, it would be chaotic. Moreover, most of the extraordinary geniuses have outstanding backgrounds. After all, without a good environment and resources, how can there be extraordinary geniuses? Therefore, more than 90% of the participants belong to heavenly palaces, heaven-grade forces, or the tidal temple. The number of sectless geniuses is very small. The sectless geniuses who are able to participate undoubtedly have very shocking fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate." Duanling Tian nodded before he asked again. "Then, do these sectless geniuses just show up at the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? Does the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven select these sectless geniuses on the spot?" "Of course not." Feng Qingyang shook his head. "First, in order to participate, these sectless geniuses have to be celestial emperors and have strength almost comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Apart from that, they must also comprehend a double fusion profundity. Those who fulfill these conditions can then apply to participate in the tidal temple. If they're selected, the tidal temple will bring them to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven." Duanling Tian nodded. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "As for those who come from heavenly palaces, they're given special privileges. They don't need the approval of the tidal temple and directly participate. For example, I've already instructed Meng Luo to bring our heavenly palace disciples here." "Senior Meng Luo is bringing the other disciples here?" Realization dawned on Duanling Tian. In fact, he had been wondering about this matter since earlier. There must be other young geniuses in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was curious why no one else had come with him and Feng Qingyang to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. As it turned out, Meng Luo was escorting the others here. As for those from heaven-grade forces, they usually have connections with their respective heavenly palaces so they can bring their disciples here to participate. On the other hand, those without a connection from heaven-grade forces must also obtain the tidal temple's approval, Feng Qingyang explained. After listening to Feng Qingyang's explanation, Duanling Tian realized only the tidal temple and the 81 heavenly palaces of Devata realms did not need approval to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. There may be gods from the tidal temple in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Soon after, Duanling Tian's thoughts wandered to Feng Qingyang's earlier reminder about the risk of exposing the 5 divine elements in his little world. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang in the air. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." When Duanling Tian looked up, he saw a muscular middle-aged man approaching them from the far left. It was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Apart from that, he saw 3 people, 2 young men and a woman, trailing behind Meng Luo. One of the young men was dressed in a light cyan robe and carried a sheathed longsword on his back. Although his appearance was ordinary, his gaze was sharp. At this moment, he looked at Feng Qingyang with a fervent gaze as he said, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." The other 2 people, a young man with a scholarly appearance who was dressed in a navy robe and a sweet and beautiful young woman who was dressed in a long light green robe, greeted Feng Qingyang respectfully as well. Feng Qingyang nodded in response before he looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven and said, "Since you're all here, let's go in together." Understood. Meng Luo and the other 3 moved to walk behind Feng Qingyang while Duanling Tian walked next to Feng Qingyang. As Duanling Tian walked, he could feel intent gazes boring into his back. In fact, he could acutely feel that one of the gazes was filled with ill will. He turned around slightly and discovered the person who was looking at him with ill intent was the young carrying a longsword on his back. The young man's gaze was brimming with resentment when he looked at him. Meng Luo, who could sense the tension between Duanling Tian and the cyan-clad young man, sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian introducing the 3 people. "Young master, the young woman is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. The young man dressed in a navy robe is a descendant of a titled celestial emperor from our heavenly palace. Both of them are less than 1,000 years old and they're almost as strong as a titled celestial emperor." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "As for the cyan-clad young man, he's from our solitary destructive heaven's mystic sword sect. A heaven-grade sect. Since I'm somewhat acquainted with the sect leader of the mystic sword sect, he has requested me to bring this young man along so they don't have to go to the title temple to seek approval." Meng Luo continued to say through voice transmission, "Among these 3 people, the cyan-clad young man is the strongest. Although he has yet to obtain a title, his strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Therefore, he can be considered as a 800-year-old titled celestial emperor. Perhaps he's so conceited because of his talent. I've told all of them that you were traveling with our Lord Heavenly Emperor because you're our Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple. I'm sure his hostility stems from jealousy. After all, after our Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell, the Mystic Sword Sect had brought him over and requested our Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as a disciple. I'm sure you can guess, but our Lord Heavenly Emperor rejected that request." After listening to Meng Luo's words, how could Duanling Tian not understand that the cyan-clad young man was hostile and jealous because he was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Duanling Tian was rather taken aback when he heard the cyan-clad young man was a celestial emperor whose strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor despite only being slightly over 800 years old. Among the people he knew, only his eldest senior sister from the Heavenly Pool Palace could be considered a rare genius. Even then, she only possessed such strength when she was past the age of 1,000. Although she progressed tremendously after passing the age of 1,000, to the point where she was as strong as the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, her achievements before the age of 1,000 could not compare to the cyan-clad young man from the Mystic Sword Sect at all. "Young master, despite his jealousy and resentment, I believe he's not evil. You should just ignore him," Meng Luo said. He was acquainted with a few elders of the Mystic Sword Sect, hence, he hoped the cyan-clad young man would not provoke Duanling Tian. After all, he knew how much Feng Qingyang cared about Duanling Tian. "Rest assured, Senior Meng Luo. I'm not such a petty person," Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission and nodded slightly as he shifted his gaze away from the young man. At this moment, the green-clad young woman chuckled before she asked in a soft voice, "Zhang Tianyu, weren't you making a fuss earlier about challenging the Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple to a duel earlier? Why are you so quiet now that you've met him?" Zhang Tianyu was the name of the Mystic Sword Sect's genius disciple, who had strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor despite only being slightly over 800 years old. Upon hearing the young woman's words, Zhang Tianyu glanced at Feng Qingyang's back fearfully. His gaze turned stern as he shifted his gaze back to the young man. He knew the young woman was only teasing him, but how could he dare to act presumptuously in front of Feng Qingyang? At this time, Feng Qing had already led the group to the mountain entrance of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Although Feng Qingyang and the others were stopped by the guards by the entrance, the guards did not dare to be negligent since he could sense Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian's extraordinary bearing. A guard asked respectfully, "My lord, may I know who you are?" Feng Qingyang glanced at the guard and replied, "Inform the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has brought his people here to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses." The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? The people from the heavenly emperor of the primeval standing near the entrance looked up in shock when they overheard Feng Qingyang's words. They were surprised that the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was just a young man. After all, the young man was the person who surpassed their heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven in the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking. Previously, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven was ranked third in the ranking. However, after Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, many people were convinced he had already attained godhood. Following that, he also replaced the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven and took over the third place on the heavenly emperor's ranking. The heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven did not seem to have any objection about the change in the ranking despite being famous for being a hothead. In the past, he had challenged a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm because he was not convinced of the heavenly emperor's ranking. After he defeated that heavenly emperor, the title temple changed the ranking accordingly. Since the Devata realm's heavenly emperor's ranking was not based on hard datas like the results of a battle, the ranking was just a loose opinion-based ranking which was not very accurate. After all, there were certainly some heavenly emperors who hid their real strength and were not bothered about the heavenly emperor's ranking. On the other hand, there were also heavenly emperors who placed a lot of importance on their ranking. Those who were dissatisfied with their ranking would challenge those above them just to obtain the rank they felt they deserved. Since the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven had challenged another heavenly emperor to a duel due to his dissatisfaction with his rank, the fact that he did not challenge Feng Qingyang could be seen as him acknowledging Feng Qingyang as being stronger than him. There were a few people who suspected he had challenged Feng Qingyang but was defeated. Meanwhile, after the guard learned that the person in front of him was not just an ordinary heavenly emperor but the renowned heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was even more respectful. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, I'll inform our heavenly palace's elders immediately to pass on the message to our Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly and waited with the others from the solitary destructive heaven. After a dozen breaths, a loud and husky voice rang from the distance. "Little brother Feng, I remember you have my soul pearl. Why didn't you just contact me personally, so I can personally receive you?" Soon enough, a tall and muscular old man dressed in a loose gray robe appeared. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were the color of snow. He greeted Feng Qingyang enthusiastically as though they were old friends. "He should be the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Does Master have a close relationship with him?" Up until recently, Feng Qingyang had never mentioned the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven before. After a few moments, he even recalled Feng Qingyang saying that it would be his first time meeting the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. At this time, the people of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven greeted in unison. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." With this, Duanling Tian and the other speculations were confirmed. "Elder Brother Ding." Feng Qingyang greeted the old man with a smile on his face. "I would have sent you a message through your soul pearl as soon as I arrived since I don't know the way to your heavenly palace. However, the spatial ring that contained your soul pearl was destroyed while I was in the Azura Hell." As soon as Feng Qingyang's voice fell, Duanling Tian and the others widened their eyes in shock. Even the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven widened his eyes imperceptibly. How could they not be shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang's spatial ring had been destroyed? Spatial rings were forged from materials so tough that even extraordinarily powerful titled celestial emperors might not be able to destroy them. One could only imagine what kind of terrifying things lived in the Azura Hell that were capable of destroying Feng Qingyang's spatial ring. In the end, the old man said with a wry smile, "Little brother Feng, I heard you returned to the Azura Hell again after coming out. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places, but you go in and out, treating it like your backyard?" After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and asked, This must be Duanling Tian, your true disciple, right? 100 years had passed since Duanling Tian had met Feng Qingyang. Since Feng Qingyang had formally acknowledged Duanling Tian as his true disciple, it was only natural for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to announce their heavenly emperor had accepted a true disciple. This news created an uproar in all the Devata realms when it spread out. This was also how Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, Ding Fu, learned about Duanling Tian. Little Tian, this is Senior Uncle Ding. Feng Qingyang introduced Duanling Tian to Ding Fu. Your senior uncle Ding is one of the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. His advanced devouring tactic is remarkable. Not only can he devour his opponent's celestial origin energy, but he can even devour the force from their laws. Greetings, Senior Uncle Ding, Duanling Tian said as he stepped forward to greet Ding Fu. Inwardly, he was shocked when he learned that Ding Fu was capable of devouring celestial origin energy and the force from a law with the advanced devouring tactic. After all, when he mastered the elementary devouring tactic, he could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to temporarily boost his strength. He did not expect the upgraded elementary devouring tactic, the advanced devouring tactic, to be so much more powerful. Junior nephew Duan, don't listen to your master. He's so much stronger than I am. When I learned he had taken over my ranking, I was dissatisfied, so I challenged him to a duel. In the end, I only managed to embarrass myself, Ding Fu said modestly as he shook his head. Although there were such rumors swirling around before, this was the first time Ding Fu had confirmed the rumors. Previously, apart from Feng Qingyang and him, only his two disciples were privy to this matter. The guards of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven looked at each other in shock when they heard Ding Fu's words. As it turned out, their heavenly emperor challenged Feng Qingyang and lost. I won because I had an unfair advantage, Feng Qingyang replied modestly as he shook his head. In his opinion, even if Ding Fu was close to becoming a god, Ding Fu still fought using the celestial origin energy. He felt he had an unfair advantage since divine energy was undoubtedly superior to celestial origin energy.